confidence in your COVID team that they'll be able to vaccinate 50 million Americans in the first 100 days?
I do. Let me make a couple brief statements. Number one, my number one priority is getting vaccine in people's arms, like we just did today, as rapidly as we can. And we're working on that program now. I'll be meeting on a Zoom call with my team a little later this afternoon. I've put together, which I'll be announcing on Thursday, laying out the plan, the cost of how I want to proceed, the cost of what we have to do to be able to get the entire COVID operation up and running. 3,000 to 4,000 people a day dying is just beyond the pale. It's just wrong, and we can do a lot to change it. Number one, it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy, but we can get it done. And secondly, wearing this mask, socially distancing, and making sure people are washing their hands on a regular basis is critically important. I was appalled when I saw, as a matter of fact, it was the distinguished congresswoman from the state of Delaware, was when they showed the folks that were in hiding, in effect, from the mob. She was going around trying to hand out masks for everybody. And Republican colleagues wouldn't take the mask. I think it's irresponsible. And so we all have to make sure it's not a political issue. It's an issue of public safety. And it's going to get worse before it gets better in the meantime. And so I'm confident we can get done what we have to get done. I've been speaking with some of my Republican colleagues about being able to move on a second package sooner than later. But I'll be making a further presentation to you all on Thursday of exactly how much I'm looking for and the process by which we'll move.
Sir, are you at all afraid of taking your oath outside, given what happened? Hey guys, thank you. Let's go. Come guys, back to the band. Thank you.
Because I haven't seen these guys in a long time. I'm not afraid of taking the oath outside, and we've been getting briefed, but I think it's critically important that there be a real serious focus on holding those folks who engage in sedition and threaten people's lives, deface public property, cause great damage, that they be held accountable. And I think that's a view that is held by the vast majority of Democrats and Republicans in the Congress.
Sir, are you worried that impeachment could potentially delay trying to pass the stimulus bill you're about to propose?
Well, look, my priority is to get first and foremost the stimulus bill passed, and secondly, begin to rebuild the economy in the way that I'll be laying out on Thursday. I had a discussion today with some folks in the House and the Senate, and the question is whether or not, for example, if the House moves forward, which they obviously are, with the impeachment and send it over to the Senate, whether or not we have to check with the can bifurcate this. Can you go half day on dealing with the impeachment and half day getting my people nominated and confirmed in the Senate, as well as moving on the package. So that's my hope and expectation.
Do you think they will be able to do that?
I don't know. I haven't gotten an answer from the parliamentarian yet.
Great, come on guys, thank you guys. Let's go, come on guys, let's go.
All right, President-elect Joe Biden doing an impromptu news conference right after getting his second dose there of the COVID-19 vaccine. So he did speak about, was he worried about having the inauguration outside? He said no, that wouldn't be the case. He's not worried about that. There will be security in place there, and they continue to talk about security going within the next 9 days here as they prepare for that inauguration right outside of the Capitol where the riots took place last Wednesday. All right, folks, we're going to take another quick 2-minute break for some of you here on News Now from Fox. We should also let you know that there was talks earlier this morning of possibly President Trump maybe making some remarks today. That is still up in the air. We haven't had really a definitive answer to that question there. So we are holding out to see if President Trump will be speaking at some time today regarding his shutdowns that he is being currently seen on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and other social media outlets that are banning him from communicating as president of the United States and really a citizen of the United States as well. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. All of the big movements that are coming from the Capitol and the White House, we got you covered here on News Now from Fox, always right here. And we're going to take this quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us, everyone. For those of you that continue on with us here, going back out to Texas right now, where we have Governor Greg Abbott continuing to talk about the vaccines out there.
Vaccine, but we've shifted the model from an extreme large number of vaccination distributors to a smaller number who have the capability of providing an extremely large number of vaccines very quickly. What this does is it creates the strategy of opening large-scale hub location vaccination centers exactly like this one. It allows communities to have several locations capable of vaccinating thousands of people in a single day. Across the state, there are 28 large-scale hub location vaccine centers like this. Importantly, in addition to those 28 large-scale hub vaccination centers, there are 206 smaller locations in smaller communities around the state. Each of these facilities will provide thousands of vaccines every single day, making the process far more quicker and far more efficient. And then in addition to those numbers I just gave you, providers in 104 counties will be receiving vaccines this week. Plus, providers in other counties will still be vaccinating with shipments that they previously received. I can tell you that residents of all 254 counties in the state of Texas have been vaccinated, and we work every single day on strategies to ensure that there will be a fair and equal distribution of vaccines to every region across the state of Texas. We have the structure to vaccinate Texans very swiftly. This structure that we now have created can be expanded and will be expanded very swiftly across the state. The only limitation that we now face is the limitation of supply. Supply of the vaccination is not something that the state of Texas is in control of. The supply of the vaccination comes only from the federal government, and for them it comes largely from the manufacturing capabilities of both Pfizer and Moderna. I want to let you know what our supply looks like. Each week this month, we are slated to receive, and this is on a weekly basis, we are slated to receive 310,000 first doses. And then in addition to those first doses each week, also each week, the state will be getting between 320,000 and 500,000 second doses. And so each week there will be 310,000 new people getting their very first dose, in between 320 and 500,000 people getting their second dose. And importantly, these numbers I just gave you, they do not count for the long-term care facilities or for nursing home facilities. Going forward, we do expect the weekly number of first doses to increase. And how much of that increase will be dependent upon the federal government. The biggest complaint that I hear with regard to the vaccination process is an inadequate supply, and believe me, I'm sympathetic to it because it's the biggest complaint that I also have. And the supply is totally up to the federal government, and we are urging them to get us more supply as quickly as possible. Right now, our focus remains on providing vaccines of both doses to healthcare workers, to people age 65 and older, and those with chronic medical conditions. Now, before I conclude my remarks, I want to add something else that's taking place as we speak today. both in Tarrant County as well as in other regions across the state of Texas. A goal that we have is to do everything possible to reduce hospitalizations. One tool to do that, obviously, are vaccinations. But we have another tool available to us to reduce hospitalizations. And those are these antibody therapeutic drugs like Regeneron. And so what the state of Texas is doing as we speak is we are working to open up antibody therapeutic drug administration centers across the state. Today, 2 are being opened in this region. 1 is being opened in Fort Worth. Another is being opened in Irving today. The state will be managing 13 sites like this across the state in the short term, looking to expand that even more as we go forward. This is in addition to the antibody administration locations that already exist at certain hospitals or other healthcare centers. These drugs are very important. I want to emphasize that these antibody therapeutic drugs like Regeneron, that's the drug that was taken by President Trump after he got COVID-19 and was able to recover from it so quickly. I know dozens of people who have received this antibody therapeutic drug, and they all say the same thing. They were shocked at how quickly they were able to overcome COVID after getting this drug. It's important because the people who most likely qualify for it are the people in the early stages of COVID. If you're in late stage COVID, it probably will not be available to you. The reason I tell you this, and that is if you are an early stage COVID patient, you should reach out to your doctor or other care provider that provides the Regeneron drug to see if you're eligible for it. And I strongly urge you to step up and make yourself available for this life-changing drug that can help you get COVID put behind you far more quickly, probably without the need to go to a hospital. I would now like to turn things over to the Commissioner for the Texas State Department of Health Services, and that is Dr. Hellerstedt.
Thank you, Governor Abbott. We have witnessed a really amazing operation here in terms of vaccination, and as the governor has pointed out, our goal really is to vaccinate the people of Texas with all deliberate speed. So we have to do it right. We have to be accountable for it. We do have to have those data systems so that we know the dose has been given and we can track that. And when the person has time for the second dose, that we give the right dose to the right person. So having that kind of data available is absolutely essential, even if what it means is the numbers we see confirmed and reported in those systems is going to lag behind, but each day more and more is delivered. And through the kind of mass vaccination operation that we see here, we're very confident that it's going to accelerate even more. This effort, as the governor said, is unprecedented. We've never had to try and vaccinate every person in the state in as short a time as possible, but we're doing that, and we're doing that through the collaboration of the national leadership, state leadership, and especially local leadership and private-public partnerships. That's really what's getting it done. That's what you're seeing here, and it is really the way forward. It's quite remarkable. Please, though, have a sense of patience. We will be getting more vaccine. We will be discovering even better ways to administer the vaccine in a timely way to everyone who's willing to get it. But we just don't have that supply yet. I can't say that more emphatically. If we had more, there'd be more going out. We are not holding anything back at the state level in terms of our allotment. But this is a very bright ray of hope. This is the way to ultimately end the pandemic, and that is the thing that we all want. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Doctor. So the state effort to administer the vaccines and to distribute them is a combined effort of the State Department of Health Services as well as the Texas Division of Emergency Management. And from TDEM, we have with us here today Josh Roberts.
Governor, thank you, sir. Our team at TDEM, we continue to distribute personal protective equipment to partners who need it all throughout the state. In fact, to date, we've sent more than 588 million PPE items to folks throughout the state. That's masks, gloves, gowns, face shields, and more, with 45 million of that or more coming here to the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We've got about 150 million of those items still on hand, with more coming in. And of course, as announced this past weekend, we've got the 2 regional infusion centers established in partnership with the North Central Texas Regional Advisory Council. As you mentioned, those centers are ready today to accept patients who meet the eligibility criteria and who have a physician's referral. As the vaccination efforts continue to expand, we certainly want folks to know that it's still important to keep up those preventative measures, to watch their distance, to wash their hands, to wear a mask, and to get tested. And we have today 77 state-operated public no-cost test sites around the state, with 19 of them open today here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And so we want to encourage folks to come get a test should they need a test. They can visit covidtest.tdem.texas.gov for more information. And finally, on behalf of Chief Kidd and the men and women of TDEM, I want to express our heartfelt thanks to the men and women on the front lines, our healthcare workers, our first responders, and many, many more, and to their families for the sacrifices that they make for the benefit of the public health and for the benefit of all of us. Thank you for the opportunity to come in.
Very good. Thank you. Next, I would like to turn over to our host today, and that is the Mayor of Arlington, Texas, Jeff Williams.
Thank you, Governor. And of course, I need to start again by thanking you, Governor Abbott, and the state staff. They have been incredible. They stepped up when we first needed our testing back when this began, and then, of course, now coming through with the vaccines. Then I need to move to our county judge and the county staff. They have been incredible here in working together. And you see a pattern here: state, county, local, working together. And then I've also got to thank our hospitals. They have been phenomenal. Our frontline health workers have been incredible. And of course, we have Barclay Burdan with Texas Health, who is here today representing them, and of course based here in Arlington, also an incredible partner. So now you see the public-private partnership shaping up. Well, we knew that we had a challenge here because never before had we needed to vaccinate so many so quickly. Well, very proud of our fire department and our public health authority, led by Chief Don Krausen and Dr. Cynthia Simmons, who are right over here if you want to visit with them, because they were the architects of this site. This is a site that is customer service friendly. It actually is equipped with our fire department, our paramedics who care about people, have that hospitality there with them. But even more importantly, it increases the capacity here where our doctors and nurses can then be tending to so many of our citizens that have other health needs. And they have done an incredible job, because from the time they enter into the parking lot to the time they enter our esports stadium here in Arlington that we have dedicated to this, they are being taken care of. They are helped there to get into the facility. We have our wheelchairs and so forth there equipped, especially with this 1B category that we're treating right now. In addition to that, we help fill out the forms that they have, but then even more importantly, very much care to get the shots that are there to take care of that. But then in moving on to here with it, it's so important that we do work together. And of course, the challenge here of getting the vaccines, but here our challenge here locally is to make sure that when the state sends those to us, that we immediately get those shots in the arms, because there's nothing more inspiring to see our citizens get vaccinated in there and the appreciation that they have. And again, so grateful there to our first responders who are doing an incredible job, especially here with our Arlington Fire Department. And now as we move forward, let us practice that generosity, that kindness here, and also patience and perseverance as we move through this. And let us spread the word to, yes, wear your mask. We need to get out of this, but also spread the word that we need to be vaccinated. And the testimonies of the people that have just gone through this is phenomenal. It is an easy process, but it can save lives, which is so important now. And here in Arlington, once again, we want to volunteer to help anyone, cities, counties, whatever, that would like to see the process that we have. Chief Crowson and Dr. Simmons are available here to share that, and we've had many already come through and tour the facility here, and we want to make ourselves available here to help whoever may need it. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Barkley. Appreciate Texas Health as we move forward to work together to vaccinate Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now for some very important additional information, we have County Judge Glenn Whitley.
Thank you, Governor. I want to just reiterate what has been said before. This has been a real collaboration of folks from the very beginning. Early on, our Public Health Department, City of Arlington, divided up the county. East side was taken by Arlington, west side by Public Health, and that was for our first responders. And then very early on, our governor recognized that we really needed to expand that to 1B, and when he did that, that just kind of significantly increased the volume that we were going to be having. And we knew immediately that our Resource Connection location was not going to be able to handle that by itself. And Arlington, just as they always have, stepped up, and that's what you see here today. They've got the capabilities of 2,000 plus folks on a daily basis, and they've done that. You heard the governor say that we want to get the vaccinations in the arms, and that's what we're doing. But what you also heard the governor say was he wanted Texans vaccinated. And that wasn't just Tarrant County Texans. That was Texans all over the state. And so Chief Kidd and I were talking, and he said, I want you to reach out. Will you help us get to the rest of Texas? And so last Friday, I talked with 10 county judges around Tarrant County, starting from Ellis, going out to Erath, Montague, and all the way up to Cook County. And we're registering them starting this weekend. We are registering them in the Tarrant County database, and they will be called in. Initially, they'll be called in here and given appointments to come and receive their vaccination. Eventually, we hope that we'll be able to take something out to them. And this was something that, you know, the state was very appreciative of, but at the same time, it's the right thing to do. And they just said, we've got to get all of Texas, not just the big urban counties, done. And that's what we're doing now. We're getting the shots and we're getting them in the arms, just as the governor said he wants them. You know, our goal is at the end of a week, we have no vaccines left. And that's more than just the hubs. You're going to hear in just a moment, THR, it is a public-private partnership. They're going to help with this process. We've got pharmacies, we've got clinics, JPS has got clinics. We've got every place we can. We want to get the vaccinations out and into people's arms. We're doing that because we've had such great cooperation with the state Department of Health Services, TDM. As was mentioned earlier, they're doing our tests. They've completely taken over and helping with that. So we can't thank the state enough. Governor, we appreciate everything your folks are doing to help us out here.
Thank you, Judge. And now to provide, again, more detail, we have the CEO of the Texas Health Resources, Barkley Burdan.
Thank you, Governor Abbott. I, too, want to add my thanks to you and your staff. Dr. Hellerstedt, you've provided great leadership as we've gone through these trying times. I also want to extend my thanks to County Judge Glenn Whitley, who's been a great partner for us as we've explored how we can respond to these challenges together. And in particular today to Mayor Jeff Williams, the City of Arlington, and particularly the Fire Department in Arlington, who have really stepped up to serve the community here in the eastern part of Tarrant County. Texas Health Resources is the largest health system in North Texas in terms of patients seen. And our corporate headquarters is right across the street from this facility, across I-30. We're invested in the community. North Texas is the community we serve. And as we began to receive our allocations and focusing on the folks in 1A, we were able over the last 2.5 weeks to put about 20,000 doses in arms. And we have now begun to pivot to the 1B population at the direction of the state. And over the weekend, working with our friends from Tarrant Public Health, we designed a set of processes. We'll open up tomorrow 4 clinics around North Texas. around Tarrant County, one in the center of the county and one in each quadrant. And we are taking a download of about 7,000 patients, I think, who have registered on the Tarrant County website this week. We'll be reaching out to them and helping Tarrant County work down the list of people that are waiting on their website. So we're really delighted to really set the stage for this public-private partnership as we move forward. We'll begin to see how our plans are playing out this week, and assuming that everything runs smoothly, we'll begin looking at other ways that Texas Health Resources can extend out into the neighborhoods and other communities to serve the population of North Texas.
Thank you, Barkley. And now for some additional information, we have the Tarrant County Health Director, Vinny Teneja.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, everybody. And I just wanted to add the comments that, as you can see, there's no shortage of leadership in the county and in our state, but the effort involves collaboration. And that is what is alive and on display here in Arlington. Our partners in the city of Arlington have done a great job in standing up this mega location. Capacity is 2,000 a day easy. If the push comes to shove, I think we can do a lot more here. But similar sites are being stood up across Tarrant County. You'll see another collaborative effort going into display tomorrow. We have a location standing up in Northeast Tarrant County. 14 partner cities and their fire departments are involved. And it's going to be at the Hearst Convention Center. Of course, everything's by appointment only. We don't want a mad crush of people coming to the site, but certainly we want it done in an orderly way. And more you'll see that we're starting to engage our partners in getting this task done. It is unprecedented to get every Texan vaccinated. As you heard from THR CEO, they've been a tremendous partner. We've already shared with them almost 7,000 people off our list so that we can start getting them vaccinated quicker instead of having to just wait in line on a list. So more and more partners will come on board. We're hoping that our centralized registry at www.tarrantcounty.com/COVID-shot, it becomes the central point of entry. You register there, and then we work with multiple partners to get you vaccinated as quickly as vaccine is available. So that's all I have. And again, thank you all for being here.
Thank you. We'll be happy to take a few questions.
Governor, a lot of the frustration around vaccines, the fact that there are these maps of going to providers with vaccines who don't have vaccines, and the state's telling people to reach out to providers who are saying don't reach out to us. Why has there been kind of a breakdown in communication or information there? And why haven't we heard from you or Dr. Hellerstedt for several weeks now?
Well, there actually has been an improvement of communication and explanation about exactly what's going on. Remember, again, this is something we've only been doing for 3.5 weeks. And what we were able to quickly learn over the course of the first 10 days is we needed to find a way to accelerate the process of providing those vaccines. And once that was done, a more effective communication system was set up. Vinny Teneja, as well as others have pointed out already. One thing that I learned today and have seen across the state, there are extremely effective communication platforms utilized by all of these large mass distribution hubs through the lines of setting up the format where people are able to sign up in advance and be able to access that. And then once again, in addition to that, there's extremely effective communication between the State Department of Health Services as well as the hundreds of other providers across the state of Texas. So we have multiple lines of communication that are breaking down any communication barrier, and that's exactly what we're trying to achieve today, and that is to provide everyone with very specific facts about where we are and exactly where we are going.
Governor, I want to ask you about two-part question. Given what happened at the U.S. Capitol last week, have you ordered that security be increased at the Texas Capitol for tomorrow, including the National Guard? And with regard to budget, the comptroller announced today the revenue estimate. Have you been updated about that? What's your thoughts?
Well, first, with regard to security of the Capitol list, and that's something that the Texas Department of Public Safety always remains on top of, and they will continue to remain on top of that. With regard to the budget, one thing that we all know, and that is 2020 has been a challenging year. We have been, we as in myself, the Lieutenant Governor, the Speaker, the person who is likely to become the next Speaker, as well as leaders of both Senate Finance and House Appropriations. This is something we've been working on going back to the summertime to make sure that we're prepared to deal with as we go into this session, as we look to the funds that are available to us to make sure that we will be able to continue to fund the current budget cycle that we are in that ends at the end of August. But as you look forward, what you will see is that as we continue to accelerate the process of the vaccines, as we continue to slow hospitalizations and reduce fatalities, you're going to see the Texas economy engage very swiftly. Here's an easy example, and that is the price of the barrel of oil has doubled over the past few months. And that's something that not only is providing greater revenue for the state of Texas, but is also adding more jobs. That's just one example of a long list of examples of showing that when we get to the next budget cycle year that begins September 1 of this year, it means that we should be well positioned as we have in the past with a very robust economy. Some people are predicting an even faster growing economy in 2021 and 2022 than what we've seen in a long, long time. And so I think that we have tools and strategies to deal with budgetary challenges as a result of 2020, but for the next 2-year cycle, we should be looking to be in great shape.
Mr. Governor, obviously there is a well-concerted effort a coordinated effort in the urban counties, Tarrant County, Dallas County, in administering the vaccines. What about in some of the more rural counties who may not have as many resources as the urban counties? How is the state going to be helping those more rural counties?
In multiple ways. First, you heard County Judge Glenn Whitley explain a strategy that is extremely effective. The county judge for Tarrant County is not just working to provide vaccinations for people in Tarrant County. He's working with the Texas Division of Emergency Management and the State Department of Health Services to work, is it 12 counties?
10 counties right now.
10 counties in the surrounding area, he pretty much all of which would be considered to be rural counties, to make sure that they will be benefiting from the strategies they have and make sure that they will be vaccinated. Separate from that, remember what I said earlier, and that is in addition to these large hubs that we have now set up, this week alone, there will be providers in 104 counties across the state of Texas, most of which will be in the mid to small/rural style counties that will be making sure that they will have vaccinations available for the people in their counties. And then on top of that, in counties that don't fall into those 104, many of those counties still have vaccines available to them to continue to provide to their residents. And importantly, like I said, residents in all 254 counties have received vaccines and they will continue to receive those vaccines.
Is there a question? There's some confusion. Can anyone sign up for one of these big hubs with, outside of Collin County? Can they sign up for Tarrant County?
So I have an answer to that. However, I think it would be better for me to turn it over to the people who are running this, and if I don't feel like they've covered it, I'll be happy to chime in.
What I would say is at this point in time, we've had people from Dallas, Denton, Tarrant, or Collin County who have registered and who have come here and got shots. Specifically right now, we are targeting those smaller counties. Dallas County's opened a spot today. Denton County is starting off with a mobile site, I believe, tomorrow. Not sure exactly what Collin County has done, but again, what I've done is to try to reach out to those smaller counties that, just as the governor has said, are a little bit more challenged as far as being able to set up a site. We'll get the vaccine out to them, or we'll invite them here in the beginning, and then eventually we hope we'll be able to go out to them and actually administer the vaccines within their area.
So let me just tell you this fact, and that is a Texan is not limited to getting a vaccine only in the county in which they live. A Texan is capable and able to receive a vaccine in any county in the state of Texas. we do want to make it as convenient as possible for all Texans by making vaccines available as close as possible to where they live, which is why we have achieved vaccinations in all 254 counties. That said, if someone wants to come to Tarrant County or to Dallas County or some other county to get a vaccine, they are able to do so.
We know they'd much rather come to Tarrant County, Governor.
To President Trump's suspension from Twitter, and do you believe that he has recently incited any violence?
So, look, first, with regard to the violence always obviously is unacceptable. But the people responsible for the violence are the people who did it, and they're the ones who should be punished for it. With regard to what is happening on social media, listen, typically any company has the right to make whatever decisions they wanted to with regard to who may use their product. However, what we have in some social media companies is different because they have been given a unique grant of civil liability immunity to maintain an open platform. And it seems like they are no longer complying with the open platform that allows them to receive the civil liability immunity. They cannot have it both ways. They cannot cancel conservative speech while still receiving that immunity. They're going to have to pick or choose which pathway they go down.
Governor, President Trump resigned. What do you think?
He's in office, what, another week? Listen, all the political machinations in Washington, D.C. About the last few days of his presidency are nothing more than political machinations. What Americans want to see out of the United States Congress, they want to see action. They want to see the United States Congress step it up and doing everything they can to provide more vaccines and make them available for people in Texas. We don't need them to do political infighting. They should be working every minute of every day, coming up with strategies that will create more vaccines for Texans and for Americans.
All right, so that was the update there from Governor Greg Abbott in Texas at the end, talking about Twitter as well as the riots that happened last week in the Capitol. Let's now take you out to Tampa right now, where a little bit later here on NewsNOW from Fox in the afternoon, we will have a live update here on the court appearance as being known as the lectern guy on social media. The suspect in the U.S. Capitol riot making a federal court appearance in Tampa today. We're talking about Adam Johnson right here, and this is the latest that we are learning today on Adam, who is 36 years old, making his first federal court appearance. Federal officials said Johnson was caught on camera holding House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's lectern. They said after Getty Images shared a now viral photo of Johnson, social media played a role in identifying him leading up to his arrest on Friday night. At first, he was mistakenly identified by some social media users as via Getty based on a misinterpretation of the photo caption, but a former parishioner from his church told Fox 13 that she immediately knew who he was there. So we will get a live report here from all of the happenings that took place in federal court. That's a little bit later here on NewsNOW from Fox. You'll have that right here. NewsNOW from Fox. All right, let's take a quick 2-minute break for some of you. When we come back, we'll take you out to and keep you in Tampa, where a sheriff's office is talking about a major bust in child trafficking.
Camera and the supervisors and management, thank you. I know this was a tough operation. It always is, working through the holidays, working in the cooler weather, and working under the conditions that you guys work under, especially with the COVID outbreak, and still being as tenacious as you are. Let me just give you a tremendous thank you on behalf of all of us. Well, thank you for being here. January is National Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and today, January 11th, is National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. It only seems fitting that we announce the end of an extensive, month-long operation focusing on finding individuals who seek to buy another person for sex. Operation Interception is one of many proactive approaches we have taken over the last 2 years in preparation of Super Bowl 55. With less than a month away from the big game, our covert operations continue and will continue, seeking those who choose to sexually exploit others here in our community. The name of this operation just isn't a catchy football moniker. Our goal, as the operation name explains, is to intercept those involved in sexual exploitation before they're able to take advantage of the vulnerable individuals in our community, and ultimately, hopefully, deter others. Like any major sporting event, the Super Bowl should not be a venue where these types of crimes occur on the sidelines, whether it's before the game, during the game, or after the game. To make that message clear, during Operation Interception, our undercover detectives posted online ads offering to meet up, making themselves available for the purchase of sex. And our female detectives posed as prostitutes on the streets. This combined approach attracted the 71 Johns, or sex buyers, you see pictured beside me. And they come from a variety of backgrounds. Among them are active duty military, a banker, Christian school teacher, firefighter, construction workers, and local business owners. 2 of our suspects, Daryl Robinson and John II, are already registered sex predators. All of these men have one thing in common. They did not care if the women they were going to have sex with were being exploited or forced to sell their bodies against their will. The reality is, no one willingly chooses to enter the world of sexual exploitation. In fact, we have found that in many cases, these individuals suffer from some type of victimization of rape or suffer from some type of substance abuse, which is why targeting the demand and freeing these vulnerable individuals from this despicable underworld is vital to eradicating human trafficking in our community. We are just a few weeks away from Super Bowl 55, and the massive majority of visitors who plan to visit our county will be here to simply enjoy the game. However, we know from past experiences with major sporting events, there will be some who travel for the exclusive purpose of taking advantage of women and children. I want to make it very clear. If you are planning on engaging in the sexual exploitation of others, I'm urging you to think twice. We will find you. We will arrest you. Now I'll take any questions anyone may have in regards to our operation.
That's a lot of people. How mad does this make you that this is still going on?
It's extremely concerning. I will tell you that our detectives, when they post these online ads in the social media avenues that that this type of activity occurs, they've talked to hundreds of people. These are the 71 individuals who showed up, but they've made contact, had telephone contact with hundreds of individuals. So when you talk about the concern of the 71 individuals that showed up and were placed under arrest, I'm extremely concerned and extremely bothered by the fact that the demand is still so great here in Tampa.
You know, with the Super Bowl coming up, can you explain again, why that seems to drive up demand for these sort of things?
Sometimes it's just the sheer volume of people visiting here. And again, then you have some people, the sole purpose of coming here is to traffic women and children. Some will bring their own women and children. Some will come here seeking to victimize our community. And that's just for the sheer volume of numbers. And again, it all goes back. When you talk about eradicating human trafficking, it all comes back to the demand. And that's why all of our operations have been focused on eradicating the demand, removing the demand. And again, this is just one small piece of what we're doing right now is the enforcement part. That's our job. But we've also made an extremely concerted effort in the prevention side, prevention through education, teaching our county employees on the identifying symptoms of someone suffering or someone that's engaged or someone is being trafficked. Whether it's the hospitality industry, the rideshare industry, our county employees, we've educated our own workforce here. Been doing a ton to make sure that we're educating airport employees, everything, again, to make sure we're diminishing the demand as we prepare for the game. But let me just make one thing again abundantly clear. This operation's been a 2-year operation. Until we eradicate human trafficking here in Tampa, Florida, we're not going to stop. Take a look at the men and women behind you. They're not going to stop. We're going to keep going. And I love the fact when they sit and they communicate back to me that it's becoming harder and harder. They don't want to meet in Hillsborough County because they know that the heat's been on. Well, that's why I love the media. Thank you for putting this out, because we're not going to stop. The game's going to come. The game's going to leave. Our human trafficking efforts are still going to continue.
How does this help the human trafficked people, the women, the children, even some of the men, when you're arresting the Johns and they're really not involved yet?
Yeah, because if we eradicate the demand, there won't be a demand. It won't be so profitable. And that's a great question. This has become extremely profitable. You know, we generally look at we see movies, what we think is human trafficking. But it's stepfathers, it's boyfriends, it's gang members now are starting to realize how profitable trafficking individuals are. And that's why we're trying to target the demand. If we reduce the demand and it's not so profitable, they'll go on to something else, and we can continue doing what we're doing. And that's the best part. And these 71 individuals, some of them have been arrested before, 2 of them sexual offenders. That's great news. But the better news is over the last 2 years, we've been able to rescue 8 victims who've turned their life around, who we work with our non-governmental agencies and gotten them help, gotten them substance abuse help, gotten them back on their feet, got them gainful employment. They're the true heroes here.
One last thing. In this era of COVID, how much harder is it to do these sort of investigations, these undercover things? With just the danger of COVID around?
Well, the sad part is it hasn't reduced the demand. The demand is still there, and we've been monitoring that closely to say, hey, listen, during COVID, is everyone concerned? Will everyone be more safe? Not the case. The demand hasn't diminished at all. The risk to our employees is extremely high. And that's why I started today by, again, just thanking them once again by putting themselves out there to make sure these types of investigations happen and to make sure that we're eradicating human trafficking in Tampa.
On a larger scale, aside from Super Bowl, what makes Tampa so attractive?
That could be a lot of different things. I mean, I always go back to the reason I came here, and probably most of you, the weather. You know, the weather, a lot of financial implications. There's a lot of different reasons. But I think it's not just Tampa. It's the state of Florida. I think it's the warmer climates. I think it's harder to operate under a lot of these conditions. When you're cold, you're not out walking around. So I think a lot of that diminishes some of this activity. So I think it's the warm weather, you know, haphazardly just joking. But I think a lot of it's the weather. They can operate easier out in the warmer climates.
Any other questions?
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
All right, that was the update there in Florida. We're taking a live look right now at the White House. We're getting some more details on just how this week looks like it's going to be going. U.S. House Democrats will be voting on the 25th Amendment tomorrow night. And then the House will return on Wednesday at 9 a.m. to consider the one article of impeachment that they are putting together there in wake of the siege there. This will be the second time that President Trump will be impeached there. They're trying to get him out any way that they can right here. 25th Amendment, that's calling on Vice President and the rest of the cabinet to come together to get him to resign or leave office there. Or if that does not work, then they are going to bring this article of impeachment to the House floor for a vote there. So we will see how it all unfolds here. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here for you on News Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone that continues to watch with us here. This is what we do on News Now from Fox. When there's breaking news, we just break right in there and let you know what's happening. We take live events, live news conferences as they are happening in real time to really just Make it seem like if you are part of the news conference as well. We try to show everything from beginning to end in its entirety. And what we'll do now is go back out to that Chicago update, because today was the first day that schools back in session for Chicago public schools in classroom learning amid this COVID-19 pandemic.
If we want our children to receive everything that they rely upon from schools, from lessons to social services, meals, and in some cases, physical, speech, and occupational therapy, and much more, we have to give them access to a safe and nurturing environment in which to thrive. And the reality is that not every student has access to those kinds of resources in a remote, at-home environment. So it's up to us, as elected leaders and public servants, as principals, educators, to step up, come together, and create those safe environments for students and their families. There's a lot that's been said over these last few weeks, and there's a lot that's being said today and every day about what's happening at CPS. And what that says to me is our public education system is key to our success as a city. And what I mean by that is providing the educational opportunities for our students and our young people is core to who we must be as a city. We can't get any of the other things done that are necessary, whether it's economic development, whether it's addressing the violence in our neighborhoods, the mental health and the trauma, if we don't have a strong and vibrant, healthy public school system. It is core. It is the ecosystem. It is the skeleton on which we build everything else. CPS is absolutely essential to who we are. Strengthening CPS in every way, in collaboration with the entire school community, is what we must be about. Why? Because our children depend upon it. As adults, as leaders, we must put our kids front and center first in everything that we do. And that is what has to be the only thing on the table as we are discussing important issues about today, but importantly about the future. I want to thank the Principal Dixon and really all the principals and assistant principals across our system who have been doing yeoman's work, not just leading up to this moment, but all year round. They have been here in these buildings, making sure that our kids are getting fed, that our people who are here in the buildings are safe and healthy. Let's not forget that and them. Let me also again thank the staff who have been in these buildings all year round, particularly the cafeteria workers, the janitors, the security. They haven't been anywhere. They've been here in these schools all year round, making sure that our kids have a lifeline to the schools and a connection. I also want to thank the teachers that are working today, whether remote or in person, who are going and have been going above and beyond to make sure that our kids feel a sense of love and connection and support. Thank you for everything, teachers, that you have done every single day as well. We need you. We need you to continue our journey, our necessity, our obligation and responsibility to make sure that our kids get a safe and nurturing academic environment and that they are learning and growing as young people, as human beings. That's our obligation, and you are at the center of that necessary work. And let me thank every stakeholder in our school community who has been willing to come to the table to create sustainable and substantive solutions that work for all of our students. Again, the only issue on the table has to be what's in the best interest of our young people, our students. Because if we have that front and center, if we focus on that, all the rest will follow. because building that safe and nurturing environment for them means creating a safe and nurturing environment for the entire school community. Thank you again, Dr. Jackson, Chief McDade, and the entire CPS executive team who have been working tirelessly over many weeks, the network chiefs. This doesn't happen without a lot of people making tremendous sacrifices, and we all owe you a debt of gratitude. I'm excited about today. As I said, I'm very nostalgic seeing these youngest kids. It reminds me so much of tender moments that I've experienced myself with my daughter and her young friends when they were very young in pre-K and elementary school. This is what we have to keep front and center. This is what we must be about. So thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And I'd love to welcome Dr. Jackson to the podium to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. I wore the wrong earrings today with this mask. Good morning, everyone. First, I want to thank Mayor Lightfoot for her comments today and her leadership throughout this process. I would also like to echo her thoughts and sentiments to Mary Dixon, the principal here, and her entire administrative staff, as well as the network staff that have been working extremely hard in order to make this a possibility. They exemplify the professionalism and commitment that is, embodied in all of our schools across the city. So I want to thank them for showing up here today and also for their excitement. Like the mayor, I came in with a lot of excitement and anticipation, but really happy to see our students, our youngest students, some of our most vulnerable students here today learning, because they deserve a quality education. And I was even more excited to see the professionalism and commitment amongst our teachers that showed up here today. It's been 10 months since our students have been in school, and I know everyone signed up to do this work for the same exact reason, and that is to provide our kids with the quality education they deserve. I want to also thank the teachers that are working from home, as Mayor Lightfoot mentioned in her comments. They too are providing a quality education for our students. And despite all of the work that we've done over the past 10 months, we know that remote learning is not an option for all of our students. There are many students and families, 77,000 in fact, that have chosen an in-person option, and I'm excited about the possibility to offer that at this time. It is our mission in Chicago Public Schools to bring all of our students back over the course of the next few months in order to be reintegrated in the classroom with their teachers and their peers. In order to do this, CPS has been preparing since last summer. We've talked about our reopening plan at length, but I really want to remind people of all the preparation that has taken place in order to ensure the health and safety of our students and staff. We purchased air purifiers, face coverings, an abundant amount of cleaning and disinfecting supplies. We've also made significant building improvements throughout the city to ensure that all of our schools have the proper ventilation necessary. We've also studied schools across the country and right here in the city that have reopened, and all of the learnings from that research went into the reopening plan that we are executing today. We've gone above and beyond the requirements from CDC and CDPH in order to ensure that our students and staff are safe, and we are not done. In addition to the strict health protocols that we have now put in place, Chicago Public Schools is now implementing a voluntary COVID-19 surveillance testing program for school-based staff. This program launched last week and will help the district monitor the prevalence of COVID-19 among asymptomatic staff in our schools. Employees who participate in the program will be tested monthly at their schools. We will be administering rapid tests, and those findings will be available in as little as 15 minutes. Any staff member with a presumptive positive will be offered a PCR COVID-19 test at the school the same day. Rapid test results, as well as PCR results, will be quickly communicated to families and staff in the schools. Beginning today, later today, you will be able to follow and track that data on our website, cps.edu/reopening. Please note that testing is voluntary, but we strongly encourage all school-based employees to participate. While over 20% of school-based employees chose not to participate in our surveillance testing program last week, we want to continue to encourage them to do so. This is, in fact, one of the things that we agreed upon with the teachers union that needed to be in place in order to have a successful reopening to school. This is just one more step in our plan to ensure that our staff and students remain healthy and safe in our schools. Again, I want to thank the staff that returned to school today. This is incredibly important work. Thousands of students came to school today expecting to see their teachers, and we know that tens of thousands of more will be returning in the next few weeks. I know that there are some parents who are still taking a wait and see approach, and I want to assure you that we've done everything within our power to make sure that these schools are safe and that your children will be welcomed back by exceptionally talented staff here in CPS. We are doing this for our Black and Latinx students whose attendance and grades have suffered greatly because of the struggles with remote learning. We're doing this for our youngest learners who need the physical presence of an adult in order to thrive in the classroom setting, whether that's in person or learning at home. And we're doing this for many of our parents who are themselves essential workers whose bravery throughout this pandemic we have been championing. Now it's time to provide them with an option for in-person instruction for their kids. Most importantly, we're reopening our schools because we believe it is safe to do so. We know that parents still have questions and concerns. We encourage you to reach out directly to your schools. You're going to get the best information from the principals and the teachers at your local schools. But should families have questions or concerns, I want to remind folks of the CPS hotline, which is 773-553-KIDS, KIDS. Or you can use our email address, which is familyservices@cps.edu. Again, I want to thank everyone who has played a role in making today possible. We should truly be excited about what we have accomplished today, and I am looking forward to a successful rest of the school year. At this time, I would like to invite a parent to the podium to talk a little bit about the importance of in-person instruction. Please welcome Maria Vasquez, a mother of 2 pre-K students here at Dawes Elementary.
Buenos días, me llamo María Vázquez y soy una orgullosa mamá de la Escuela DAS.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break for you right here on News Now from Fox. Coming up in the next hour, this is what we have that we are waiting on. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo will be holding a briefing, and then we will also have an update in California by Governor Gavin Newsom on the very latest with vaccines and the COVID-19 surges that they are seeing in California. So we'll have all that coming up in the next hour here on News Now from Fox.
So how many, do you know roughly how many students came to school today across the district?
No, we don't have that number yet, yeah.
Okay. And then for the mayor, a lot of reporters, including myself, we noticed that you did extend the stay-at-home order for the city of Chicago. Can you square your thought process with having teachers and some students back today and then also extending that stay-at-home order?
Yeah, I neglected earlier to mention that Dr. Allison Arter, our Commissioner of Public Health, is here. I'll invite her to go in. But we extended it as to make sure that it was aligned with, I think, what the state was doing. But we are making significant progress. Recall that when we put the stay-at-home advisory in place, we were seeing a really troubling increase in cases, percent positivity. Since November, when it peaked, we have been coming back down, even through Thanksgiving and then Christmas and New Year's. So we are making steady progress overall. So the advisory is really about making sure that we're doing everything that we can to give people the best information. And recall that from the very beginning, schools were exempted from the stay-at-home advisory. Dr. Arwood, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
I think I would just underscore that last point, that if you look at the language of that stay-at-home advisory, it's about essential. We specifically say people who are going to work, who are going to school, or who are performing other essential activities should continue to do those. But if there are things that are not essential, we've asked people to limit that. And broadly, we are making very good progress here in Chicago. We continue to be reassured by the way that the data is going. Certainly, we're still following a little bit after the holidays, but by and large, we are in a much better place than we were. And in fact, we're doing much better than the majority of the country.
So while I have you here, Doctor, so we're in tier 3 as far as our mitigations. What is your thought about when we can go back to tier 2? What are you seeing? Obviously, we had the holidays and that 2-week period is kind of coming to an end. What specific numbers will you be looking at? Is it that positivity rate to go to tier 2?
So I would note that this is state mitigation that is in place at this point, and it is in place all over the state, as you're aware. And that there's a few factors that are included in that at the state level. One is being under a 12% positivity, which we are here in Chicago, and which most of the state is at this point. And then there are some other metrics related to hospital capacity and ensuring that hospital numbers are downtrending. Our hospital numbers look good here in Chicago. We are under that 12% positivity. Again, the governor and the state have signaled they want to watch sort of the stabilization after New Year's, which I'm in agreement with. And I do want people to understand, though, that the mitigation comes in steps. And so these tiered mitigations that have been put in place at the next level, if we're able to back out of that, that doesn't yet bring us to indoor dining, for example. It doesn't yet completely open things up. It is a stepwise progression back. So I am feeling optimistic about where we are as a city and as a state. And some of the conversation about that stay-at-home order is to make sure that we're being as consistent as possible across the state. We're heading the right way, but we are still asking people, again, outside of work, school, and things they need to be doing to be, limiting opportunities for COVID spread. Schools have not been shown to be a source of COVID spread for the community.
Okay, and then perhaps you want to stay up here for this, but a lot of teachers would like to be vaccinated for COVID-19. They're coming here, they're essential workers under the stay-at-home advisory. Where are they in line? When can they look to get this vaccine?
Yeah, absolutely. And, we obviously, you heard the mayor talk about how central education is to the health and functioning of a city. And within phase 1B, which is the phase, we're not there yet. We're still working on our healthcare workers. We've still got tens of thousands of outpatient healthcare workers. As we start to move forward into 1B, just like at the state level, we both open up vaccine to older Chicagoans, and we start working on some very specific frontline essential workers. And that does include teachers, but also other school staff, daycare staff. It's a large lift. There's about 150,000 people who work in that educational category just in Chicago, and there's some other settings that we're working through. I do, and one other, just to put a specific point on that, when we're talking about healthcare workers right now, that does include healthcare workers based in schools. So we have nurses, for example, who work in schools across this city for whom vaccination is available and is being scheduled right now. And I expect that over the next few months, we will be very much working to get all of the adults who work in school settings vaccinated. So not just yet, but on the horizon.
A couple of months?
Yes, I think, we'll see. A lot depends on how quickly vaccine comes to us. We get about 32,000 first doses of vaccine a week right now. You think about how many people there are over 65, 370,000. How many essential workers? Hundreds of thousands, 150,000 just in education. There is going to have to be some patience here, but I would expect that we will likely be beginning, in the sort of February to March timeframe, and then we'll continue to vaccinate through, over these next few months. Essential workers, frontline, we want to get vaccinated, and we want to make sure, though, that we are having a safe school environment, which, again, I have every confidence in here, as we've seen in our private and parochial schools across Chicago to date. Really pleased that we're moving ahead with in-person education, especially for the kids who need it most today.
One more on education, then maybe to some political stuff.
Do you want me or do you want?
I think I want you. Okay. So this question is from the Tribune.
No.
This question is from the Trib. For some of the special needs students where wearing a mask is physically hard for them, and perhaps they might be sharing a bus with kids who are wearing a mask, the Trib reporter is wondering, how are you communicating with parents so that, like, is there a notification like, hey, there's some kids who might not be masked up for different reasons? And just how are you communicating that with some of your cluster programs?
Yeah, I think all of that will be done on an individual basis. There are students who, have difficulty with masks, who pull them down, but our staff has been trained to address those issues. Also, in some cases, additional PPE. I know teachers and paras who have to get very close to students will have the face shields in addition to masks. And so, again, we're doing this on a one-on-one basis, depending on the schools and the individual needs of the students. I would also say many of the parents are also stepping up and providing additional resources as well, should they think that that's necessary for their kids to be safe. And again, there are also parents who are opting to keep their children home because of those fears and concerns. But, as we've said already here today, I feel confident. People worried about the younger children in the mask, and what I've always told them is that students are oftentimes more flexible and adaptive than adults. And so I feel confident that our children will be able to comply. We've seen that in other school settings here in Chicago and across the country that have reopened. Yeah.
All right, and Mayor, Jesse from Channel 7.
Before you ask us the next question, I just want to put a finer point on the vaccine question. Okay. And I've been beating this drum now for some time. We need more vaccine. Absolutely, we need to get teachers and other essential workers vaccinated and make that available to them as quickly as possible. But I'm discouraged by the fact that we are getting less first doses now than we had at the beginning. That has to change around completely. We need to be getting many more first doses from the federal government. And we have been talking, of course, with the incoming Biden-Harris administration, but we still need to get more vaccine as quickly as possible. While there's vaccine hesitancy in some quarters, there are a number of folks who said, Mayor, when can I get my vaccine? We want to accommodate everyone who wants it and needs it, but we've got to get more vaccine from the federal government, period. That is going to be a significant impediment for us to be able to move forward if we don't get more first doses more quickly than what we're seeing thus far.
All right, thank you. This is from Jesse with Channel 7. He says CTU is telling him that it proposed using only teachers who volunteer to go back into the classroom because there's only a small portion of students who opted for the in-person learning right now. The union claims your team shot down this proposal to have volunteer
I don't think
teachers.
I understood well, if you understood, I didn't understand the question. Go ahead.
Okay.
There are questions about staff returning and comparing that to student enrollment. And I think what people have to understand is that this is the first step in a process to bring everyone back. So our pre-K staff, our cluster staff, and those adults that support those programs are returning to work. But we aren't trying to create a situation where some people work and some people don't. We're starting in tranches. We started with this group, but the expectation is that over the course of the next couple of months, everyone is going to return to in-person work and instruction.
Okay, thank you.
I'm glad you understood the question.
So a couple more political questions. Mayor, how do you feel about the Chicago Police Union FOP president's recent remarks and apology? Some aldermen are asking for some sort of letter. What would that do, or a resolution in council against Catanzara's, I guess, reign? So what's your feeling about his situation right now with the FOP and what needs to be done from the city's point of view?
Well, there's a lot of layers to the question that you just asked. I think the FOP president's recent comments, and I think what really has ignited this latest issue, is his really tone-deaf comments about what happened last week in our nation's capital. You know, I have to say that I personally felt deeply affected by seeing those vigilantes and domestic terrorists laying siege to our nation's capital. I was very privileged as a young person right out of college to work in our nation's capital. I worked on Capitol Hill. I worked for a member of Congress. I walk those halls. And I walk those halls with incredible reverence for what that building represents, not only for us as Americans, but what it represents as really the citadel of democracy, the people's house. And the fact that there was a joint session of Congress that was there, fulfilling its constitutional obligation, and that the current president, in what I think is a criminal act, incited insurrection against a core part of our democracy and attacked the legislative branch. And you watch the video from that siege, I feel despair and fear about what happened. And I think people of goodwill, with their eyes wide open, saw that for what it was, which is an incredible attack on our democracy, an undermining of who we are as a nation. No one should take that lightly. This was not just about people exercising their frustration. People came there armed. When I see these individuals with zip ties, what were they doing with that? Why was that necessary? Came with arms, guns, explosives, and other things. This wasn't people merely exercising their First Amendment rights. These are domestic terrorists who came to take hostages and upend a constitutional exercise by the legislative branch. So the fact that he waved that off as nothing says a lot about the character of him. But that's not the only thing that he has done. He has a long history of saying and doing things that are anti-democratic, small d democratic. This isn't about partisanship. This is about, do you, as a sworn member of law enforcement, were you swore an oath to uphold the U.S. and the Illinois Constitution? Do you actually believe in your oath? He has said and done too many things over too long a period of time, which clearly underscore the fact that he doesn't believe in the rule of law, that he doesn't respect the U.S. Constitution, that he doesn't respect the Illinois Constitution. So I absolutely understand the outrage that has been expressed in a number of quarters. And let me just say that the fact that the national FOP really came down hard on him in an unprecedented statement against a sitting FOP president, that tells you how egregious his conduct and his behavior is. His non-apology, I'm sorry if I offended someone. If I offended someone, you did, sir. You offended our democracy.
Let's do two more. Two more, okay. We'll stick with some politics here. Bill from WLSAM wants to know, do you think President Trump should be removed from office early, and if so, by which method?
What I think is that there has to be something in place to make sure that the president does not commit any more criminal acts, that he does not engage in acts of insurrection, and he does not engage in intemperate actions that put our democracy, our nation, and our world at risk. That's what I think. You know, I worry a little bit about impeachment simply because the time frame, you know, McConnell, who still has a voice, says that he won't take anything up until the 19th, which is the day before Biden's swearing in and inauguration. We need to turn the page from this horrible, hideous chapter in our nation's history. We need to do that. We need to start a new administration with a new set of values and principles and reconnect with each other as Americans, as residents of this great country. I worry about...
You're watching News Now from Fox. It looks like we have Mike Pompeo speaking at a virtual event in Washington, D.C. It's called The Voice of America. He just stepped out to the podium, so we'll play it out here on News Now from Fox.
I always told my son, I told the story before when he was growing up, I said, work hard, keep your faith, and tell the truth. He mostly followed my advice, and it has served him and many of you I know well. Your mandate here at Voice of America is unambiguous: to be accurate, objective, and comprehensive, and to represent America. The mission of USAGM is to inform, engage, and connect people around the world in support of freedom and democracy. That's because expanding freedom and democracy are what America has always been about. You're the voice of American exceptionalism. We should be proud of that. The world needs VOA's clarion call for freedom, now more than ever. I hear it wherever I go. That's what I wanted to talk about today. I tell audiences about American exceptionalism wherever and whenever I can, because it's true and because it's important. America is good and great, and everyone who truly grabs our founding understands this. Michael and Bob have made studying this history their life's work. Many of you have made it your life's mission too. That's why you work here at Voice of America. We were indeed the first nation founded on the central belief that all human beings are endowed with certain unalienable rights, and the governments are instituted to secure those God-given rights. We have always striven for a more perfect union. And goodness knows we don't always get it right. Therefore, we need both pride and humility about our past and our present. We need the truth. But it's very clear that when Americans have united around our founding values, be it in Philadelphia, at Gettysburg, at Seneca Falls, or during Martin Luther King's March on Washington, we've made good on our founding promise time and time again. Now, our adversaries try and claim otherwise. When the Chinese Communist Party attempted to exploit the tragic death of George Floyd to claim their authoritarian system was somehow superior to ours, I issued a statement which read in part, quote, "During the best of times, the People's Republic of China ruthlessly imposes communism. But amid the most difficult challenge, the United States secures freedom. There is no moral equivalence. This is a self-evident truth. It is not fake news for you to broadcast that this is the greatest nation in the history of the world and the greatest nation that civilization has ever known. Indeed, I'm not saying this to ignore our faults. Indeed, just the opposite. It is to acknowledge them. But this isn't the vice of America, focusing on everything that's wrong with our great nation. It's the voice of America. It certainly isn't the place to give authoritarian regimes in Beijing or Tehran a platform. Your mission is to promote democracy, freedom, and American values all across the world. It's a U.S. taxpayer-funded institution aimed squarely at that. Indeed, this is what sets VOA apart from MSNBC and Fox News and the like. You can give voice to the voiceless in dark corners of the world. You're the voice of American striving. You're the voice of American exceptionalism. You are indeed the tip of freedom's spear. Now look, like many government agencies after the Cold War ended, our international broadcasters, well, they lost their way. Many of you know this. And there were, I'm sure, many reasons. The Soviet Union had collapsed, the wall had come down, names like bin Laden and Zarqawi and Baghdadi weren't widely known. In fact, many wrote that history was over. We allowed security protocols to lapse, and VOA lost its commitment to its founding mission. Its broadcasts had become less about telling the truth about America and too often about demeaning America. In 2013, one of my predecessors described the Broadcasting Board of Governors as, quote, practically defunct, end of quote. Look, that's in part why Congress created the role of CEO of the USAGM on a bipartisan basis. And it is again why I'm here today. I read that some VOA employees didn't want me to speak here today. I'm sure it was only a handful. They didn't want the voice of American diplomacy to be broadcast on the Voice of America. Think about that for just a moment. Look, we're all part of institutions with duties and responsibilities higher and bigger and more important than any one of us individually. But this kind of sensorial instinct is dangerous. It's morally wrong. Indeed, it's against your statutory mandate here at VOA. Censorship, wokeness, political correctness, it all points in one direction: authoritarianism cloaked as moral righteousness. Similar to what we're seeing at Twitter and Facebook and Apple and on too many university campuses today. It's not who we are. It's not who we are as Americans. And it's not what Voice of America should be. It's time that we simply put wokeism to sleep. And you can lead the way. You all know. That's why you came here. There's a new dawn here at Voice of America. The American public doesn't know this, but when Michael took office, some 1,500 employees, almost 40% of the workforce, had been improperly vetted, including many with high-level security clearances. VOA was rubber stamping J-1 visas for foreign nationals, including some from communist China. We shouldn't be doing that. We have plenty of Mandarin language speakers here in America, and we are building, growing, teaching, educating more committed patriots, some of Chinese American descent, who are amazing people. The Trump administration team is working to fix these national security threats. We want to vet employees properly. We want to reorient VOA to its mission of truth and unbiased reporting. We want to depoliticize what takes place here. It's too important for the American people and for the world. Returning this organization to its charter and its charge to spread the message of freedom, democracy, and American exceptionalism. This isn't about politicizing these institutions. We're trying to take politics out. And that's a pretty good feature story for whoever wants to write it up. As Secretary of State, I'm telling you all of this because I want the best for the people here and for this organization, because you are vital to helping America shine light into the darkest places with the power that only America can muster. Governments like those in China, Iran, North Korea, they don't have the respect for the universal dignity of every human being in the way that America does. Indeed, that is what America was founded upon. Those regimes are anathema to everything that our nation stands for. We know that government exists to serve people. They believe that people exist to serve government. And VOA's work is vital. As I said before, you're the tip of freedom's spear. Every week, 278 million people listen to VOA in 47 languages. There are Iranians who are listening to you, wondering if they'll ever be able to shed their Islamist shackles. There are Moldovans and Ukrainians who want truthful reporting, not Russian disinformation and propaganda. There are Chinese citizens who are tired of a regime that's done nothing but brutalize them since 1949. There are Venezuelans who want to know the truth of the Maduro regime's corruption. There are oppressed people all over the globe who still turn to America for hope. Now, I know many of you, especially those of you overseas, continue and have done heroic work. Thank you. I want to commend VOA's Hong Kong reporting team, which faced political intimidation, harassment, and attacks, but still got the job done. My highest praise. Well done. You were behind the barricades of the freedom fighters telling their stories. You're upholding VOA's finest traditions and continuing to be the voice of American exceptionalism. I also want to pay tribute to members of the other radio services who are here and listening. The only Uyghur language news service in the world is run by RFA. You've told everyone who will listen, indeed some who didn't want to, the truth about the CCP's atrocities against its own people in Xinjiang, the stain of the century. And you've done so despite the fact that the CCP has jailed the relatives of at least 6 RFA journalists in Xinjiang's internment camps and continues to threaten you and your families simply for doing your jobs. Your work takes courage. Please keep telling everyone who will listen what's happening in the toughest parts of the world. The world expects it, and America will be better off for it. I want to leave you with a quote that conveys why the VOA's mission is so critical before I take some questions from Bob. This quote's from a ways back. It's from George Washington. He said, quote, "Truth will ultimately prevail where there is pains to bring it to light," end of quote. When America brings truth to the world, we bring light. Don't forget that. It's what you do. May God bless you. May God bless the Voice of America and God bless these United States. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Some of the questions I have for you were fielded from our division directors who wanted to also have their input to get you to answer some of these. But let me begin with this one. This isn't a commercial media. We can afford to tell the full truth about America and the amplitude of American life in all of its facets. In your many travels in your recent years, what would you judge as those parts of America that are least known by foreign audiences that we need to tell them about?
Yeah, you know, it's a really good question. If I have a chance in a moment where we are away from the formal business of the day, I'll often ask ambassadors or foreign ministers, when were you last in the States? What'd you do? Where'd you go see? The answer is almost always, I went to New York, I went to Washington, I went to San Francisco, or I went to Los Angeles. The adventuresome may have traveled all the way to Boston. Boy, that's not representative of all of who America is. I'm from Kansas. It's a different place in so many ways. It's engaged in different businesses. Its government is different. Its people think about the world in a different way. These stories from places other than the coasts are important, and that extends to rural parts of South Carolina, to Appalachia, to folks who live up in Minnesota and along our northern border along Canada. There are so many different facets of the United States that I think if you asked people around the world, they would only know this place we are here in Washington, or maybe our financial center in New York. I hope that you all get a chance to tell those other stories. And I'd add one last piece. It's not just geographic. It's not just where it is. You could find right here in Washington dozens and dozens of different stories about different pieces of the things, the institutions that make America so unique, so special. These things that our founders called the small platoons, our civic organizations, right? How many of you are members of the PTA, trying to help your kids' school be just a little bit better? How many of you participate in a church group on Wednesday evenings where you have your chili feed or you just gather? Those are important parts of American life that have made us so unique and so special, and I want people all across the world to see those things, because those institutions form bedrock of our nation, and they can help their countries too.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You've made some very eloquent speeches about the relationship between American founding principles and U.S. foreign policy. How would you prioritize those fundamental rights, some of which you referred to in your remarks, when you, with the limited time with foreign heads of state, want to have a clear message? You've been very forthright on freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of... How do you prioritize those, or is the prioritization custom made for the country you're addressing?
Bob, it certainly does vary by where you are and the situation that you find that government, and frankly, the traditions of that country. The Unalienable Rights Commission, led by Professor Marion Glendon and Peter Berkowitz at the State Department, it's a great report. It's 50 pages. I'd urge you to go read it. You'll agree with some of it, some you may not. But what it tried to do was to take this human rights project from the 20th century that has just fallen away. It lost its capacity to understand the things that were contained in our founding about how human rights are formed. It had moved away even from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And what I wanted to do in that was to reground American foreign policy and how we thought about human rights. And I think the report captures it pretty well. Your point about religious freedom and the capacity to speak freely, two core rights that if a nation gets it wrong, it will be less secure, it will be less prosperous, its people will be less whole. And so we've spent a lot of time talking about those issues around the world. We've made progress in certain places, other places we've not, but it's important that American leaders, not only the Secretary of State, but all of us, acknowledge those shortcomings when we speak with foreign leaders and get them headed in a better direction for their people. I'm proud of the work we've done in this regard. These principles matter. Their execution and implementation is complex because foreign policy always is. There are competing priorities. But America can never walk away from those central principles and understandings. And we know the difference between rights-respecting countries and those that aren't. And we have an obligation to call each of them precisely what they are.
Now, as you well know, we're at the cusp of a change in administrations. On certain foreign policy issues, there seems to have formed a bipartisan consensus. For instance, perhaps China, on both sides of the aisle, is seen as the principal challenge to the United States today. Are there others? North Korea, Venezuela, Iran? On which of these do you expect some continuity with the new administration, and where do you perhaps see what may come as the biggest changes?
Look, it's an important question. Leaders always want to understand that when you make a commitment to them that it will survive. We have elections every 2 years here, federal elections. We have presidential elections every 4 years. Look, your point about the threat from the Chinese Communist Party, I think, is right. President Trump rightly identified this when he started campaigning back in 2015 as the singular threat to the centrality of Western thought in the world, the idea that we're going to have a rules-based system that respected property rights and human dignity. China is singular in the threat it poses to those things. And I do think there's a consensus there. I've worked with Democrats on many important issues, on issues in Hong Kong and issues, as I referred to the Uyghurs in Xinjiang and the atrocities taking place there. So I do hope that stays the same. I hope, too, even in the Middle East, even where the previous administration had a different approach with respect to the Islamic Republic of Iran, it's not 2015. What has taken place in the Middle East in these last 4 years, whether that's the efforts we have put to constrain the theocracy, the kleptocrats in charge in Iran, the work we have done with the Abraham Accords, the work that we've done to recognize the fundamental understandings of Israel as a nation that has a right to exist, and its capital is in Jerusalem. It is the home of the Jewish people there. Those are things that I believe will be lasting, because I think the people of those nations want them to last, and I hope that the next administration will continue to build on them in a way that continues to build out peace and prosperity among all the nations in the Middle East. I'm hopeful that that will take place.
I noticed over the weekend you signed a joint declaration with 4 other foreign ministers, Australia, UK, New Zealand, regarding the recent arrests in Hong Kong. You also removed the restraints on high-level diplomatic contacts between the United States and Taiwan, and apparently the U.S. ambassador to the UN will be in Taiwan soon. What do you expect to accomplish with this flurry?
Yeah, well, you know, flurry, I find funny.
I should have chosen another word.
But no, I get it. Look, I wish these things had been done a long time ago. These weren't rushed. These were considered efforts that we made, and they're an important part of the strategy that we've laid out with respect to how to protect and preserve American freedoms vis the challenge that the Chinese Communist Party presents. Look, one of the core problems, I gave some remarks where I talked about China and said, no matter what it is they say, we must distrust and verify. And you referred to the arrest of these some 50 people in Hong Kong. The Chinese Communist Party made a promise to the people of Hong Kong, and they walked away from it. The Chinese Communist Party has a commitment, a set of understandings we have with respect to Taiwan. We need to hold the parties accountable to those commitments as well. The Chinese Communist Party promised President Obama they wouldn't harm the islands in the South China Sea, and they turned around and did it, and there was almost no cost imposed. We have attempted to deliver a clear understanding of the requirements that we have for the Chinese Communist Party and how it should behave that aren't, frankly, very different from what we expect of any nation with respect to how they interact with the United States. And we do that because we have a responsibility to preserve and protect security and prosperity for the American people. Our policy with respect to the Chinese Communist Party has furthered that, and this will be a long challenge. The Chinese Communist Party has a clear intent for hegemonic dominance, and we have an obligation, a responsibility to the American people and, frankly, to freedom-loving people around the world to make sure that that is not the world that our children and grandchildren live in.
It's interesting in meeting with the division directors of Voice of America, how frequently in those meetings the name of China comes up. When I ask them what's on the horizon, what are you noticing, it's China. Latin America, China. East Africa, China. And it's not simply the Belt and Road Initiative, it's their information strategy. How they get affiliates in those regions of the world, how they feed them free stuff, and they're, as you know, a whole of government approach. Now, the United States isn't whole of government, but Voice of America is here to do our part through our bureaus and through our reporting. What do you think we can do better to help highlight the dangers these things represent when seen together rather than as a separate series of approaches?
Well, this challenge is, in fact, comprehensive. Our administration began by working on the economic side of this. Right? The president placed tariffs on Chinese goods. He's tried to stop intellectual property theft, denying tens of millions of jobs in the United States of America because they would steal our information, take it back to China, build it, and then dump it here in the United States. It's information. You talked about that. This is ongoing. Take the issue of the Wuhan virus. It has now, I understand the Chinese Communist Party is now going to permit the World Health Organization to go in and find out where this all began, but it took months and months of effort to do that. We are now more than a year on. We still don't have access to important information about how the virus began. It's important for health and safety and to make sure that something like this doesn't come out of China again. Your team can report these things, report these facts. Your point about it being a global phenomenon. I have a bureau. I have a China desk. I have a East Asia Pacific bureau. We have an Indo-Pacific strategy. But every one of my ambassadors and chiefs of mission understands that China presents a challenge in their country, wherever they may be, in Africa, in Latin America, in Southeast Asia for sure. And our team on the ground is working to protect American security from the Chinese Communist Party in the country that they have been assigned to. I hope your reporters, no matter where they find themselves, if they are in South Africa or in Morocco or wherever they are, observes the activities of the Chinese Communist Party inside of their country and how it impacts the people of those countries as well.
If I may ask a last question, this one more related to Russia. The United States seems to be shrinking its footprint in Africa, so is France. Russia is increasing its. Is this the result of a judgment on the part of the United States that disorder on the African continent is less of a problem or less of a threat to our interests, or how would you?
So the forces, the disposition that the DOD has made has really been about the counterterrorism fight more broadly. How is it that we allocate U.S. resources to keep the homeland safe? So the decisions the president has made with respect to Afghanistan and the Middle East broadly, Syria, you talk about North Africa as well, has been to allocate the capacity of the United States to preserve and protect the homeland. I'm always mindful, and it's easy to write about, if you just focus on troop numbers alone, if you say the United States used to have 1,000 people, now they only have 800, or they used to have 800, now they only have 400, you may well be missing America's capacity to preserve and protect itself. I was the director of the CIA. I know the other tools and capabilities that we can bring. They are unseen. They don't get reported from the podium at the Department of Defense. But the American people should know. President Trump has been unambiguous about getting it right, making sure we put fewer of our young men and women in harm's way, but never giving up the responsibility we have to ensure that terrorism, or at least the risk that a terror act takes place and hurts Americans, whether they're here in the United States or elsewhere in the world as well.
Great. Mr. Secretary, I can't thank you enough for gracing us with your presence today. It was very kind of you to make the trip, and it's deeply appreciated by me and by everyone else here. Please join me in a round of applause.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Bob.
Let's just say.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Please observe the directional signs as you exit the auditorium. We ask that you avoid lingering in the hallway outside and that you maintain 6 feet of social distancing at all times. Thank you.
Well, that was the very latest from Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Some good information there talking about what's going on overseas and the status of our military as well. Thanks for joining us here on News Now from Fox. We're bringing you all of these live, raw, and unfiltered feeds from across the country. It looks like right now we have a COVID-19 update coming out of the state of California with Governor Gavin Newsom and other health officials from out there. I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, the very latest of COVID-19 in California. If you're new to us here, we appreciate you watching. We are here to provide you with the information coming in from across the nation. Very little commentary. We want you to make up your mind for yourself about the news events of the day. And there's a lot going on in the country right now. We want everyone to take a step back, breathe a little bit, and understand that we're just here to provide you the news and the latest and the details so you can be educated on what's going on. I'm Daytona Everett. Go ahead and follow me on Twitter at Daytona News Now, trying to be a credible news source for you in this time of uncertainty. So the latest on COVID-19 in California, we'll bring it to you here on News Now.
Take that.
Sure. So we as we've said, some last week, the idea that our tiering and phases has slowed us down. We have certainly begun to address that, working closely with our providers and our counties to make sure the message that all individuals in that Tier 1A can be vaccinated immediately. There shouldn't be a difference between the first tier and the third tier in 1A, and then ensuring that counties that have successfully and health providers who have successfully made an effort and moved through their 1A are able to begin, planning and moving towards the 1B. So really trying to communicate both on the level of prioritization and then this ever important issue around enforcement. We've talked very clearly about the fact that we don't want people profiting from use of the vaccine, selling the vaccine, providing it to the highest bidder, but also that we can't afford with this scarce resource to have any waste. So really working over the last many days, weeks with our direct partners who are the vaccinators, sending the message that we need to make sure that we use what we have in our freezers, that we get them out. That's part of the reason we have the 1 million dose goal that we set last week, and making sure that we really do create an ability for a number of our vaccinators to work through that as quickly as possible. We recognize that the focus on risk and exposure is an important one. We have plenty of populations, our oldest Californians, who, by virtue of what we've seen over the past 10 months, face some of the greatest risk when they do become infected. So ensuring that we stay focused not just on those in our general population, but first and foremost on our oldest Californians in congregate care facilities, working with our pharmacy partners and a number of others to make sure that that happens. And then secondly, focusing on exposure. We've talked about from the beginning the role of the essential workers, those on the front lines of whether it's in our hospital and healthcare facilities, whether it's in our food industry or other key places that keep California going, making sure that unavoidable potential exposure is protected with some vaccines. So the goal of making sure that the state and our counties and many, many others, in fact, clear the way so that we can get vaccine out as soon as it comes into the state is a key goal. And we've made a great deal of progress on that in the last week.
And just a reminder, the third leg of that stool, risk, exposure, equity. So risk, exposure, equity with that age overlay. That's the foundation. Flexibility now within the tier that we're currently in. Just a reminder, current focus on vaccination, healthcare workers, residents in long-term settings, but now flexibility with that sort of prong of focus, equity, exposure, risk, and age, allowing more flexibility within phase 1B, tier 1, phase 1B, tier 2. So anyway, thank you for opportunity to clarify.
Karen Luna, LA Times. Governor, in light of the potential for armed protests at the California Capitol in the coming days, what extra security precautions have you ordered to prepare for that? And then separately, do you plan to activate the National Guard to support law enforcement?
We as needed on the latter, and the answer is pretty self-evident for anyone who's been around the Capitol, that everybody is on, I think, a high alert in terms of just making sure that everybody is safe and protected. People's free speech can be advanced, but there's no violence. And so those operational.
I want to cut in here on News Now from Fox to this California COVID-19 press conference to go out to Seattle. 2 Seattle officers are being investigated after attending those violent pro-Trump rallies at the U.S. Capitol on Wednesday. This investigation is ongoing. So we're going to take that live for you here on News Now from Fox.
Bystander for law enforcement training out of Georgetown University of Law Center. SPD has been looking for an effective training in this area, and the Office of Inspector General also recommended implementing such a program. This training gives SPD employees the skills and tools to prevent misconduct, reduce mistakes, and promote health and wellness. It helps employees know how to overcome the very real inhibitions we all face about calling out other colleagues if they're doing something we know is wrong. In this case, we know about it because another employee told their chain of command. They saw behavior that they thought might violate the values of this department, and they spoke up. And I thank them for that. Even if nothing against policy or law happened in this case, it needed to be reviewed. This is the type of accountability we expect. We will take some questions on this at the end. Now I want to shift to updating you on 2020 year-end crime trends. As we all know, 2020 was a year like no other. And for that reason, I'm not putting a lot of stock in most of the crime numbers. Due to the pandemic, we all changed our behaviors. Stores closed, people stopped going to their places of work, bars and restaurants were severely restricted. We also know, both because of COVID and other events, that the number of 911 calls dropped throughout most of the year. So telling you that certain reported crimes are up or down compared to 2019, I believe has less meaning this year than any other year. Nonetheless, we are sharing for you information online, the current year-end reported major crime stats. I want to focus on where we ended the year in homicides. First, because any loss of life is unacceptable, and because we know from research that almost all homicides will eventually become known to police regardless of what happens to the reporting of other crimes. Across the country in 2020, cities reported significant increases in homicides and shots fired. Almost all major cities has significant increases. Some reports show murder increased 36% in 2020 compared to 2019 across the United States. In Seattle, we ended in 2020 with 50 people who were willfully murdered. In 2019, there were 31 individuals killed. That represents a 61% increase, or 19 additional people who were murdered this year. This was the highest number of murders in 26 years. This is unacceptable, and we cannot tolerate this level of violence. Our homicide detectives also investigated 2 delayed deaths resulting from injuries sustained in 2015, and they investigated the recovery of bodies on Alki where individuals were killed outside of Seattle. I want to thank our officers, crime scene detectives, or investigators, and homicide detectives for doing such incredible work. They've worked every one of these cases with exhaustive effort and have successfully brought justice to the families of those killed in a majority of these cases. 60% of 2020 homicides were committed with a gun. compared to 66% in 2019. Most of the victims are male between the ages of 18 to 29 and 30 to 49. And most, the number 25 or 49%, were Black. I'm not going into the multiple theories I'm aware of for why we and other cities had such a large one-year increase. There's no one clear explanation. But I do know the department is working to decrease the violence. We continue to submit the recovered shell casings and crime guns to the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, which is known as NIBIN. This year, we logged over 240 hits or connections to other criminal events with a gun, and over 150 were directly connected to crimes in Seattle. For the 4th year in a row, we took over 1,000 guns off the street. Late last year, Chief Bess and I asked the King County Public Health Director Patty Hayes to help convene a meeting to approach our gun violence issues as a regional public health approach. Over the last year, SPD has been a partner at the table outlining all current efforts and gaps in the system for preventing and responding to gun violence, both with and without the involvement of law enforcement. We're working with city partners and community regarding shot-fired instances, so trusted members of the communities experiencing this violence can respond, make connections, offer services, and help end the violence. For those individuals intent on committing gun violence, we're working with the King County Prosecutor's Office, and the United States Attorney's Office, and ATF to refresh task force that have been successful at taking dangerous individuals off the street. These efforts are being guided by a commitment that addressing violent crime does not need to mean high levels of enforcement in our communities already suffering. We're focused on the individuals we know that are carrying the guns, calling shots, and pulling triggers. We know that associations with guns increase the risk of being injured or killed. To build a community capacity that can prevent future violence, we have to stop the bleeding right now. Illegally carrying or using a gun needs to come with the highest levels of accountability so we can create the space for services to hopefully more permanently end the violence. At the end of 2020, we saw the numbers trending down, and we're committed to a 2021 that not only has lower numbers than the highs of 2020, but the relatively low numbers of 2019. I know that officers are out there doing the work, responding to the shots fired, taking guns off the streets, and working with community to reduce the frequency of people carrying guns. This work will take more input than just the police department, but we will continue to do our part. Thank you, and I will now take questions.
So you say that if you find, and I was thinking, and I want to make sure I understand this, do they have to have reached the Capitol for you to fire them?
So if they were directly involved in the insurrection, and that is, participating in the actual altercations that were occurring with the Capitol Hill police, then that is part of the federal violation of law. And so that is what we will be looking at. That is what will be part of the OPA investigation, to see what level of involvement that if any SPD officers were participating in that level of involvement. If they're at a peaceful public rally or political rally, that is not the issue that I have at hand. It is that are participating in the actual violence that is actually at the U.S. Capitol.
And that's whether or not they reached the Capitol. That's what I'm trying to find out. So I think there were some altercations on the steps. And maybe not all of those people went inside. So I just wanted to get an understanding of how much of an involvement need they have for them to lose their lives.
I think we'll have to see that on the actual cases, and to see if any of them actually participated in some level of altercation, as you mentioned, at the steps of the U.S. Capitol, to see what is also the violation of potentially federal law. And, and that's where we would then work with the U.S. Capitol Police and Washington, D.C. Police to determine if there is any level of violation.
Might they be disciplined in some way other than losing their jobs?
I would have to look at what the violation is.
Chief, you've identified 2 SPD officers, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you tell us anything about them, how long they've been on the department, their ages, anything?
At this time, no, because we don't know if they've done anything wrong. And that is the reality of it. Right now, you know, the officers are one of the officers that had come to us. There was no specific information that says that they were actually engaged in any part of the insurrection. However, because of the events on Wednesday, it was very clear that I still had to make some level of action to determine until we fully determine what was actually done.
You said that there were social media posts. Are these posts that the officers shared themselves? And secondly, did they ever voluntarily give this information to the chain of command at any point you're aware of?
The second part, I don't have the answer to that. The first part, it was a social media post that they posted online.
Chief, Jose Moreno, CNN. What type of protection is being offered to the person that came forward to provide those particular posts as you continue to create that shift in culture and the ability to provide people with a safe outlet for them to report other people? What are you guys doing to protect that and then to encourage that going forward?
Yeah, so, you know, we do not relay the information about who's the specific person that actually relayed that information to us. That is number one, to give some level of protection to that employee. But also it's our level of encouragement and our appreciation for any officer that reports any level of wrongdoing. And so we want to, you know, even for me, my own public acknowledgement of that type of action. And then we're also pushing out our training, which is also a big component to making sure that we, you know, create that foster of good culture in our department for people to report potential issues of violation of policy or law.
Chief,
among officers.
Clarify, was it an actual SPD officer or an SPD employee who brought these photos to your attention? And was it just one person or multiple people that brought it to your attention?
So I know of it being an employee. I can't determine if it's an officer or an employee, but I do know it was an internal. It came through us internally. It actually came up to Chief Mahaffey from the Operations Bureau. And then we actually discussed it on Thursday evening and then presented it to the Office of Police Accountability.
And are those officers on leave now, or what's?
Yes, they're currently on administrative leave.
How does it feel for this to be happening in your department, right? There's been a summer of protests. Clearly there's some officers leaving because of everything that's going on politically. So now to see this happening, how does it feel as interim chief to hold all this?
You know, it's a very difficult situation that we're in. Number one, you know, we did lose quite a few officers throughout this last year, and good officers that are working really hard. And, you know, that has been very difficult for us. Then to potentially have officers that only an allegation, I mean, we don't even know if they've done anything wrong, participate maybe in this U.S. Capitol insurrection. And I hope to think that our officers will make good decisions both on duty and off duty. And I'm committed to ensuring that our culture, that we address every aspect of that in our department. And that's the reason why I acted very quickly to ensure that, number one, this gets investigated, and that people know that I'm not afraid to hold people fully accountable if they are doing wrong things. And so I know that you know, people might question, like, did I come out too quick? You know, because we didn't have everything that is, and the officers might not have done anything wrong. That very well could be, but I feel after Wednesday and seeing something that to me was unprecedented in our history, I couldn't let it just go, and so I had to make an action.
There's also been questions about Mike Solon, who is the head of the Seattle Police Officers Guild. He, in at least one of his tweets, claimed Black Lives Matter. Then he said, well, later tweeted, well, you know, he was saying there were agents on both sides who were there. There have been calls for his resignation. Where do you stand on that?
That part is the unions. You know, there are the levels of union representation. My belief is that I will not stand for any level of direct action. And what we saw at the U.S. Capitol is that it was such a huge challenge to our democracy. And it doesn't matter if it's left or right. Like, we just cannot have that type of action in our country. And so, that's the stuff that we're focused on, ensuring that that doesn't occur. And then internally, if I can't have officers be participating and being directly involved in that type of activity as well. So I can only speak to the actions of our officers, and not speak to what the union message might be.
Chief, going back to the comment you made about a lot of officers leaving the force, what percentage of those were already primed for retirement and took an early retirement as opposed to the mass exodus that is being claimed in the area?
I don't have the exact numbers of those that were in the retirement that were actually going to retire no matter what. What I can tell you is that we were actually going to be experiencing one of our lowest years of attrition up until the month of June. And we were in, I don't know the exact number, but we were at, like I said, one of the lowest numbers, and we had a significant amount that finished out the year that left our department. And to me, it's about the equivalent of the amount of officers that we staff either at North Precinct or even two smaller precincts like South or Southwest. And that has been, that has created a significant impact. It is it's not one of the reasons why, but I do know that patrol was already short. And it was one of the first things that I had done was to move 100 officers back to patrol. And it was also to create a community response group that could also be able to supplement patrol and be able to handle calls for service and handle the other things that are going on in our city. So I'm very grateful for everyone stepping up to the plate and being able to also help drive these numbers down when it comes to the shots fired. Because we were not able to really adequately address everything that was going on. So not only did we saw more officers leave, we were also able to get a good response on a lot of calls for service.
Chief, I do need to ask about the homicide numbers. You said that 49% of the victims, well, it's a larger number, 61% more than in the past. 49% of the victims are Black, and they, of course, make up a much smaller part of this city. What about the perpetrators, and are you making any headway in solving these?
Yeah, so we are actually, and that's one of the things that we try to keep track of is how many cases that we're closing that are resolving with bringing justice to the families, and FBI has a way of how they report out clearance rates. At this time, we're trying to make sure that we're meeting the FBI's guidelines of what that clearance rate is. But I can tell you we're above the national average in many of all of the previous years, and a part of that is just good police work. And typically we run into the high 70s of clearance rates, and that's what our detectives are currently working to make sure that they're solving cases and maintaining that high standard.
Are they there now?
Right now, we're just making sure that we're clearing up the numbers to make sure that we're in the FBI's guidelines, but I know that we're pretty close to those same numbers right now.
Have you been contacted by the FBI about this incident with the two officers? And second question, what is the policy around supporting liking images that would involve what happened in the riots in D.C.? Are officers allowed to like an image, and could that be violent?
Yeah, we have a social media policy, and we're currently right now going to be making sure that that's under review to ensure that there's, you always find that when you put a policy out that there could be gaps in that policy, but we would then review to make sure that there's no gaps in those policies. That off-duty conduct is sometimes that we have disciplined officers in the past for that. We've actually fired officers for social media posts that they have presented. And so our policy has been pretty restrictive, but we would have to then look to see if there is anything that we're missing in that policy, just like kind of the likes or other things that might be associated with that. Oh, no, they have not. They have not.
Can you talk about some of the trends in last year's homicides? I know the King County Prosecutor Attorney's Office
is really concerned about domestic violence. In years past, we've seen a lot of homicides and homeless encampments, but this year it seems DD's really taken.
Yeah, so, there was a big concern in 2020 because, obviously more people are home, that domestic violence, calls for service go up. Our homicide in 2019, we had 6 homicides for domestic violence. Last year we had, in 2020, we had 7. So it wasn't a significant increase. We saw increases in homicide in general, but one more than the year before isn't established some real big issue or underlying issue. We did see deaths in homeless, in homicides in homeless actually go down. I believe the number that we have is 4, but we will actually provide a little bit more detail in that to you. But yeah, typically in the year before we did see homeless, or in 2019 we did see homeless deaths up a little bit, but last year it doesn't appear that trend still continued.
Mike Solin's been now heavily criticized by the mayor, former Seattle Police Chief Carmen Best, and many others online about his Capitol insurrection tweets. In your opinion, has that tweet hurt SPD's relationship with the citizens of Seattle or lawmakers here as well? And do you believe Mike Solin is still fit to be the president of the SPOG union?
I run the police department, and I want to make that clear. Mike Solin does not run the police department. He oversees the union that does look at wages, working conditions, and benefits. And if there are statements that do challenge the levels of trust with our community, but let's realize that I actually run the department, and I am going to make sure that I hold officers accountable for any action that is not in the same values of our police department. But I know every day officers are doing amazing work, and I believe that all they want to do is just serve this community to the best of their ability, and that's what we're committed to.
Will you be able to work with Mike Solin moving forward?
He is the union president at this time, and I will be working with Mike Solin to address any other things that we need to do as a city, as a department.
Mr. Concern, you have talked about this a little bit, but what was your first reaction when you saw what was happening in D.C.? And I ask this because many of the people who were storming the Capitol, I believe, are people who support Blue Lives and have made that very clear. And yet here they were reaching the Capitol and facing a force. The Capitol Police, 2 of whose members, I believe, died. I know one died, very publicly we know about it, and I think another one died. What were you feeling as you were watching that in those first moments?
Well, honestly, the things around, I think what you mentioned is, people supporting like kind of the Blue Lives and that kind of stuff. Wasn't thinking of it. I was just thinking how horrified to watch our society and watch people literally storm the U.S. Capitol. It cannot. There doesn't matter what they support. Doesn't matter. That cannot happen. We cannot have that in any level of our society. And so, there was a lot of frustration and anger and feelings internally, because it just, we find ourselves in such a divided society right now. And I think that we just have to find ways that we can unite again, so we unite with each other. And so that's, and as a police chief, and as having the opportunity to sit in this role, that's what I'm committed to. That is what, that's what the department needs to be pushing, is that how we build relationships with our community. And I can't have any actions of racism that can stem or can be part of that issue. So I'm going to continue to work to address all of those types of issues, and are committed to working with our community to make this the best city we could possibly have. One more question?
Concerning that the president of the police union shares such a sentiment that is so counter to what it is that you're trying to foster, which is unity and progress in terms of the relationship with the police and the many protests that we have around the city?
I think sometimes, every day we're dealing with, some sort of protest. That's the Seattle way. We know that occurs. We know that happens. It's one of the things that makes the city great. We also do have, and we are dealing with different, sometimes direct action work that has focused on destruction and violence too. And I've denounced that level of violence as well, that has no message, that has no focus on pushing something that is positive and addressing, whether it's supporting Black lives or supporting something like we have all sorts of different causes, environmental causes or whatever that might be. And that's what we have to be able to do as a society, is to denounce the things that are wrong when it comes to like that direct action. And I've said that before, and I will also denounce what happened at the U.S. Capitol. And that's the type of action that we've got to be able to come out publicly about. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate it, everybody. Thanks. Happy New Year.
You're watching News Now from Fox. That was the interim Seattle Police Chief, Adrian Diaz, providing a little bit of an update on a couple of his officers out there who attended those Capitol protests on Wednesday of last week. An investigation is ongoing right now. It sounds like at least one of those officers had posted to social media that they were there. So this is a story we will continue to follow here on News Now from Fox, bringing you these updates from across the country in their entirety as soon as we get them. I'm Daytona Everett. Thank you so much for joining us on this Monday morning. We've got a lot of breaking news that's coming out right now. I do want to bring you this tweet coming from Chad Wolf, the acting secretary of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. This is talking about Inauguration Day, a statement you can see on the left right there. I'll read it out for you. He said, in light of events of the past week and the evolving security landscape leading up to the inauguration, and at the recommendation of Secret Service Director James Murray, I have instructed the U.S. Secret Service to begin the National Special Security Event operations for the 2021 inauguration effective Wednesday, January 13th, instead of January 19th. Our federal, state, and local partners will continue to coordinate their plans and position resources for this important event. So this just coming out moments ago from the Department of Homeland Security. No official word yet of a date change for the inauguration, but with this statement coming in from Chad Wolf, it looks like things may or may not be in the works. We're following all of these stories here on News Now, where I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break, but just giving you a little bit of a heads up. The California Governor Gavin Newsom just got off the podium. We played out an update for him as California is seeing extremely high case numbers. Even 2 gorillas being diagnosed with COVID-19. One gorilla also had symptoms, and they are trying to figure out the root of those COVID-19 infections. I'm also taking a look at Chicago is speaking right now, and then Los Angeles County as well. We're going to bring those to you in their entirety. But the big story right now still seems to be these protests and investigations that are going on with the FBI. Fox 5 DC's Lindsay Watts actually spoke with the FBI regarding the latest on the Capitol Hill riot investigation from the FBI's standpoint. So this is an interesting conversation. I'll play it out for you, and then we'll get to some of these live events as well. I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we got more for you here on News Now from Fox.
Yep, I'm the assistant director in charge of the Washington field office. So I'm the head of the office here in Washington, D.C.
Okay. So can you start just by telling me what the FBI is doing right now in terms of this investigation?
We are 24/7, full bore, extensive work going on right now on the investigation side. And there's so many different facets of this investigation right now that we're working in conjunction with our local partners, state, local, federal partners, U.S. Attorney's Office, DOJ, collecting evidence, doing interviews, leads, running down tools that we're looking at on video and social messaging. The tips that just keep pouring in from the public. I cannot stress enough how that's absolutely fantastic for us, because the American public are stepping forward and providing us those tips, which we look at every single one of them. If people don't think that we do, we are looking at every single one of them in the manner we can, because they are pouring in right now, which is absolutely fantastic. So keep them coming. We want those tips. We need those tips, and we can either provide you with the number, I can say now or whatever, as to what the the call line is, but it's 1-800-CALL-FBI, and then it's www.fbi.gov/US Capitol, and it's capital with an O.
How many tips?
We got over about 50,000 right now, social media tips, digital media tips, everything. And people, they're sending stuff to MPD as well, and our other partners. We're ingesting that information in to us as well, because we're all working together, and we're just working as one big team. It's great.
How many arrests and how many people are still outstanding who've been identified?
Yeah, so currently we have 9 in custody right now, and there's several more that are papered and we're looking for, and then there are a lot more to come too. This is just the tip of the iceberg with this investigation, I'll tell you.
Are you looking for every single person who entered the Capitol?
We're looking for every single person that we can identify that entered the Capitol, correct. And we will, with our prosecutors, make that determination as to what they may face for criminal charges.
Mm-hmm. Could there be a case where someone went into the Capitol and is not facing criminal charges?
Well, we always let facts and evidence lead us to charging, and we will work with the U.S. Attorney's Office and DOJ to determine if the person did something criminal. There's always intent, and there's other evidence that comes into play. And we are cognizant of that. We're the collectors of the evidence, and that's what we do, right? And the prosecutors determine what the prosecution phase is. So, but we do not leave any stone unturned. And I promise you, and I promise the American people, there'll be no stone left unturned in this investigation.
Any new information about the pipe bomber?
It's still an ongoing investigation. We're still looking at that. We have the wanted poster out for the information. Any and all information leading to, I believe there's a reward. I think it's $50,000. Sorry, there's a 50 with an extra O in there. So hopefully someone comes forward and provides that and wants that reward, because we need to get that individual, he or she, off the streets.
Considering all the circumstances, what could be the worst charges that someone would be facing?
We're looking at all charges, everything that we can possibly look at. I know there's been a lot of information about the Sedition Act out there. That's probably why you're asking the question. We are not closing the book on anything. But like I said, the facts is what we follow, right? We gather evidence, we do interviews, we cover leads, and what the facts tell us, and then working with the prosecutors will determine what a person is looking at for criminal charges or not being criminally charged.
Could there be additional charges for those already charged?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We do not just shut the book on them being charged. What we got right now, there might be other charges forthcoming with those individuals. Yes.
And obviously people could be looking at murder charges, correct?
All charges are on the books at this point.
I know it's been stated there's been no evidence that Antifa was involved in doing this. Has that changed?
At this time, there is no indication of Antifa involvement.
An interesting conversation right there with our Fox DC affiliate, and more to come from them as well about those FBI investigations. I'm getting a live look here from Arizona as Governor Ducey has stepped up to the podium. He's addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, but it's likely he'll address other issues as well, including the chaos at the Capitol. Thanks for joining us here, and also so many other feeds that we can't even get to, so many live events today. So you don't want to step away from us. We're bringing you all the news that you need to know, COVID-19 and politically too.
Stark contrast to the violent and destructive rioting at our nation's capital just 2 days prior. It was a sickening day in Washington, D.C. that no American will ever forget. In the United States of America, violence and vandalism have no place in the people's house. Perpetrators should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Let us condemn it and resolve that it never happens again. With that in mind, let us treat each other this year as one of our nation's greatest presidents, Abraham Lincoln, suggested, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right. Let us strive on to finish the work we are in. And Arizona will do its part to bind up the nation's wounds. Here we will conduct ourselves with integrity and respect for each other and for the United States Constitution. As for our work here, all agree the pandemic remains the most significant threat we face, and it will require vigilant attention for months to come. The risk is still serious, and so is the pressure on our hospitals and medical personnel. Even so, we should take encouragement where we find it, starting with the breakthrough that will change everything. If last year was a virus, this year will be the year of the vaccine. 2020 threw a lot at us. It was a time we'll all remember, but not very fondly. Yet in a time of trial, loss, worry, and disruption, we kept our bearings and never lost heart. It's been one of those turns in life when perseverance makes all the difference, when we had to show just how resilient we are. We've also had reminders, as if any were needed, of why medicine and nursing are so respected among life's great callings. I think of Edmund Baker, a doctor and Army veteran, who for years has cared for patients in the medically underserved parts of Arizona. Like so many other doctors, he stayed on call and has never relented, so that no matter who you are or where you live, you can get the care you need. Then there's Regina Villa, a nurse at Valley Wise Health Medical Center. The mission, says Nurse Villa, is truly to care for all people. It doesn't matter who you are. It's been a time when COVID patients can't even see their families, and nurses can feel like the only friend at their side. Nurse Villa is one of the thousands who have met this crisis with courage, grace, and kindness. And we can never overlook the incredible service of the Arizona National Guard. Consider just the single example of Will Smith, a medic who in 2019 came home from deployment in Iraq. With the pandemic, Will found himself back in a Black Hawk helicopter, delivering COVID testing kits to tribal nations. That was Will's idea of a break from his regular job at Scottsdale Osborne Medical Center. In so many ways, an extremely tough year.
In weeks and months, please look over us. Please guide us. Please provide us wisdom. Please be with these great leaders who serve their communities in this great Mississippi State Capitol. Dear Heavenly Father, please be with Lieutenant Governor Hoseman as he leads the Senate forward. Please be with Speaker Gunn as he leads our House of Representatives. Dear Heavenly Father, please be with all of our elected officials in our state. Let us recognize that this is a moment for us to come together, for us to recognize that there are going to be differences on issues, but those differences make us stronger, not weaker. And our ability to debate those issues in a public setting is what makes this state and this country a great place. Dear Heavenly Father, let us all recognize that the past must be the past, but our path forward is to focus on our future. Dear Heavenly Father, we are so blessed that we live in the greatest state, in the greatest country in the history of mankind. Dear Heavenly Father, please look over us, watch over us. Let us understand that it is our job to do your will, not our individual wills. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us together at this point. Dear Heavenly Father, most of all, thank you for sending your Son, Jesus, to die on the cross to save all of us from our sins, that whosoever believeth in him shall have everlasting life. It is in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen. Amen. Thank y'all.
Wanted to cut into that really quickly here from Mississippi. We're going to go back to Governor Doug Ducey in Arizona for his State of the State address.
Businesses to run and employees who depend on them. There are lots of men and women who don't have the option of remote work and don't receive uninterrupted direct deposits. To make a living, they have to show up somewhere. And if the doors are closed, then at a certain point, they are never going to open again. If we're really all in this together, then we have to appreciate that for many families, lockdown doesn't spell inconvenience. It spells catastrophe, zero income, inability to make a payment, eviction, foreclosure, and real personal anguish. Often these past 10 months, likewise, I met in this office with public health experts who were describing the broader impacts of COVID-19 beyond the disease itself. Opioid abuse, alcoholism, addiction, mental health issues, the sheer loneliness of isolation, suicide. There has been no daily count of these human costs, but they are real and they are devastating. And extreme measures by well-intentioned people have unintended consequences that actually do far more harm than good. We never did a lockdown in Arizona. We were targeted and thoughtful. So some have asked, why not end the public health emergency? It's simple, because we are in a public health emergency. I've been entrusted by the people of Arizona with this responsibility. I'm not going to hand over the keys to a small group of mayors who have expressed every intention of locking down their cities. And by the way, look at the experience of the other states that did lock down. What do they have to show for their strict mandates and orders? They're still dealing with the worst of it, just as we are. I'm well aware that taking the measured, steady, responsible approach will continue to invite criticism from all directions that we're doing too much or not enough. The critics can say what they want, but the path I've outlined is the right path for Arizona. Here's the short of it. Arizona has taken the measured course, and all the same strengths that carried us through our worst days will carry us forward. All 50 states are focused now on saving lives, distributing the vaccine, and adding jobs. And in meeting these challenges, no state is better prepared than Arizona. In this new session, the legislature and I have some big pieces of business to complete, and I'll soon be sending the details of my proposals for 2021. But today, I know that many Arizonans are especially concerned about their kids and about their jobs. So let me begin there. It's been a small mercy of this pandemic that the virus is least likely to harm our children, although there are exceptions. Of course, their teachers are a different matter, and that's why we're making sure that teachers receive the vaccine as quickly as possible. Across our state, students have been kept out of their classrooms for long enough. They've lost out on childhood experiences that can't be duplicated on a computer screen. In strange, difficult circumstances, parents and teachers have done their resourceful best. But it's time to get our students back where they belong. With every public health professional, from Dr. Fauci and the CDC on down, saying that the safest place for kids to be is in school, we will not be funding empty seats or allowing schools to remain in a perpetual state of closure. Children still need to learn, even in a pandemic. By necessity, during this emergency, many parents have been more engaged than ever in the daily education of their children. Quite a few have found temporary educational options they want to make permanent. It's their right. Public policy should keep pace and empower them to make that choice. But still, other kids have fallen behind. There's been severe learning loss. Kids have missed out on so much. So let's put our resources on getting them caught up. Before COVID, we had an achievement gap in our schools, and it's only gotten worse. It's a problem detailed in a report just last week from one of the state's leading business organizations, with data showing the gap in student achievement often falling squarely down economic and racial lines. Distance learning has not been good for these students, who often don't have Wi-Fi or a laptop available. So starting now, let's direct resources to helping these children catch up. Summer school, longer school days, one-on-one targeted instruction, tutoring. It should be our goal that every student graduates high school on time and at grade level. This is consistent with the education innovation for which Arizona is known. At the heart of that movement is the idea that every child, regardless of background, is entitled to a great education and all the opportunities that come with it. Our independent spirit, after all, is one reason why so many people feel drawn to Arizona. They see that spirit as well in our respect for hard-working taxpayers and for Americans tired of living in states with high taxes, heavy regulation, low growth, and fading opportunity. Arizona has become the destination. And they're still coming to Arizona in 2021 because during the pandemic, we never took our small businesses or their workers for granted. As bad as things got, we're recovering fast. New businesses and residents have been added by the thousands. At this time last year, we were ahead of 45 other states in job creation and personal income growth. Today, we're still top 5, but some Arizonans are struggling, and it's got to be our priority to help them with a growing economy and more jobs. Every year I've been governor, we've improved income taxes in the taxpayer's favor. We've simplified the code, lowered all rates, protected them against inflation, and eliminated an entire tax bracket. In all of this, we've proven that our government can fulfill every obligation and answer the unexpected needs of a growing state without raising taxes. My goal has been to make Arizona the best place in America to live, work, and do business. By letting Arizonans keep more of their hard-earned money. And having come this far, as other states chase away opportunity with their new taxes, why on earth would we ever want to follow their failed and depressing example? So I propose in this session, we work together to reform and lower taxes and preserve Arizona's good name as a responsible, competitive state. On tax reform, let's think big. In the coming weeks, legislators and I will have a lot more to talk over. There's general agreement, for instance, on COVID liability protection, so that a statewide emergency doesn't line the pockets of trial attorneys with frivolous lawsuits. There's also an opportunity for a modernized gaming compact that will bring in more revenue for our tribal nations and our state budget. Among other agenda items requiring our attention, let's work on broadband expansion, greater access to telemedicine, better roads and bridges, continuing to be a global leader on water innovation, better equipment and training for law enforcement, criminal justice reform, and guarding against wildfires so we stay on top of that ever-present risk. With remote learning by many state employees, we also have the chance to further limit the size, cost, and footprint of government. Let's truly shrink government by eliminating unnecessary state buildings and saving taxpayer dollars so we can prioritize areas of need, like educating our kids, taking care of our sick, and keeping our neighborhoods safe. We can complete all this and more in 2021, and I am ready. Our whole state is ready to get back on a rising path. Through the trials of 2020, we've kept our balance. We met every test. And even in an election year, we showed the best of our state's bipartisan tradition. If Arizonans are looking to this year with a feeling of accomplishment and optimism, it is because they've witnessed the strength of their fellow citizens. Despite everything 2020 threw at us in the face, have demonstrated the true state of our state. From our frontline medical workers, teachers, moms and dads, public safety and first responders, small business people, election day workers, grocery store employees, and National Guard, we've seen heroism, sacrifice, service, and acts of kindness, large and small. The state of our state is not only strong, it's resilient. So let us act in that spirit. We must be hopeful for the future, but we cannot forget the challenges we face in the immediate. The nurses and doctors, tired and exhausted as they work overtime to save lives. The Arizonans who are grieving loved ones lost. We must all do our part by doing what we know works, following public health, wearing a mask, and practicing personal responsibility. With resilience and compassion, we move forward, allowing nothing to get in our way and showing, in the end, the best kind of unity there is, the unity of caring about one another. Thanks for listening, and God bless.
Well, that was Governor Doug Ducey. In the very beginning, he referenced, obviously, those Capitol riots from last week, but then went on to talk about his coronavirus response and the response of the state of Arizona. Arizona hasn't really made that many changes when it comes to restrictions for COVID-19, and it doesn't look like any are going to be put into place anytime soon either. The governor just focused on what the economy is going to be looking like going forward here in 2021. Again, thank you for joining us here on News Now from Fox, that 2021 State of the State address in Arizona. We got a couple other things to get to here on News Now from Fox. I am going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break, but when you come back, I have some stories talking about this the investigation that is ongoing with the FBI. We have some submissions from our sister stations across the country who are interviewing FBI officials, and then also preparations going on at the Capitol ahead of Inauguration Day, which is quickly approaching right now. It's the 11th, and that will be on the 20th. So we're just 9 days away. I am going to start off now, though, and bring us out to an update in Los Angeles County for COVID-19. Earlier today, we heard from Governor Gavin Newsom, where cases are obviously spiking in the state of California. But the interesting storyline today was 2 gorillas getting diagnosed with COVID-19, and then another one is symptomatic. So not sure what the root of those cases are, and that's what the investigation is going to be going into. So we'll listen into Los Angeles County and then play out a couple of these other stories and interviews for you as well. I'm Daytona Everett. Go ahead and give us a follow on Twitter at NewsNowFox. I'm at Daytona News Now, and I have some really great colleagues here who are going to be stepping up here in just about the next 20 minutes to bring you more coverage across the country.
Finally, a brief update on vaccination, and then we'll take questions. DHS workers are continuing to receive now their second round doses of the COVID vaccine this week. As of Friday, 3,000 DHS workers had received their second dose of the Pfizer vaccine, and about 14,000 had received their first dose. More vaccine clinics are underway today and will continue over the next several weeks. Because it can take weeks for the vaccination to provide the appropriate and full immune protection, it remains important that people, even if they've received a vaccine, that they keep doing what's needed to reduce transmission, to protect themselves in wearing a mask, but also because you can still be infectious to others even if you've received that vaccine, to reduce transmission to others. So please, if you have received a vaccine, we're very glad that you've received that and that you have that opportunity for protection, but you still need to wear a mask and you still need to do all those basic public health practices to avoid spreading the virus to those around you. I urge and caution everyone within the community to keep up those practices and to not get tired. I know it's been a long road, but we're getting close, and we still need everyone to remain vigilant with the practices for the sake of the health of all of those around us. And we'll now take questions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you wish to ask a question, please press 1, then 0 on your telephone keypad. You may withdraw your question at any time by repeating the 1-0 command. If you are using a speakerphone, please pick up the handset before pressing the numbers. Once again, for questions, you may press 1, then 0. And it's also been requested for reporters if you can limit yourself to 1 to 2 questions only. Thank you. Our first question from the line of Bernard Wolfson with Kaiser Health News. Please go ahead. The line is open.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. I wanted to ask, I'm not sure which of you want to answer this question, but the California Department of Public Health order of January 5th, among other things, says that hospitals with capacity are required to accept transfers from hospitals in other counties that are overwhelmed. And I'm wondering to what extent overwhelmed hospitals in Los Angeles County have been requesting such support from hospitals in other counties and the degree to which those requests are being accommodated and by which counties.
Yeah, hi, thanks for the question. The CDPH order that you reference says that if a hospital is in crisis care, that receiving hospitals must accept those patients from that sending crisis care hospital on a lateral transfer. There are no hospitals within Los Angeles County that have still declared crisis standards of care, and we have also not received any requests from outside of the county to laterally transfer individuals from hospitals in crisis standards of care. We'll take the next question.
Our next question from the line of Claudia Pisciuta with KNX News Radio. Please go ahead. The line is open.
Have any hospitals at this point notified the county that they're planning to go into crisis care mode? And also, what is the total testing capacity before the closure of the VA and Dodger Stadium sites? What will capacity be dropping down to? It's obvious at this point that we're not testing enough if, about 1 in 4 or 5 people who are tested are coming out positive. Are you concerned about dropping capacity now given the amount of cases that we're seeing? Thank you.
We have not been notified by any hospitals that they have declared crisis standards of care. Hospitals are not required to notify us that they're thinking about it. And we often have conversations with CDPH, with DPH, through the EMS agency, through the MOAC to support hospitals, to try to help them with whatever is the trouble that they're having on the ground and try to help troubleshoot those problems, whether it be oxygen supply, staffing, resources, assistance with transferring patients. But those conversations are all in the context of contingency care and as hospitals raise them. So again, no hospitals have notified us that they have declared. And then on your second question, the volume of completed tests at the 2 sites in question, Dodger Stadium and the VA, they run about 87,000 tests per week. That's been consistent over the last several months. It represents about 1/3 of the total testing capacity within the geography of the County of Los Angeles. So typically on a given week within the community testing sites, so again, not all testing, but the community testing sites, there's about 275,000 tests performed per week, and these 2 sites make up 87,000. And I know that the city is aware that there will be implications of these closures, and they're thinking through how to be able to ramp up additional sites in the near future and try to bridge to that period of time and ideally make it as short as possible. And we will continue conversations with the city to that regard, as well as trying to look at what we can do within the county as well to ramp up testing access. I agree that this is a really critical time to make sure that people in the midst of a surge can have robust access to testing. The county had been in the midst of working to ramp up, increase the total number of tests.
And we do have another live event coming in with Congressman Tim Ryan holding a virtual briefing, giving updates on the investigation on the Capitol riots of last week.
And we're going to just continue to dig and find out. And you'll be the first to know as soon as we can tell you.
Next question is for Annie Greer from CNN.
Hi, Congressman Ryan. Thank you again for taking the time to do this. There's so much to ask about here, as you're saying, there's so much is unfolding, and it's given the time that we're in. We want to look back and think about the investigation, but there's also so much coming forward, as you mentioned with inauguration. What can you tell us about what plans are being put in place to increase security, to more so than that was already put in the budget for inauguration in light of what happened last week?
Well, there's going to be additional money that we're going to have to provide through the Legislative Branch Appropriations Committee. We're going to have to figure out how to make that happen, but I'm committed to making that happen. I know Speaker Pelosi is committed. Chairwoman Rosa DeLauro, we're all committed to making that happen, whatever the number may end up being. You're probably, if you're in DC and you're out and about, you're probably seeing some of the global fencing, creating a perimeter of an unscalable wall. We have activated a number of National Guard units and from a variety of different states. It will be a significant number. That number will be based on the threats that are out there, and those numbers will be significant. I can just tell you that. I don't know if we want to release any specific numbers as of yet, but it will be significant. There will be a good deal of security in addition to the Capitol Police, in addition to the Secret Service, in addition to the Park Police. We will make sure that Washington, D.C. Is secure for the administration of the oath of office to Vice President Biden, and that everybody there will be safe and secure, and we will have a smooth transition of power. The states have been incredibly generous. And mind you, and I do want to make this point because I didn't really think of it today until I was talking to General Hokanson, that the National Guards, they obviously have responsibility in their own states. And now we're calling on some of them to help here. And this is also probably going to take away from some of the vaccine distribution issues in some of these states where the National Guard was involved. So when we're thinking about what these domestic terrorists or the rioters or the insurrectionists or however we want to call them, definitely domestic terrorists as far as what was happening last week. But they are continuing to pull resources away from us being able to deal with the virus and the distribution of the vaccines. So this is having a ripple effect throughout the entire country as we begin to try to deal with these surges in coronavirus cases and deaths and people in ICUs and all of that. So I thought that was an interesting point that maybe all of you could help amplify too. This is not just about Washington, D.C. This is going to have a national impact because of that.
Next question goes to Chris Marquette.
Hey, Congressman Ryan, thanks for taking the time. Appreciate it. Recently, you said you supported the union's call for, Acting Chief Pittman and Assistant Chief Thomas to resign. What is it like working hand in hand in preparation for the inauguration with them, after, calling for them to resign, essentially? And number two is who is ultimately to blame for this miscalculation of intelligence? I know Chairperson Lofgren spoke at length with Chief Sund, former House Sergeant at Arms Paul Irving on January 5th. And the day before that, it was, the day before the insurrection. And they both assured her that, hey, everything's good. We have, we can efficiently get help. It seemed as if, they were saying that, everything was fine. And then, come Wednesday, and also according to you, making assurances to you. So I was just wondering, how do you go forward with Acting Chief Pittman, with what you've said and what the union has called that, saying that they do not have trust in their leadership. And one other thing is, I know there have been a lot of, mental health questions about, how Capitol Police officers are doing and other officers, MPD, who have assisted and everything like that. What's the way forward on that front as well from your vantage point? Thank you.
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked that. First, look, we're in a very difficult time right now. This is, yes, I do think we need a complete change at the top, but we've got an immediate job to do. And I think the interim chief is committed to doing that. And, we've got to move forward, with who we have in place right now. I think that's going to be important because we do need a chain of command. We do need people in charge. I think there's enough people to, make sure we do it the right way. And look, I talked to the interim chief on January 6th, and it was not a very pleasant conversation. I couldn't get a hold of Chief's son, and I spoke to her, and you could imagine, what I had to say about taking care of business. And so, but here we are, and we've got to just come together now and rally around each other to make sure that this is a safe inauguration, and we're committed to do that. We got to find out a lot of the blame game, a lot of comments. I saw Chief's son interview, read with great interest what he had to say. You're right. We were given assurances. I was personally given assurances the day before, as was Chairwoman Lofgren, about being adequately prepared, no problems, and we had enough backup and all the rest. So we're very disappointed by that. And again, back to the first question, it's about trying to establish some trust again with the Capitol Police because of everything that has been said and done. And we're going to continue to do that to tease out exactly what these conversations look like and who was involved with them. And we need to have conversations with all of those different entities, from the mayor's office to Chief's son, to the sergeant at arms, who we can't seem to find, and all of these other people that were involved. That's gonna take a little bit of time. That's gonna be an investigation or oversight, or however we want to call it, and that needs to get done to get to the bottom of that. But for our purposes now are to make sure that there aren't any bureaucratic snafus, any holdups, any delays, that there is approval already before we even get to an inauguration day, with as many National Guardsmen and women that we could possibly need, that they are ready and teed up and close by to be able to stop anything that may potentially happen without having to make, other than a phone call or a text, send them over. Here we are, come to this area. Other than that, everything should be teed up and ready to go with equipment, with the rules on use of force and what that may look like, and making sure that all the guardsmen are prepared. I will be going down to talk to the guardsmen tomorrow and Wednesday when I'm down there, as well as the Capitol Police. Gus is going to take me around to make sure that they know that, we love them and we support them, and we're going to be here for them. And to the question about, what's going on with the trauma and the stress and the post-traumatic stress, I've done a lot of work in this area with regard to veterans with post-traumatic stress. We're pulling in a number of contacts that I've developed over the years to come in and both work with the Capitol Police, the Center for Mind Body Medicine in Washington, D.C. They've done work around the world in war zones. They've done work with police departments. They've done work with veterans around post-traumatic stress and dealing with trauma. They're going to be involved. They've already been connected to the department. We're also going to be working with the House Wellbeing Office, which we set up in the last couple of years. They do a number of things for staff, because there were so many staff members that were affected by this, straight trauma. And so we're going to be asking people from around the country who are involved in different organizations, primarily those who do work with veterans, to be involved and to help us through this time, to make sure that the Capitol Police are prepared. And we're trying to make sure that they're getting adequate rest. You got to prepare, but you also got to be rested in order to be prepared for what's coming. So it's a really delicate balancing act. But again, It's important for the American people to recognize the level of destruction that these folks are trying to administer to our republic and to law enforcement in particular, rank and file members who we all love and support and now are being really put to the test because of what's going on here. The administration of the vaccines and all of these different things are being affected by this. So American people should know that this is not an isolated incident. This is affecting real people. We have a suicide already with the Capitol Police, and we want to make sure that the rank and file members are safe. So I appreciate you asking that question, and we can keep you posted as to as these different organizations get engaged as to who they are and what they're doing.
Next question goes to Ben Siegel from ABC.
Thanks for doing this, Congressman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hear you fine.
Would you mind clarifying something you said earlier in the conversation about Capitol Police officers being suspended and one being arrested? Is that what exactly is the nature of that episode? And then also, there was a report today that some Capitol Police officers had turned in their guns because they had to do with, so concerned about what they might do to themselves and concerns about trauma. Is that something specifically that you have heard of, that you've discussed with the interim chief?
I heard that after I talked to the chief, and I hadn't heard anything more about that. I heard that from some of you in the press who mentioned it to me, but I've not had any information on that. Back to the original question, I know that there were two people suspended. One was the selfie officer, and another was an officer who had put a MAGA hat on and started directing some people around. I don't know if letting them in, letting them out, exactly what it was, but it was the interim chief determined that to be immediate, qualifying for immediate suspension. And then the other one, I can get more information, maybe report back to you on it. But somebody was arrested, and I can get you more information on that as that unfolds. I believe it was, but I should not go too far down that road. But the point is that the main point, we'll get you the information. But the main point is the Capitol Police are looking at everybody involved that could have potentially facilitated at a big level or a small level in any way. Those are being investigated now, and I think it's important that you know that they're trying to crack down on any of that, because again, we need all hands on deck moving forward, and we can't have somebody protecting on the inauguration that was not doing the job during the January 6th event.
And just one quick follow-up for you. Have you come across any specific evidence that some of these rioters were targeting specific members of Congress beyond these sorts of videos of people shouting things like, where's Schumer, where's Pelosi, where's the vice president? Has there been any specific evidence found or uncovered that suggests that?
No. Not as of yet, but again, everything's being reviewed now, but I haven't had anything in particular to any particular member other than some of the leadership that you mentioned.
Next question goes to Sabrina Eaton from the Cleveland Plain Dealer.
Hi, Congressman.
Sabrina, if you don't bring up the Cleveland Browns, I'm going to be very upset.
Well, we're very psyched about them. I'm
okay.
Sure psyched too. But, I wanted to ask just a couple quick things. You had said, did you say that a Capitol Police officer was arrested for his role in this riot?
I believe it was, but let me clarify and get that exact information for you, Sabrina. I believe that it was either a Capitol Police person or it was a National Guards person who worked for the Capitol Police as well. Let me get some clarification on that. That was actually when I told the chief, I said, you got to let the press know about this. So I should have done a little more due diligence before I jumped on here. So I apologize for that. But that was actually when she was telling me that was actually why I said you need to make sure that the press understands what's going on here, because I think it's important that the American people know that you're cleaning house here and trying to take control. So we'll get the exact information and get it released to you. I thought they were going to get that out today at some point, and that's what I encouraged them to do. But we'll make sure we get that information to you. Again, as long as it's not going to affect any part of an investigation.
Okay, I also wanted to just ask, there's going to be votes on impeachment and the 25th Amendment. What are your views on that?
Well, my hope is that the unanimous consent issued today, with the 25th Amendment would have been able to be accepted, that we would have had Democrat and Republican support for Vice President Pence to begin the process of the 25th Amendment. I feel like that's the cleanest way for us to get rid of the president and to reduce the imminent harm that he could cause. And I'll be supporting the resolution tomorrow, and then impeachment on Wednesday I will also be supporting. I just, think, as many of you know, my wife is a first grade school teacher. And when we have this conversation, this gets organized around, you need consequences for your actions. Set a terrible precedent for the president of the United States to foment an insurrection, direct people to go overturn a legal election in the nation's capital, in the Congress have no response. And but trust me, I understand people who say, well, it's just going to be a few more days and then he's going to be gone. But we also have to look forward to future presidents. Also, I think it's important that a lot of our Republican colleagues have an opportunity to communicate to their constituents just how firmly committed they are to the Constitution and to the Democratic Republic and to the process of peaceful transition of power, and be able to cast their vote either for saying that the president's behavior is completely unacceptable, to join with all of the technology companies and tech platforms and the PGA who are going to not use his clubs, golf clubs anymore, the Wall Street Journal, even Republican senators like Toomey and others are coming out. They should have the opportunity to record their vote for posterity as to where they stand. And I think that's important as well. But we've got to send the message that there are consequences. This is unacceptable behavior, and we want the president out because we can't trust that he would not do something that could threaten members of Congress, the vice president, anybody else, or the process of the peaceful transition of power. They should have the opportunity to do that, and they will. And we'll see where they stand.
Thank you.
We're going to Ryan Nobles from CNN next.
Congressman, can you hear me? Oh,
yeah.
Here we go.
You're fine.
Two questions for you. First, if you could maybe expand a little bit on the phone call that you had with the chief of the National Guard, and in particular, was he able to offer any clarity on the conversations between he and the chief of the Capitol Police? Because it seems to be a lot of confusion between the two of them as to whether or not they were in a position to be called up, whether they were not in a position to be called up. Based on what you've seen from the interviews that the Capitol Police chief has given compared to your phone conversation, do you feel like you have any clarity as to exactly how everything went down on that day? And then I have a follow-up when you're done.
Not yet. I didn't speak to the chief of the DC National Guard. This was the chief of the National Guard Bureau, which is kind of the umbrella group for all of the state National Guards. He wasn't brought in until later in the day, evidently, when they started talking about going outside of DC with additional help from additional states. So he was brought in, it's my understanding that he was brought in a little bit later, and so didn't have a whole lot of information as to the back and forth between the chief and the DC National Guard, between the chief and the sergeant at arms and all of those other conversations. So we've got some work to do to try to really tease that out, and we're in the process of getting that information. But those are all going to be very key conversations. Again, the lag in the chief's original request, as he stated, in that the Department of Army stated, and then the time frame, the lag between when even the DC National Guard was able to get there, and then the original 340 that were activated, and then later the full 1,100. The lag time was just completely inadequate, and we need that's what we're trying to learn from this, is like, how do we cut through that? And in part, it's going to be to have a lot more National Guardsmen on the ground to be able to act quickly, to support, and if needed, and they'll be around for that, so that mistake won't be made again. We're going to make sure that.
Okay, and then to follow up, there does seem to also be some confusion as to the guidance Capitol Police were given as to the use of lethal force. Have you gotten any insight into that? And then extending it out to the inauguration and beyond, is that going to be an emphasis in the planning and the security of the inauguration to make clear when lethal force is acceptable and exactly the type of lethal force that can be used?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a background in law enforcement. My job is to ask the right questions, and I believe that we have been asking the right questions. And so what we're understanding is they have, especially the National Guard, they have rules on the use of force. And those rules basically start with and lead with de-escalation. And then it evolves into something that looks a lot like self-protection and self-defense, and then moves on to defending others who may be in jeopardy, and then it moves on to deadly force at some point. And I want to make sure, and I said this very clearly on the conversation this afternoon with the National Guard, that there needs to be absolute clarity that if a mob starts pushing through a gate or pushing through a checkpoint, what are the responsibilities of that National Guardsman? Now they are there to monitor and shore up. It is the police officers and police departments and others in law enforcement that would actually be charged with dealing with that particular situation. But again, and I said earlier on TV that, there's a lot of Americans saying, why wasn't anyone shot? Why weren't there warning shots? Because clearly it had moved past any possibility of de-escalation. And clearly lives were being put at risk. People were already getting trampled. Cops were getting squeezed in the doors. The mob rule had taken over. So I just want to, not necessarily for my purposes, but I figure if they got to explain it to me, everyone else is going to know about it. What are those levels? And we're not just talking about securing a building. We're talking about securing a building in which the electors and the elections are being certified. This is the machinery of our democracy that would be interrupted. And so does that aspect play into how they should respond? So it's not just a normal interaction where you can go through those rules of engagement or rules for the use of force, but there's an inauguration, and Vice President Biden has got to, make his way to the White House at some point. Now, clearly, there's not going to be a parade or anything this year, but I just want to make sure I'm asking all of those questions as well as you're asking those questions as well, and that we get real answers about them. So that's basically what we're trying to do to make sure that everybody knows that business is going to get taken care of. And I'm not here to be a tough guy, but I am here to say, if you're messing with this process, if you want to try to attempt to kill members of Congress or anything like that, then you need to be handled accordingly.
Great.
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate it.
The next question goes to George Nelson from the Business Journal.
Hey, George.
Congressman, how are you doing this afternoon? Good. Thanks for talking to us. One real quick question, then something on the National Guard. First, were you contained with the Congresswoman who tested positive for the coronavirus? Or were you sheltering with the Congresswoman who had tested positive for the coronavirus?
I was in that room for a period of time. I don't remember seeing her, so I don't think I was necessarily close enough. And I'm going to get a test tomorrow just to be sure.
Now, as far as the National Guard, how far out are they reaching for National Guard troops, and how concerned, or what issues does that bring up, considering that we're hearing reports today that there are demonstrations planned in all 50 state capitals leading up to and on Inauguration Day?
Yeah, well, there are, I believe, over 300,000+ National Guard members throughout the country. Maybe more than that. We can get you the specifics on that. But there's adequate numbers to protect, state capitals and other things, as well as, lend, members to come to Washington, D.C. I think all 50 states are engaged. I know that the National Guard Bureau had a call, I think yesterday or the day before, with all 50 states. As I said, the states are being very generous with whatever support that we would need, but they also have things in their own state. But I think they're more than they have more than adequate force power to be able to take care of all of those issues. It may, as I said, it may interrupt some of the stuff that's happening with the vaccine. In the vaccine distribution. Every state's doing this differently, but in many states, the National Guard are involved in some capacity in trying to facilitate this. And from what I'm hearing, that may be affected a little bit.
Next question's from Caitlin Emma from Politico.
Hi, Congressman. Thank you so much for taking my question. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
Earlier, I know you said there is no evidence, you don't have any direct evidence of a quote unquote, inside job, and, 2 officers have been suspended. It sounds like 1 has possibly been arrested. That's a little unclear. My colleagues are hearing that as many as 15 incidences with Capitol Police officers are currently under investigation. Is that also what you're hearing? And do you have any idea of what the nature of those instances are? I mean, is it that they're helping the rioters in those cases, or is it maybe more general than that?
Yeah, I have not heard. I have heard that there are a number of investigations about that, about 10 to 15, but have no clue as to the level of investigation that's going on. The most important part in this, for our purposes, I think here today, are to know that the interim chief is taking aggressive action within the department to find out if there was any facilitation or help. And that's important for everybody to know, because I think there are a lot of people that are worried about that, given some of the videos. And we have every right to ask those questions. No one needs to feel bad about asking those questions. And we need to get to the bottom of it. And I think that from what I can see, at least at this point, from the visibility I have right now, is that the chief and the heads, leaders, I guess, of the department are looking into that.
Next question goes to Justin Dennis from Honing Matters.
Hey, Congressman, thanks for taking the time to speak with us.
Yep.
You earlier mentioned transparency issues with the Capitol Police as part of your committee work. Is there anything looking back at your recent work that now you may have more context about what happened January 6th? And also, do you know if authorities identified or been reviewing platforms where it appears others are planning more hostilities next week? Can you share anything you're learning from looking at where these posts are happening?
Yeah, appreciate that. Nothing on the transparency issue, that I think we can't find out, that we maybe would have known beforehand. Like I said, we've had multiple chair people of a variety of different committees talk to the chief, talk to the sergeant at arms, and we're just given assurances that didn't turn out to be accurate. So we were having communication with them. So to be determined, I guess, if we could have known something back then. Most of the issues around transparency with the Capitol Police have been on particular incidences that they had over the years that we were trying to institute some reforms that we were able to get through the House version of the bill that got stripped out by the Senate. And so we're going to continue to push some of those reforms. And what was the second question?
Let me pull Justin.
Sorry.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Thank you. The other question was have you been learning anything from these platforms where others appear to be coordinating more hostilities for next week? You've been looking at those. Can you share anything?
Yeah. I don't have anything more than you probably know or see, or that your friends are texting you or emailing to you, or that you see on social media. And obviously there's a lot to be concerned about, and all of this information, clearly it's open source information. It's making its way to the FBI and the Secret Service, and they see it as well. And so that's what ends up driving a lot of the numbers of about exactly how many guardsmen we need and how many states need to be involved, and all of that is being driven by what's happening with the intel. But a lot of it, again, is open sourced, and we're seeing it, and we're concerned about it, and we're gonna adequately address it.
Next question goes to Niv Ellis from The Hill.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you doing this. I wanted to ask, Mayor Muriel Bowser of DC has basically told people to stay away from the inauguration, so to participate in it virtually. Do you share that view that people should avoid attending the inauguration?
I mean, I don't see any reason why you should come. To me, it's an event that obviously with COVID and everything else, we were planning on having a much more reduced inaugural. So just for that reason alone, I would recommend that people stay at home. But there's really, given all of the activity in the last week and all of the activity that seems to be planned for the coming days, I don't see any real reason, to show up. And I think that it would provide law enforcement a clear picture of, who's there if the crowd numbers are reduced, provide for more clarity, reduction in confusion, for them to be able to have some visibility as to, what they're dealing with. So I would certainly recommend staying home. And I know there's not a whole lot of tickets. I still get people texting me, "Hey, can I get 8 inaugural tickets?" And I'm like, no, you can't. There not going to be a lot of tickets, so there's not going to be a big crowd there at all. And I think we need to take the advice of the law enforcement, which I think is probably the same advice that the mayor's given.
Next up, we have Danielle with WFMJ.
Hi, Congressman. Danielle Cotterman here.
Hi, Danielle.
Kind of 2 questions. First, you mentioned the need for and plans already being discussed to have a significant number of National Guardsmen at the inauguration. Now, just before this call, I happened to give the press person for Ohio's National Guard a call, and she said at this point, Ohio's National Guard had not been contacted to be involved in DC or even to provide any services at the state capitol. Is that surprising to you? Is that something that maybe should be taking place? Or are we just getting these troops from other states?
Yeah, well, basically what they do, because it's most convenient, is to tap into the region surrounding the area where you would need the National Guard. So that would be East Coast, going even up into New Jersey and New York, which can provide an ample number of guardsmen. So I think my understanding is there was a call with everybody. Not everybody was actually activating people to come down to DC. There's a significant number, I will tell you, that have been activated and that are either in DC or on their way to DC from those surrounding states. And if we need more, then you'll see, the Ohios and Kentuckys and moving further south into maybe North and South Carolina, getting tapped into to bring people in. And that's usually the process that they use. And I think for our purposes here, that enough can be generated from the surrounding region. As far as the state goes, I mean, I don't know what the threats are or concerns are within the state, but that would be under the governor's jurisdiction, and he would need to make that call based on the intelligence that they're getting.
Okay, thank you. And then just kind of the second question is just as we change administrations, any updates on the next step in stimulus and the student loan moratorium set to expire? Does that need to be extended?
I believe from what I'm hearing that the vice president is going to extend the issue around student loans. We could also do that through legislation. Now with the Georgia Senate races put to bed, we will be able to generate another stimulus package, which would include that. I'm certain of it, and probably include some state and local money that is desperately needed by many of the states, and continue the process with the vaccine and the distribution and other public health needs around testing. I think those will be the building blocks. My hope as well is that we get into some hazard pay for some of these frontline workers that have been exhausted over the past few months, that we can pony up some money to say thank you for all the risk that you incurred over the past few months. So that I think that's coming, and I hope that not too far after that we are into an infrastructure bill where we can put $1.5 or $2 trillion of serious investment into rebuilding the United States and to rebuilding, both the public infrastructure, public parks, our downtowns, our water, our sewer, just have a significant impact in the country, as well as broadband. So I hope that's coming as well, right on the heels of any new stimulus package.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Next question is for Jay from WKSU. Jay?
Jay?
All right, we can move on. Next question is for Yulon from CNBC.
Hi, thanks so much for doing this, Congressman. You mentioned now, I think twice, that the deployment of National Guard to help with the security around inauguration and security around other state capitals could be detracting from the vaccination effort. Can you talk a little bit about what specifically you might have heard and the concerns you have around that?
Yeah, it was just kind of mentioned in passing today, but basically the chief of the National Guard Bureau was articulating the roles and responsibilities of these men and women in the states that they serve, and that included vaccine distribution and also protecting, state assets as well, like state capitals. And so they were making sure that their, the homeland, the state security was taken care of, and then offering, in some instances, help and support for DC. Every state's different as to how they utilize the National Guard, but from what they were saying is that the vaccine issue would be affected by this. So that's just food for thought about the ripple effect happening, because of what we're dealing with in Washington.
Next question goes to Beth Reinhart from the Washington Post. Okay, we're gonna move to...
Hi, I'm sorry.
There you go.
Can you hear me? Okay, Congressman, can you address, thank you for, as others have said, for doing this, we really appreciate it. Can you address the congressional oversight of the Capitol Police? Has it been rigorous enough? Do members need to be asking tougher questions, insisting on more transparency, not just suggesting it?
Yeah, 1,000%. The police, Capitol Police, is run by a board, and so the conversations now that myself and Zoe Lofgren and Rosa DeLaura and I think others are having are about really making sure that we're able to provide the level of oversight that we need for the Capitol Police, and those are ongoing discussions. I think any review that's going to be happening about January 6th is going to take into account a broader understanding around oversight and what needs to be done as we begin to build the force of the future. We do believe that we're going to have to make a lot of changes around, the structures of the buildings, the perimeters, the roles and responsibilities around the Capitol Police, and all of that is going to entail us having more oversight for them. And I think there's going to be bipartisan agreement on this, and that'll be a part of any future package. I can assure you that.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Next question goes to Emily Wilkins from Bloomberg Government.
Hey, Congressman, thanks so much for doing this. Just wanted to have a quick question. As a lot of the investigations by Congress get underway, is there any sort of particular timeline as to when various committees and panels and investigations need to wrap up by, and when clear action needs to be taken by?
Well, the key, as I said, is how do we get through the inauguration? That's got to be key. That's got to be our focus now. Not to diminish what happened on January 6th, but like I said, pulling any elements of the data that we need from what happened on January 6th to be able to be applied to us doing a better job for the inauguration is going to be key. And at the same time, getting through the inauguration, securing the inauguration, having a strategy moving forward around the Capitol complex. But I think the oversight piece, I think, will start relatively quickly. Once we get moving, we'll probably have some conversations this week. I think there'll be talk about structure. Is there going to be a special committee? Is there going to be how exactly is this going to look? That, of course, will be determined by the Speaker and the majority leader in the Senate. It will be a bicameral committee. What's it look like? But that's already in the works, and we should have some structure of how this will be handled. Outside experts that we would need to bring in, best practices around the country and around the world around security for different parliaments and around the world who may have a lot more threats than we do. How do they handle it? So there'll be a lot of research being done about it, and that's going to start relatively quickly, but probably in earnest once we get through the inauguration.
Jay from WKSU is asking, if the House passes a new article of impeachment and the Senate decides not to resume the session until January 19th, would the House proceed with the second impeachment trial after President Trump is already out of office?
Well, it sounds like that may be the only option. We're clearly, the clock's ticking. My hope, as I stated before, was the 25th Amendment, that Vice President Pence would have the courage to enact the process, to begin the process of the 25th Amendment. I think it's becoming clear he does not. My second hope is that Republicans, primarily in the Senate, would have the courage to, one, band together and maybe go to Donald Trump, like what happened to Nixon, and tell him he's got to go or he's going to get convicted in the Senate. It's looking more and more like, there's not enough courage in the Senate, in the Republican caucus, to be able to do that. So the next option is we pass it, do what Mr. Clyburn mentioned, and that's have a period of time where we allow Joe Biden to begin his administration, especially around the vaccine and the distribution, the testing, and the economy, to be able to move swiftly in the first 100 days around these very key issues that he talked about during the campaign, that he has a very skilled team in place to be able to address these issues. And he should have the time to do that. And then then the Senate can then deal with the impeachment. And again, why? Trump's out of office, and there'll be a lot of people saying, hey, let's just sweep it under the rug. We cannot, as members of Congress, set a precedent that a president of the United States can foment an insurrection with, national terrorists here, domestic terrorists here in our country, to try to storm the Capitol in order to overturn a legal election and allow that to happen without any repercussions at all. That is a terrible precedent for the Congress to start. It's a co-equal branch. Article 1 is the first article of the Constitution, and that creates the Congress. It creates the people's house. And the whole foundation of the country was to break free from a king, from a monarchy, where the power was centralized. And then the king had ultimate power and ultimate authority, and that's why the United States was born. So to have a president move backwards, reminds us of why this country originally came into being. And it was to move away from power coming from above, but God giving power to the people, and the people giving it to the government to self-govern. And President Trump, what he's done over the past few weeks, and especially on January 6th, was to try to undermine that basic principle that we have in this country. And so for the Congress to stand idly by and allow him to do that without any repercussions, even if maybe the consequences aren't as timely as we want, we have to begin to articulate why, and the fact that there has to be consequences. And when you have the PGA Tour stripping him from hosting any PGA officially sanctioned events, pulling one from one of his clubs in 2022, when you have every major tech platform banning him, the president of the United States, not a 16-year-old teenager, but the president of the United States, when the Wall Street Journal, some Republican senators, we've got to take a stand. And it may be uncomfortable, and it may be inconvenient, and it may not be as timely as we'd like, but I agree that it has to happen, and I'll be supporting it.
Next question goes to George with E&E News. Okay, we don't have him. Next goes to George Nelson. He has a follow-up.
The hometown newspaper gets the follow-up. Go ahead, George.
Hey, Carson, I just wanted a comment from you regarding the reports that have just come out about the acting Homeland Security Secretary, Chad Wolf, stepping down. What impact does this have, especially given, again, we're now 9 days out from a major national security event?
Yeah, I hadn't heard that if it just happened. Again, I don't know the reasons for it, but, it wouldn't surprise me if he was maybe being asked to do something that he didn't want to do. That wouldn't be exactly a news flash coming from this administration. So I'd have to look more into it. But the Homeland Security is a big part of what's going to happen here in the coming days. You know, I'm sure that there'll be a level of cohesion and balance efforts between them and the other law enforcement agencies. So I'll have to look into it. But my hope is that that won't affect the planning. And if he was being asked to do some things that he didn't think were appropriate or right, then it may be even more beneficial that he steps aside and allows us to understand better what he was being asked to do. And maybe he can share that with the American people.
We're going to go back to George with E&E News.
Thanks, Congressman, for taking the time out to do this. We appreciate it. I wanted to ask you about the Park Police. Specifically, what role will your review take in looking at the Park Police? I asked because the Park Police had a major role in the Black Lives Matter protests in trying to quell them, but they didn't seem to have much of a presence on the Mall and going up to the Capitol the other day. And I was wondering if that was a concern of yours or something you were going to look at.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yes, same here. I have the same question and questions that you have because the Park Police was brought up in that January 5th conversation that I had with the Sergeant at Arms and the Chief. I will check with Chairwoman Lofgren and others to see if they were also mentioned, but they were specifically mentioned in that conversation that I had that they would be available for backup. And, you know, we didn't see much involvement on January 6th. So we're going to have to look into that as well. And again, lots of questions and we're going to make sure we find all the answers.
Great. Thank you.
Great. That's all the time we have today. You can follow Congressman Tim Ryan at Rep Tim Ryan on Twitter for more updates. That's at Rep Tim Ryan. And I'm going to send out a recording of this to every reporter who's on the call. It'll go out to our list. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Sorry. I've literally been on this call for an hour. Is that tonight? Yeah. So he was announcing stuff that
All right, and this is Andrew Kraft, everyone. We want to thank everyone for joining us here at NewsNOW from Fox. It's a live look at the Capitol. You were just listening at the moment to Representative Tim Ryan, the Democrat from Ohio, where he was kind of going over the repercussions and the punitive measures being taken at the moment to some members of the Capitol Police. And I want to just kind of go over those at the moment. We are learning at the moment that the Capitol Police officer who took a selfie with rioters has been suspended. The Congressman Tim Ryan said that there in that subcommittee meeting. Tim Ryan oversees the U.S. Capitol Police budget. As a member of that subcommittee, we also are learning that 2 Capitol Police officers have been suspended and 1 has been arrested. The suspensions stem from an officer who took selfies with those rioters and an officer who put on a MAGA hat and took rioters around the Capitol. So that's as much as we know right now. And we're learning as well that about 10 to 15 Capitol Police officers are now under investigation stemming from what happened last Wednesday inside the U.S. Capitol. Though we do want to get some breaking news out here at the moment because we are learning that Acting Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Chad Wolf, has stepped down. So, as you can see right here, we are following this story. This is the 3rd Cabinet Secretary to have resigned since Wednesday. First, we heard Secretary Elaine Chao for the Department of Transportation has resigned. Then we followed with that. We heard Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos has resigned. Now, just 9 days before the inauguration, in which countless security threats are being talked about with the inauguration and with state capitals around the country on Inauguration Day, we are learning that Acting Department of Homeland Security Secretary Chad Wolf is stepping down. I do want to read a message from Acting Secretary Wolf that he sent to the colleagues at the department effective at 11:59 p.m. today. He says, "I am stepping down as your acting secretary. I am saddened to take this step, as it was my intention to serve the department until the end of this administration. Unfortunately, this action is warranted by recent events, including the ongoing and meritless court rulings regarding the validity of my authority as acting secretary. These events and concerns increasingly serve to divert attention and resources away from the important work of the department in this critical time of a transition of power. Once I step down, Pete Gaynor, female administrator, will be the acting secretary. Administrator Gaynor is a consummate professional and will lead the department ably." So there, I was reading that statement from Chad Wolf, and that was just happening about 30 minutes ago that we got that. Fox scooped the other outlets with that. They reported that first, that acting secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Chad Wolf, is stepping down. Now, he referenced kind of the issues legally and these countless court proceedings that had sought to essentially remove him from acting secretary because there was some issue with his appointment. Remember, he has served as acting secretary his entire tenure at the department, so he has not been Senate confirmed. And there were some legal loopholes and maneuvers that this was before the election, and the court had ruled that Wolf essentially was not authorized to be in that position because of a problem with the string of authority there at the department. So that's what he's referring to there in his statement. Anyway, so we're going to follow this story. We're going to see if anything comes out of this story, any more reaction to it, any more reaction from the president's cabinet in the wake of the Capitol fallout from Wednesday. So for everyone here at News Now from Fox, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we're going to have a live report, I believe, from our sister station in Tampa. And we're going to talk about one of those rioters who was arrested in Florida. You may recall that now viral photo of one of the rioters holding and stealing the lectern from Speaker Pelosi. So we're going to go to that in about 40 minutes time, but right now we do want to take a quick commercial break. So we'll see you back in 2. All right, and welcome back to News Now. This is Andrew Kraft once again. That was a live look at the White House. We are also following the, all these angles from the Capitol fallout from last Wednesday, and one of those is how secure the inauguration will be, what steps are being taken. This is such a special condition at the moment because of all of these protests and threats of protests happening around the country in the run-up to the inauguration. And so at the moment, we just wanted to let you know that very, very recently, about an hour ago, Mayor Bowser of Washington, D.C., Governor Northam of Virginia, and Governor Hogan of Maryland have released a joint statement and essentially is saying they are calling for the public not to come out for the inauguration because of the threat it would pose. They said, January 6, 2021 is now a seminal moment in American history. We are grateful for the courageous efforts of every law enforcement officer, guard member, and first responder who heroically worked to secure the Capitol and ensure our nation's democracy prevailed. On January 20th, there will be a transition of power, and we will work together and with our partners in the federal government to ensure the safety of the national capital region. Due to the unique circumstances surrounding the 59th presidential inauguration, including last week's violent insurrection, as well as the ongoing deadly COVID-19 pandemic, we are taking the extraordinary step of encouraging Americans not to come to Washington, D.C., and to instead participate virtually. So that was just some of the statement there that they jointly issued earlier this afternoon, essentially saying, please, telling the public, it's not entirely recommended. It might not be safe to attend Washington, D.C. to take in the inauguration festivities. So in the wake of that, our sister station in D.C., Fox 5, interviewed Ben Safford. He's a deputy special agent in charge of dignitary protection at inaugurations like this every 4 years. So we're going to listen to that conversation. It's about 8 minutes. Then we're going to have a lot of live events for you and live reports from reporters across the country. So stick with us. But here's that interview.
Mr. Stafford, thanks for having us in. Tell me, there are two unusual things just as an observer coming up with this inauguration. We have a pandemic. So you're having a plan for inauguration during a pandemic. And also there's been some unrest here. Anything different that our viewers should keep in mind if they're like, oh, it's the inauguration, I'm going down to check this out?
Yeah, obviously there'll be some differences with previous inaugurations and this one because of the underlying pandemic, the COVID situation. So we obviously have a solid plan in place, for COVID precautions. We have been fortunate in that we've been dealing with this for 10, 11 months now. Just because COVID came, our protectees did not stop moving. So we've, there's been a lot of tweaks along the way, a lot of lessons learned with, folks like the president, the sitting president, candidates.
And we edit this stuff, so don't worry about it. It's fine. In terms of security, different challenges because of the pandemic?
So from a security standpoint, I don't want to say different because of the nature of this event. This event's been deemed a national special security event, or commonly referred to as an NSSE. What an NSSE means, or what that is, once the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security designates a particular event or venue an NSSE, it takes on a whole government approach where the planning piece starts many, many months, oftentimes 18 months out. The Secret Service takes the lead role in the planning and implementation of that security plan, and we work closely with our partners, different components within DHS, FBI, FEMA, and other local partners.
And why Secret Service? Why would the Secret Service be in charge of this?
It's just mandated by law. We obviously have a dual mission within the Secret Service. We have the protection side and the investigation side, but I think because of our expertise within the protection realm, it was determined that any time, again, the Secretary of Homeland Security deems something as a national special security event, we take the lead on all planning and implementation of that security plan.
Who all's involved in terms of security? Like what different agencies are you working with?
And that's what's so unique about an NSSE. I mentioned earlier the different DHS components, specifically FEMA. FBI is another critical partner anywhere an NSSE may take place. For something like the 2021 inauguration, we're here in the nation's capital. We're going to rely on key partners here locally, largely the Metropolitan Police Department, the U.S. Park Police, the U.S. Capitol Police, and then certainly our military partners, along with the DOD and the Joint Task Force National Capital Region.
I know you're not planning the inauguration, you're doing the security, but will there be a parade and a viewing stand like there has been in the past?
So, yeah, I'm going to defer to the PIC, or the Presidential Inauguration Committee, on the exact sequence of events, and that's their lane. They schedule the program, we secure it, and I know they've already made some press releases as to the events that'll transpire on the 20th, and those I think will come out on a daily basis, going forward and leading up to the 20th.
Is there anything, Mr. Stafford, different because of what happened last week? Has your planning had to change at all for securing the inauguration in light of what happened?
It actually hasn't, and again, I go back to that NSSE model because of the huge lead time in planning and bringing all those state, local, federal, and military partners together nearly a year ago. All we're doing right now, we're in the home stretch and we're staying the course. I mean, we've been planning for this and preparing for it for a long time. So no changes as of the events that transpired on the 6th or any other time.
Mayor Bowser has just reached out to Chad Wolf last night, I think, or over the weekend, saying we'd like this special security event not to begin on the 19th and then on the 21st, but begin today and go to the 24th. Can that be done? Is it being done? How do you do that? How does things change if that's what you do?
Yeah, I'm aware of the request, and now that official request is in. Something called the National Special Security Event Working Group will convene and discuss the merits of that request. So I'm not at liberty to discuss anything beyond what's currently been scoped, which is the events on the 19th, 20th, and 21st.
Gotcha. What else would you like people to know about securing this particular inauguration?
Just that a great amount of effort has gone into this planning effort, and we cannot go at this alone. We rely heavily on all our partners at all levels, state, local, federal, and military, and just proud to work with such a competent, hardworking group of people.
And I guess normally the Secret Service would be there to protect all the VIPs who are involved. Does that change at all because of what's happened, that you want to make sure that people who do go to see the inauguration are safe? Or is that always part of what you guys would do on an inauguration?
It really is. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. It's always what we're looking at. We're obviously looking at safeguarding our protectees at these events, but an NSSE, we're also taking into consideration, ticketed folks, credentialed folks, and the public at large, and how that impacts the local community.
Gotcha, thanks. Anything else you'd like to add, or Beth, anything you guys, or Joe?
I just know it sounds like a large part will be streamed now because of COVID. Do you guys go into any of the digital side of it as well, like keeping that side safe and anything like that?
Yeah, we sure do. Part of that NSSE structure is the formation of an executive steering committee, which is your high-level command folks. And once that is created, they determine who in their agency should be members of subcommittees. So think of a subcommittee as a particular threat or vulnerability, of which one was mentioned. Critical infrastructure, as we call it, or cyber threats. That would be one subcommittee that dozens of people have been working months and months just to make sure we have countermeasures in place to combat those type of threats. Other subcommittees, for instance, are airspace security, a maritime security, civil unrest subcommittee. I can go on and on. There's nearly 30 separate subcommittees looking at every possible threat scenario.
And I think one other thing that the mayor has asked is that the Secret Service, maybe because they'll have more confidence in you than perhaps other law enforcement agencies, take over securing the Capitol itself during the inauguration. Is that something you guys do anyway during an inauguration, or not necessarily, and you may this time?
So again, an inauguration is a reoccurring NSSE. So every 4 years, we take that lead role in the planning and implementation. We work with our partners, both at the Capitol Police and some of those other agencies I described, to secure the entire event, which includes events at the Capitol. but also obviously, other events. Historically, you got a parade route, you got the White House, and you got other locations that are typically involved with that 2 or 3 day inauguration period.
So it does include the Capitol.
Absolutely.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft. That was a really illuminating conversation just about what goes in a normal cycle, in a normal season, if you will, to the preparations for the inauguration. Obviously, that will all look different this year, much like Deputy Special Agent Ben Safford was telling that reporter there from our sister station in the nation's capital. At the moment, though, we do want to take it, we're going to kind of keep on this story for the rest of the hour here, and we want to take it out now again to Fox 5 DC, and they did a great rundown as well of, the FBI's search for these suspects, at the moment, and then we're going to have that live report from Tampa where, the guy, you probably saw this viral video, he was photographed taking Speaker Pelosi's lectern. He had, long hair and a beanie cap, and he's been arrested since then down in Florida. So we're going to get a live report on all of that. But first, let's go to Fox 5 DC, and this is kind of a rundown and a roundup of the FBI search for those suspects who stormed the Capitol last Wednesday.
Suspects is happening around the clock. We are here in front of the DC field office, and you can see there is a mobile command center that's been set up. Tonight I spoke to the head of this office, who says investigators are looking at a wide range of charges to include sedition.
This line that they crossed will not be tolerated.
The FBI says so far 50,000 tips have come in, and investigators are pouring through every one. They got this guy posing with Speaker Nancy Pelosi's lectern. Also the man photographed with his feet up in her office, and the guy with the face paint and horns.
There are a lot more to come too. This is just the tip of the iceberg with this investigation, I'll tell you.
Stephen D'Antuono heads the FBI Washington field office. He says investigators are looking for every person in the mob inside the Capitol. Fox 5 obtaining new video tonight of the destruction they left behind.
What could be the worst charges that someone would be facing?
We're looking at all charges, everything that we can possibly look at. I know there's been a lot of information about the Sedition Act out there. That's probably why you're asking the question. We are not closing the book on anything.
U.S. Code defines sedition as conspiring to overthrow the U.S. government, and it's punishable by up to 20 years in prison. Of course, there could also be murder charges for some after the death of Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, and major penalties for the person who planted pipe bombs at the RNC and DNC. Those who walked away Wednesday thinking they were free and clear may now be talking legal strategy with attorneys.
How do you defend them?
Criminal defense lawyer Adam Sostrin says he doesn't believe people will be able to take cover in the president's rhetoric.
And we fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Or in the videos that appear to show Capitol Police standing down. He says the best strategy he sees, plead guilty and try to get a deal.
The consequences for going to trial, especially in federal cases, they're tough, they're severe, they're harsher than in state courts.
The FBI says there is still no evidence that Antifa was involved in this, as some have continued to claim. Thus far, dozens have been arrested, but a small fraction of those who entered the Capitol. If you do think you have information, the FBI wants to hear from you. Back to you.
All right, and that was one of our Fox 5 DC reporters talking about the FBI's search at the moment for a number of different suspects. And I just kind of wanted to go a little deeper into that story at the moment, because at the moment we are getting reports that the FBI is warning that in almost all the state capitals, 50 state capitals around the day of Biden's inauguration, that we could be expecting protests, armed protests. The FBI has received more than 40,000 tips regarding last week's Capitol riot. I'm just going to bring this up here. And they said in a statement to Fox News that the FBI said they do not comment on specific intelligence products, but said the FBI is, quote, supporting our state, local, and federal law enforcement partners with maintaining public safety in the communities that we serve. So we've already learned that several state governors have said that they intend to plan on, or are planning on at the moment, or have already done so, rather, to call up their state's National Guard to protect state capitals around the country leading up to the inauguration in just 9 days. So, as you know, it's been reported that the FBI visited extremists planning to attend the pro-Trump rallies, that the FBI warned Capitol Police of potential violence that day. And so right now you're seeing investigations underway or about to be underway on all of the failures that went wrong last Wednesday surrounding the security failures and the amount of protesters that were so unanticipated in the eyes of the Capitol Police and DC Metro Police. And so all of this is happening with inauguration just 9 days away. It's all happening at the moment. We know now that the House will be debating the article of impeachment that they introduced earlier this morning on Wednesday. And so this is the framework we're going into in the final week of the president's term and the president's administration. So we want to play out an interview at the moment that our sister station in Los Angeles did with an electoral law expert, kind of breaking down the impeachment debate at the moment. It was one article from this morning. It was about incitement to insurrection they were charging the president with in the House. There's some talk at the moment that Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer could convene an emergency meeting of the Senate to take up these articles right away, because in all likelihood, it will most likely pass in the House. So we want to just play out this interview with that electoral law professor, breaking all this down for you, because it would be historic. No president has ever been impeached twice.
President Trump for the second time. They introduced an article of impeachment soon after Republicans blocked a resolution calling for Vice President Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment. Let's bring in our Jessica Levinson, law school professor and constitutional scholar, because I thought, okay, we got to get on the line with her. We've been watching this announcement. So one part of it is done. The articles of impeachment have been announced. But talk about the movement from the GOP to block this this use of to invoke the 25th Amendment.
Well, it shows that we don't have bipartisan agreement or unity when it comes to using the 25th Amendment, which was, of course, not a surprise. The 25th Amendment, constitutionally speaking, really is absolutely a nuclear option. And it means that we probably will force a vote on that later. The 25th Amendment, of course, all roads lead through Vice President Mike Pence. But it can be essentially invoked two ways. The vice president can say to a majority of the 16-member cabinet, we're there, the president can't fulfill the powers and duties of his office, or there can be a new legislative body created, not the cabinet, for the vice president to go to and say the same thing. And that's partly where the movement is here. And again, all unprecedented. We have never pulled the lever on Section 4 of the 25th Amendment.
I want to talk about even if the House votes to impeach, they require 67 votes in the Senate to convict the president. Talk about how this, where we are right now, compares to what we saw just last year in 2020 in that effort to impeach the president. Parallel those for us.
Well, I mean, in one way, it's like deja vu all over again, in the sense that there are the votes in the House because of the partisan makeup, and there likely are not the votes in the Senate because of the partisan makeup. So on that really kind of 30,000-foot view level, I think the answer might be the same. What's different, of course, is that we've never had a historic second impeachment. What's different is where we are in this term. We've never had an impeachment in the lame duck session. Right. What's different is that the Senate trial would probably happen all during President Biden's first 100 days. What's also different is that if the president was convicted, President Trump, obviously he wouldn't be removed from office because he's already been removed from office. So that question isn't hanging over us.
So that's the question. What is to be gained for those of us that are not constitutional scholars, which is the majority? What is to be gained by impeaching a president that is no longer holding the office of president? What is the point of doing that?
So I think there are 2 points, and other people will have many others. But the first point is, if we have a constitutional provision like the impeachment clause that says that if you engage in behavior that we find so beyond the norms, then here's the remedy, that it's a pretty hollow constitutional provision. It's not a true remedy if we decide not to use it just because the timing is inconvenient or the politics are inconvenient. The other is that as an incident of the conviction, as a consequence of a potential conviction in the Senate, you could say the president can never hold higher office, and therefore he couldn't run for and raise money for a 2024 presidential run.
Okay. So in terms of that, like, imagine, if you will, the calculus that's going on and has been going on over the past 72 hours, even among House Democrats, GOP alike. They must be making calculations about playing out what all of those scenarios look like.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a game of, 17-dimensional chess, in the sense that there's so many different calculations here. And I think a lot of it comes down to the GOP, the establishment GOP, trying to figure out what is the new normal, in the sense of how much did the insurrection in the Capitol change what their base or their voters feel? How much are their voters willing to, frankly, abandon the president? At that point, I think if members of Congress, members of the Senate who are Republicans think, I don't have to worry about a mean tweet from the president, I don't have to worry about being primaried by one of the president's supporters, I think we could see movement away from the president. Do we see 67 votes to convict?
That's the question.
I don't think so.
But here's the other, this is a question that I know that is hanging over the heads of many smart minds, is in the time of an already fractured nation, the level of divisiveness, I would argue, has not been this heightened. The idea of impeaching a president how damaging is that sort of tonally and as a nation when we have this level of distrust and frustration and divisiveness?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people would say, which is true, it's horribly divisive. It's horribly wrenching. Nobody wants to put the country through this. The question is whether or not how wrenching it is, how divisive it's going to be. It's still on the scales weigh in favor of saying you cannot, as the president of the United States, engage in this behavior. Right. And just because it's too late, just because we're exhausted and we don't want to go through it, we say, you know what, let's just look the other way. Kind of the same calculus that we talked about with respect to whether or not the president will be charged for crimes. We're exhausted, but if criminal laws mean anything, then it should mean something regardless of whether or not we're exhausted and we're divided and we don't want to live through it.
Jessica Levinson, thanks for pushing through. We had a little technological challenges this morning getting you up, but you persevered. We appreciate it. An important day to get your voice on this topic, especially as we see this news crossing the wires this hour. Jessica Levinson from Loyola Law, thanks so much. We appreciate it. All right.
All right, that was a great conversation there, just kind of breaking down the particulars, the kind of political implications of impeaching a president for the second time. It's never been done before in the country's history. So we'll carry that live on NewsNOW from Fox on Wednesday and tomorrow as well, as they debate and then vote on that one article of impeachment in the House. So we also want to cover this angle too, because this is a major angle as well. Social media and the president. We know Facebook and Instagram have suspended the president's accounts indefinitely until most likely after Joe Biden is sworn in. We know Twitter permanently took down Donald Trump's account, the @RealDonaldTrump. So we're going to hear from Fox 32 in Chicago, and they broke all of this down for us as well. You're seeing a huge big tech backlash for not only the president, but some of the president's supporters who people say are responsible and complicit in inciting this mob to the Capitol. So let's listen to that conversation right now. It's about 5 minutes, and then we have that live report from Tampa in just about four or 5 minutes time. So.
More than any other political leader in history, President Trump has taken advantage of social media to spread his message to millions of people. As we told you this morning, he's been permanently banned from Twitter. He's losing his digital pulpit.
Following the mob on the Capitol last week, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, and Snapchat, they all blocked the president's account for at least the remainder of his presidency. The president's favorite social network, Twitter, it put a 12-hour lock on his account, but warned for the first time that it could suspend him permanently if he violates the rules. But what about free speech and the First Amendment? Here to weigh in on all of that is Genevieve Laquier. She is an assistant professor of law at the University of Chicago Law School. Thank you for coming on the show this morning. What's your reaction to the actions by these social media companies that are banning the president on social media?
I have to say it's mixed. It's complicated. I think free speech people have a kind of a nuanced take on this. So on the one hand, it seems really good that Twitter has removed some of the posts and banned President Trump for now. And not only Trump, a number of other people who were involved in the Stop This Deal campaign and involved in the Capitol riot. I believe in free speech, but speech can cause all kinds of harms. And there seems no question that Trump's tweets and other social media posts enabled and encouraged the significant violence at the Capitol, and that there's already plans in the works for similar kinds of events. And so that seems good that that's taken down. It's a way of preventing bloodshed in the future. On the other hand, there's this big question looming over all of this, which is, do we want these private for-profit companies wielding this tremendous power over what speech gets out there to the public? Under existing First Amendment law, Twitter, Snapchat, all of these social media companies have almost total freedom to make the rules up as they see fit. So Twitter could ban Trump or not ban Trump, and the First Amendment has nothing to say about it. But it's unclear whether, as a general matter, we want the people making these decisions to be these often very non-transparent private companies.
Well, we know the president, whether he likes it or not, is leaving office officially next week. We also know that groups like the Proud Boys and the National Socialist Club and the Three Percenters aren't likely to go away anytime soon. What, in your mind, with regard to responsibility, do social media companies have when it comes to these groups inciting the type of rhetoric that leads to the kind of violence we saw play out on the Capitol?
Well, I guess I'll say two things. So one, we wouldn't want a situation where the major social media platforms are worried about hosting this kind of speech, and so therefore it just goes to the dark web or to other kinds of sites where it's less easy to be seen. I would prefer generalizable rules across the social media platforms, that we can have a uniform approach rather than simply picking and choosing by the private companies. In terms of their responsibility, they have a responsibility, like we all do, to create the best political community, the best democratic society we can. Do I think that they should have legal responsibility? No, not really, because what we've seen in the past is that when companies face legal liability for hosting speech, what happens is they take down a lot of speech that maybe we don't want them to take down. And so, it's a really tricky question, balancing on the one hand, we want a vibrant, robust political debate. On the other hand, we don't want speech that's inciting violence.
Well, even a legislative caucus member of the ACLU is in agreement with you about the power that these big tech companies hold and wield, and just shutting voices down. Some would argue that shutting down the voices only makes it grow louder, even resulting to something that could happen physically. I mean, people are communicating on social media, but the more that they feel that they're constrained and that their voice is not being heard, that and then will result in more people showing up in person at places when they feel, at least there, they can maybe get a television camera or cell phone camera footage to get their information out. What is the worry that that could be the next step?
So, in the past, this is not the first time that Twitter has banned speech because of it thinks that it's likely to lead to violence. It does this all the time with, say, foreign terrorist groups like ISIS. And the evidence we have so far is that those bans are pretty effective in limiting the dissemination of the message. Now, hardcore supporters are going to access the message one way or another. But I'm not really concerned that it's going to lead to an escalation of violence. The worry, of course, is that there will be other less easily less transparent sites where a lot of this kind of conversation will migrate. If you'd asked me a week ago whether a Twitter ban on Trump would have any effect, I would have said probably no, because he can quickly move to Parler. The scope of the bans, the scope of the response by social media has been so extensive that I think it is likely to have an effect. Trump has very few places to go, not none, but few. So I think it will have an effect that way. But, of course, because it has been so concerted, because Amazon is involved, Twitter is involved, Facebook is involved, all of the social media giants, it raises concerns in the future. This kind of concerted action, could valuable speech be driven out of the public sphere?
Well, I, for one, envy the conversations you're going to be having in the lecture halls in the days, weeks, and months to come. Genevieve Laquire, Assistant Professor of Law at the University of Chicago Law School, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft once again, and we want to just touch on another angle of this story because we've seen many protesters already arrested in the wake of the Capitol attack fallout. We know now a man suspected of carrying Nancy Pelosi's lectern. You might have seen that very viral photo in the aftermath. He has been arrested in the Tampa Bay area. He's been identified as 36-year-old Adam Johnson. And to join me right now is Fox 13's Gloria Gomez to talk about that arrest and the charges that he's facing and what's next for him. Gloria, thanks so much for being with us.
Well, you're welcome. I'm glad to be here. Yeah, Johnson walked out of federal court this afternoon on $25,000 bond. He didn't talk to reporters, but his attorneys did, saying that, yes, he regrets what he did, and obviously he takes these charges very seriously. He's charged, obviously, with theft of government property and unlawfully entering a government building. Keep in mind that earlier in the day, the defense was really asking for him to get bond, but prosecutors objected to that, saying that he is a threat to the community and should stay locked up. But the judge actually sided with the defense and gave him a $25,000 bond with restrictions. That includes an ankle monitor, surrendering his passport, and also making sure that he surrenders all of his weapons as well. So he is back in court on January 19th. Keep in mind, though, if he is indicted by a grand jury, that means that he will have his arraignment in Washington, D.C. Back to you.
And Gloria, I was kind of wondering as well, what is the man Adam Johnson like? Is he a father? What was his profession before all this? How did he kind of get radicalized, if you will, to even go to the Capitol to do this?
We don't know all of those details. What his attorneys did tell us today is that he's a father of 5. He's a stay-at-home dad. He's a good man. They said he is not a danger to the community. Obviously, they said the judge wouldn't have released him out on $25,000 bond if he was dangerous to the community. Keep in mind, though, prosecutors did ask the judge to make sure that when he does go to Washington, D.C., that he only goes there for legal matters and to see his attorneys. They don't want him in any way going to the inauguration or any other rallies.
All right, Fox 13's Gloria Gomez for us there live in Tampa. Thank you so much, Gloria.
You're welcome.
All right, and this is Andrew Kraft. Once again, we are going to have another live report, this time out of Detroit. And this is some of the fallout that we're experiencing as well around state capitals around the country, especially there in Lansing. We learned that a state panel today has banned the open carry of guns in Michigan's capital after an armed mob rioted at the U.S. Capitol last Wednesday. So we're just going to have that live report in a matter of moments. Before we do that, here's just a live look at the U.S. Capitol Dome, and we'll come back with that story in just a minute. All right, and this is Andrew Kraft once again. And like I said, wanted to preview that other live report that we were getting this time out of Lansing, Michigan, but we're going to talk to Fox 2's Roop Raj there in Detroit for us. Michigan banning open carry of guns inside the state capitol. You know, obviously this happened after the fallout from Wednesday, but has this been a long time coming? I've heard some talk of it happening, you know, in the recent months, but it finally happened today. Can you kind of go over the details, Roop?
Been an interesting few months, obviously, for the whole country. But if you really take a look at what's been happening in Michigan, it would give you a preview of what would then transpire to happen at the Capitol, perhaps not with such magnitude. But it was only 8 months ago in April that the Capitol here in Michigan was taken over, if you will, by a few people who had stormed in while they were having one of those protests against Governor Gretchen Whitmer's strict lockdown measures. And I talked to the governor just last week, and when I began the line of questioning, I asked her if she was surprised by what happened at the Capitol, and she kind of scoffed at that and looked at me and said, "Roop, how can anyone be surprised if they just saw what happened here in Michigan 8 months ago?" So while there was talk about doing this ban, this open carry ban, it wasn't supposed to be for at least another month when that happened. Instead, though, it kind of took the to the front burner for a very good reason, because of what happened at the Capitol. The Michigan State Capitol Commission is what it's known as. Essentially, they said, "Look, let's go ahead and put this on the panel for us to be able to sit down and take a look at it." And today, they voted to ban open carry right here in the state of Michigan. Well, lawmakers were going to tackle this again in a month's time, but because of what happened in Washington on Wednesday, things got sped up just a bit.
And Roop, you know, this is not anything done by the legislature. Like you said, this is kind of an executive commission. Is that right? The Capitol State Commission, who the panel decides this. So, you know, for those people who might have, you know, carried openly before this, can they still have a concealed carry permit in the state capitol as well?
They certainly can, and much to the chagrin of the governor and others who are advocating for a total ban on weapons, that's not something that will happen now. Instead, this is just simply the panel, as you mentioned, not the legislature. This is not the Michigan State Legislature voting to ban open carry. This instead is that panel, the Michigan State Capitol Commission. The panel saying, look, we're not going to have open carry. The objection that still stands right now in the state of Michigan are for those out there who are upset by the fact that you can still bring a weapon in. It just can't be open carry. So, you know, the governor today released a statement essentially saying you have fourth graders who are going through here for tour groups, not unlike what's happening all across the country. From everyone who's watching NewsNOW by Fox, we know that every capital has tour groups. She's weary of the fact that these tour groups will still be exposed to the potential of people who are bringing weapons with them, whether or not they're open or not. Still, she says, a danger to the people who are inside.
And Roop, just last question for you. You know, this is obviously coming in the wake as well, just a couple months ago, of that that plot against Governor Whitmer herself. And you saw some of those people who were implicated in that plot at that rally that you were mentioning in Lansing at that state capitol. Is that kind of maybe some of the impetus for this as well?
Oh, certainly. I think things. Very good point, Andrew. I mean, things were elevated here already before Wednesday, and then, of course, as we know now, all 50 capitals across the country are on guard and on alert because of what happened on Wednesday at the nation's capital. But certainly in this state, the plot to kidnap Governor Whitmer, the fact that, as you mentioned, some of the players and the operatives who were in charge of that not only planned to kidnap the governor, they also had a plan to storm the Capitol. At one point, some of these operatives saying, let's lock the doors and set the place on fire. So there were some pretty varied threats coming from various people within that organization. Again, not necessarily an organized group, but from some of the factions of the people who are out there. So that certainly played into the decision that was made today.
And we've seen a lot of these state capitals take precautions. I believe Wisconsin's is boarding up. We saw what happened there in Washington State and Oregon State. As far as Michigan State Capitol there in Lansing, do you expect maybe that they would just close it all together and not have it open to the public unless it's in session?
You know, that's a really good question, and that's one that we will get to the bottom of when we talk to our folks out on the ground in Lansing. That's certainly something that's not off the table. We've heard that before. You know, January 16th is a day where so many people are being told, who are supporters of this uprising against the Capitol in Washington and elsewhere, that you should be on guard to go protest in front of these various capitals. In particular, there were violent threats made to ones in Michigan and Minnesota as well. And so because of that, that is certainly something that's on the table. But we'll get to the bottom of that, and we'll have more for you throughout the week.
All right, Fox 2 Detroit's Roop Raj, thanks for talking to News Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Good to talk to you, Andrew.
All right, and that's just more fallout in the aftermath of the U.S. Capitol attack just last Wednesday. We're following all the angles of that story here on News Now from Fox. At the moment, though, we do want to show you an event from earlier. We showed you D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. She held a press conference today, but her counterparts in the Delmarva Peninsula area, the D.C. metro area, we're going to go out now to Governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, the Republican, who had a press conference earlier, and no doubt that these security preparations, calling in the National Guard, what have you, were brought up. So here's that right now.
To aggressively push out emergency relief and preparing with our hospitals and health officials for the next surge of COVID-19, I directed our team to explore every possible avenue to further ease the financial burden on Marylanders experiencing so much hardship, and to do whatever we can, even as we face unprecedented budget challenges, to allow them to keep more money in order to feed their families and to keep their businesses going. Amid so much suffering, the last thing we should ever do is raise taxes. So today I am announcing our top legislative priority, the Recovery for the Economy, Livelihoods, Industries, Entrepreneurs, and Families, or the Relief Act of 2021. Which will provide more than $1 billion in immediate and targeted financial relief and tax cuts for Maryland working families, small businesses, and those who have lost their jobs and are suffering financially as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This stimulus and tax relief package will provide $267 million in direct payments to Marylanders in need. Families who file for the Earned Income Tax Credit will receive an additional $750. Individuals will receive $450. This relief will go directly to more than 400,000 Marylanders in need, and no application of any kind is necessary. These checks can begin going out immediately as soon as the Legislative Relief Act is passed by the legislature and I sign it into law. The Relief Act also commits another $180 million in targeted tax relief for Marylanders who have lost their jobs by repealing all state and local income taxes on unemployment benefits, allowing them to keep more money in their pockets. The Relief Act of 2021 also provides $300 million in immediate tax relief to help 55,000 Maryland restaurants and small businesses by allowing them to be able to keep up to $12,000 of sales tax over the next 4 months, which will keep much needed cash in the coffers of those small businesses, which enables them to keep their doors open and to keep more people on the payroll as we confront the next phase of the pandemic. Last month, I issued an executive order which immediately prevented sudden and substantial increases in unemployment taxes on small businesses. This new Relief Act legislation will codify that emergency tax relief for all of 2021, saving small businesses $218 million. The Small Business the Relief Act will also safeguard Maryland business owners against any tax increase triggered by the receipt of state loan or grant funds, which will help small businesses keep an additional $40 million in their bank accounts. All of this targeted relief will help businesses keep their doors open and keep more people on the payroll. Since this crisis began 10 months ago, our administration has aggressively and repeatedly taken actions which assisted individuals and small businesses who were struggling as a result of the pandemic and to prevent the collapse of our state's economy. Those previous executive actions I've already taken have totaled more than $700 million in emergency economic relief to the Marylanders and small businesses who needed it the most. We provided $220 million in grants and forgivable loans to Maryland small businesses, $108 million in emergency tax relief, $80 million in relief specifically for bars and restaurants, $50 million for the hospitality industry, $40 million for healthcare providers, $35 million for entertainment venues, $30 million through our layoff aversion fund, protecting 21,000 jobs, $10 million for low-interest loans to small and minority businesses, $10 million for farmers, watermen, and producers, $7 million for local arts organizations. We have made rental assistance one of our highest priorities, backing up one of the strongest eviction moratoriums in the country with $90 million in relief for rental payments, legal services, and affordable housing. We have directed $20 million to Maryland food banks and boosted the temporary cash assistance benefit for 62,000 Marylanders. On top of the more than $700 million which we have already announced, this new Relief Act emergency package brings us to more than $1.7 billion in state emergency economic relief for Marylanders and small businesses. In addition, after 8 months of urging leaders in Washington to act, Congress finally reached a bipartisan consensus on the federal relief package, which will allow us to provide Marylanders with an additional $15 billion of COVID-19 economic relief. In addition, $10 billion in Paycheck Protection Program funding will be provided through the CARES Act, and an additional $4 billion in individual assistance funding, including direct stimulus checks for Marylanders, as well as enhanced unemployment and SNAP benefits. Last week, Maryland became the first state in the nation to begin accepting claims for the extended federal unemployment programs. And we have already paid out $105 million in those benefits. Prior to all of this new relief, we have already paid out $8.7 billion in unemployment benefits to more than 709,000 Marylanders. Beginning this month, Maryland SNAP recipients will now receive an additional 15% increase in their benefits. We also are able to provide another $400 million in rental assistance, which we will be able to use to help further immediate relief for rent and utility bills. Businesses will receive an additional $7 billion from the through the federal bill, including another round of the Paycheck Protection Program. The federal bill provides Maryland with an additional $1.2 billion for education, $130 million more for child care, and $250 million for the transportation sector. This is critical, much needed funding. And once we receive all of the federal guidance which is required, we will work to get these funds out the door as quickly as possible. Last year, the direct actions I took by executive order, along with these federal relief programs, helped a great deal. This targeted Relief Act of 2021 will provide even more targeted emergency direct relief to fill in the gaps that still remain. With the start of the new 21 legislative session beginning on Wednesday, we are now asking the legislative branch to assist by immediately passing this stimulus and tax relief package to help even more struggling families and small businesses across our state. We will be introducing the Relief Act of 2021 as emergency legislation on day one of the session on Wednesday. We will ask both houses of the legislature to act on it immediately so that I can sign it into law immediately and that these relief measures can take effect and we can immediately get these much needed dollars out the door and into the pockets of those who desperately need it. We look forward to working with legislative leaders on both sides of the aisle to pass this emergency legislation. I cannot imagine anything that could possibly be more important for the legislature to pass. Every day that goes by without passing a stimulus and tax relief package means more jobs that will be lost, more families who will lose their homes, and more businesses who will go out of business, and more people that suffer. Struggling Marylanders and small businesses who are barely hanging on cannot afford the kind of partisan bickering and needless delay that we have seen in Washington. For 6 years, Maryland has been setting an example for the nation of how respectful and effective government can work across the aisle together in order to find bipartisan common sense solutions. And my hope is that the legislature will join us in quickly pushing for this much needed emergency stimulus and tax relief package, and that they will work together with us in a bipartisan way as we guide our state through this pandemic and this economic crisis together. I'm a lifelong small businessman who had never held elective office before. In 2014, I stepped up to run for governor because I was so frustrated. 43 consecutive tax hikes had caused our state to lose thousands of businesses and hundreds of thousands of jobs. I pledged to work to grow small businesses and to put more people to work, let people keep more of their own money in their pockets, and to turn our economy around. And we did exactly what we said we would do. We took Maryland's overall economic performance from 49th out of 50 states to one of the best in America. More businesses were opened and more Marylanders were working than at any other time in the history of the state. And we had the greatest economic turnaround in America. But the events of the past 10 months have wreaked havoc on America's economy, and Maryland, while doing better than many other states, has not been immune from economic suffering. We've already taken some of the most aggressive actions in America to ease the blow of the national recession on our struggling families and small businesses, and to help them stay afloat during this extremely difficult time. Maryland's economy has proven to be resilient during this crisis, keeping more of our businesses open and recovering and creating jobs at one of the fastest rates in America. But in spite of that, there are still many struggling and truly in need. And I want the people of this great state to know that in the months ahead, no one will fight harder on behalf of our struggling Marylanders, our struggling families and small businesses. And we're going to continue to do whatever it takes in order to restore our economy, to put Marylanders back to work, and to ensure that our state once again has the greatest economic turnaround in America. With that, I'd be happy to take some questions.
Governor Hogan, where is this money coming from? And did you secure, you talked to the Democrats, did they say they're totally on board with this?
The money's coming from a variety of places. First of all, much of it is coming from the budget actions that we took earlier in the year at the Board of Public Works. Some of it is coming from our reserve fund, which is doing better than we anticipated because of our recovery, doing better than we expected. And a small portion of it to pay for unemployment is coming from the rainy day fund. I think about $100 million of the $1 billion. And so we talked in general terms with the legislature. I think we're all in agreement that the legislative session should focus on economic relief, and we'll be hopefully getting everybody on board with moving forward as quickly as possible.
So the amount to individuals and to families, and that's been the big debate across the country, right? How much? Franchise has suggested 2,000. How did you come up with those two numbers, the 450 and 750?
Well, that's only one tiny sliver of what I just talked about out of $1 billion. But the $2,000 checks that Franco was talking about are simply not possible. We don't have the power to just write $2,000 checks, number one. Number two, he was talking about draining the entire rainy day fund of the state. We chose to follow the directions of the Spending Affordability Committee and the legislature in maintaining our rainy day fund. We want to maintain our AAA bond rating, and we want to make sure that the state government continues to function. So we believe this is actually getting more money in the hands of more people that need it and getting it out much faster without taking irresponsible actions.
Can you describe the eligibility for those payments again?
Which payments? So these are going to, maybe Mark Nicole, you want to talk about who would be eligible?
Thank you, Governor. So the eligibility for the $750 and $450 payments are tied to Marylanders who have qualified for the Earned Income Tax Credit in 2019, and those who will be eligible for it in 2020.
So these are the lowest income Marylanders who get that assistance. It's in addition to and separate from the additional federal, which, you know, I think in the coming weeks we're also going to see that increase.
Governor, given the tough budget situation ahead of you, can you go into a little bit of detail about how you intend to pay for this and what other sorts of priorities might not get funded in order to make sure that these transparency?
Well, we'll be, we have a couple of weeks. I think January 20th we roll out our budget. We think we're going to continue to be able to fund all the most important functions of government. We thought this was very important to keep our economy going, and it was a fiscally prudent way to go about it.
I'm sorry, where's the money coming from?
I just answered her question on that. It's coming from a variety of different places. Most of it is money we've already recognized by savings from the cuts that we took at the Board of Public Works. Some of it is coming from the reserve fund, which is much higher than we anticipated because the economy is starting to do a little better, and about $100 million of it is coming from the rainy day fund.
Thank you, sir.
Does the rent assistance also pick up mortgage assistance, or home lenders just backing up?
I think this money is specifically for rental assistance and not mortgages.
Will there be kind of a research into looking for homeowner assistance later down the line?
Absolutely. I think it's one of the things we have to do. I think it's one of the things they're looking at with the new bill that they're talking about in Washington. I think we're doing better than almost any other state in America. It is a big problem in that hundreds of thousands of people are being paid billions of dollars in spite of, we were the first to set up a computer system to handle all of them. We were the first ones to now be accepting these checks. We're moving at a much faster rate than almost every other state in the country. But there's still about 4% of the people that haven't gotten paid yet, and that's because they have very complex problems that are going to take many, many months to resolve. We have a law that requires us to not just deny them, but to spend perhaps months or a year going through an appeals process, and that's what most of that is about. But we've taken care of 94, 96%, and paid out 709,000 people $8.7 billion. So I'm sure you will continue to hear for years that people have said, I didn't get my unemployment check, because many people are not going to get one.
Governor, if I may pivot for a minute, since you last held a press conference, threats against state capitals and Republican leaders who don't go along with President Trump are escalating. There's apparently a group planning an attack on state capitals soon. Have you fielded threats against this State House, your administration, and have you added additional security measures since the last vote?
So we are taking additional security measures here at the State House complex, both the Capitol Police and the Maryland State Police. I have a security team briefing later this afternoon, not only to talk about the situation in Maryland, but our additional assistance in Washington with all of our allied police forces in Maryland and with our National Guard, which we've increased the number of and the mission for. I have a call this afternoon with Governor Northam and Mayor Bowser to talk about coordination in the region. We're setting up a meeting with the FBI who wants to brief me. So in addition to the start of the legislative session and massive vaccination rollout, and dealing with the COVID numbers. We're also dealing with tons of security issues, both here in the state and in our nation's capital. And we're going to be continuing to work on that, day and night between now and probably the inauguration.
Governor, how would you describe the state's posture in readiness to assist with the inauguration? And whatever may come this weekend in D.C.
Well, we, Maryland and many of our police departments and the whole state and the Guard are always somewhat involved in inaugurations. This is obviously a much more heightened situation. We have already 500 Guard members in the city. We've beefed up our police presence, and I think we're going to be increasing several hundred more Guard members after we finish our discussions. There's now a lot of talk and coordination between all the federal agencies and all of the regional partners. So hopefully everybody will be able to be prepared.
Governor, a number of lawmakers in your own party are talking about the possibility of legislation that would require you or a future governor to come to the legislature to extend the 30-day state of emergency. Can you talk a little bit about, does the legislature need additional power to check the governor on states of emergency?
Well, that would be about probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life, because if you have the whole purpose of the Constitution setting it up that way, the reason we have this in statute is if you have an emergency and it's a state of emergency, you can't wait a year for the legislature to come back and ask permission. You have to take action like that day, not to have it debated for 90 days or say, well, there's another legislative session in 9 months. You can't take emergency powers away from the people that have to take immediate actions, which we've been taking now for 10 months.
Is it going to be possible to move as quickly as you want on this package without having pre-negotiated or structured agreement with Senate and Assembly?
I know that everybody believes it's important. I'm sure there are going to be, some discussions about tweaks and things that everybody, I think, generally agrees with most of the things we're talking about. There may be additional things or things they'd rather do this instead of that, and we're looking forward to those discussions. But we can't waste a lot of time. We can't. This is not something that should be debated until the end of the legislative session in April. In the meantime, we're losing thousands of businesses and tens of thousands of people losing their jobs and their homes.
Last question. If the legislature continues to debate this and the negotiations take longer than you're willing to wait, are you ready to go at this alone?
Well, so we took every action that we could take alone. These tax changes and the things that we're talking about that extend beyond the state of emergency, the legislature must pass the legislation. That's why they're in this package. We would have taken these actions already. I know there's talk from the comptroller about we just send everybody checks. Well, that's just not the way the law works. This requires an act of the legislature.
Should the National Guard be armed in the district?
I think they probably should, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, that was Governor Larry Hogan there of the state of Maryland talking about the coronavirus situation in his state. We want to take it now down south because millions of Americans are receiving the coronavirus vaccination across the country. But as new COVID strands appear, healthcare leaders are working to combat another spread in states around the country, especially here in Arizona. So Fox's Jayla Whitfield is joining me now live from Atlanta. Jayla, thanks so much for being with us today.
Of course, infections have passed over 22 million in the United States, and over 6 million Americans have received the coronavirus vaccine so far. Right here in the Peach State, over 700,000 Americans have the coronavirus, and officials are expecting that number to continue to increase as following the holidays. Now, their main concern is how fast these vaccines are rolling out. Officials say they're not rolling out fast enough for Americans to be able to get them. Right now, people that are able to get that vaccine are vulnerable Americans, elderly groups, older groups, healthcare workers, but the demand is high. States like California have passed 30,000 coronavirus deaths as of today, but some states are working to expand how they pass out that vaccination. I think we have some sound of that right now. Now, as Americans are waiting their turn to receive this vaccine, there has also been new strands of the coronavirus popping up. The UK variant has been found in France as of this weekend. Now, China says that their experts are going to get together this week to try and figure out how this coronavirus originated. And we also know that our leaders in the United States, healthcare workers, and over 50 global experts plan to meet this week as well to figure out a better COVID-19 response in the States. I can send it back to you.
Fox's Jayla Whitfield there live for us in Atlanta. Jayla, thanks so much. All right, and we'll be bringing you the latest as well as we follow all the angles out of the coronavirus pandemic, the story of the last year of our lives here on NewsNOW from Fox. But first, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. I want to thank everyone for watching. Remember, everything here we try to do live, raw, and unfiltered with little, no bias, no opinion, just context, clarity, and the facts. So, see you back here in 2 minutes on NewsNOW. All right, that's a live look there of the White House, the executive residence. We were seeing some reports on social media that the Vice President, Mike Pence, and President Trump have spoken today. They hadn't done so since last Wednesday, before last Wednesday, rather. Bloomberg is actually reporting that Trump and Pence spoke today. It's the first time since his supporters rioted at the U.S. Capitol. So we'll be monitoring any developments out of the White House. At the start of the day, there was no public events on the president's schedule. Some speculation swirling out there. Maybe we will see him today in some remarks, or maybe they might put out a statement, and we'll be following that here on NewsNOW from Fox, presumably about the news that he has been deplatformed on a lot of social media platforms. So we will be following that if we hear from the White House, if we hear from the president at all today. We have you here on NewsNOW from Fox, and we will bring that to you if that happens. So in the meantime, we do want to take it out now to Chicago, where Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker held an update on the coronavirus there in Chicago.
on both our vaccination progress and the ongoing mitigation efforts across the state of Illinois. First, on vaccines. As of last night, approximately 587,900 total doses of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines have been delivered to the state of Illinois. 478,175 doses to public and private healthcare providers outside of Chicago, and 109,725 doses to providers in the city of Chicago. As you know, the vaccination program for long-term care facilities is a federally operated pharmacy partnership program with CVS and Walgreens, the doses for which are removed from our state's allocation before we receive the deliveries that I mentioned above. To date, the pharmacy partnership has acquired about 231,400 total doses to vaccinate staff and residents of these facilities, starting with skilled nursing homes. That breaks down to about 172,500 outside of Chicago and 58,900 in Chicago. Illinois as a whole, including the city of Chicago and including the pharmacy partnership program, has administered approximately 334,939 vaccine doses as of last night, 36,867 by the local pharmacy partnership, and 298,072 under the control of the state's public and private healthcare providers. Starting tomorrow, Illinois' latest vaccine numbers will be found on the IDPH website and will be updated daily. While Illinois reports out to the CDC, like all states do, their posting of the latest information about doses administered can be delayed. So our IDPH website will be the most up-to-date source of information about our vaccine distribution and administration on a daily basis. As a reminder to all of you, according to CDC guidelines, healthcare providers are allowed to report vaccinations up to 72 hours after they have been administered. So there's a significant time lag between vaccinations being actually administered and those that have been reported. In addition, vaccine doses that are distributed to Illinois are reported immediately by the CDC, so there's a mismatch on both the CDC and the IDPH website between vaccine doses distributed and vaccine doses administered. This is the case all across the country. To put this more simply, a vaccine dose that arrives in Illinois may be administered on day 1, but may not be reported until day 2, day 3, or day 4. Those are federal rules. To be clear, statewide, we have made significant progress in Phase 1A, and I appreciate the hard work of healthcare providers across the state to move as quickly as possible through this phase. In some communities, they've been able to substantially complete Phase 1A. IDPH is allowing any local health department in that position to move into the early stages of Phase 1B because we want to make sure any available vaccine is administered quickly to the priority groups that we've laid out. Local health departments will communicate this information to the public as they move through their Phase 1A population. But I want to urge patience. Phase 1B will take many weeks to complete, and if it's not yet available in your area now, it's because many counties aren't through their 1A population enough to move forward with the current pace of national vaccine development pipeline. I expect to make a formal announcement later this week on when Illinois will move into Phase 1B on a statewide basis. Of course, anyone in Phase 1A who has chosen not to get vaccinated will nevertheless be able to opt in during any subsequent round. This is about leaving no vaccines sitting on the shelves as we move forward. So now I'd like to talk about mitigations. In other words, what we can do to keep everyone safe while we're waiting for enough vaccine to be produced. Tier 3 mitigations have been in effect across the entire state since November 20th. And that has been an important factor in keeping hospital beds and ICU beds available at Illinois' hospital systems through this year's holiday season. This fall and winter have brought the United States to new all-time records in hospitalizations and in deaths, and Illinois has not been immune from that. But in large part because we acted before Thanksgiving with Tier 3 mitigations, we in Illinois have seen the number of COVID hospital patients and our positivity rates drop by over a third since November 20th. As hospitalization rates across the nation have continued to surge. That said, our success is relative and it's precious. We still have more than twice as many COVID patients in the hospital statewide than we did in the summer, and we've seen recent fluctuation in our case rates and test positivity that has stalled that downward trajectory. By operating with consistent and meaningful mitigations throughout the holiday season, it's my belief that Illinois has saved lives, brought down community risk, and set ourselves up to reduce these mitigations in a way that is both safe and smart. All that said, ahead of the 15th, when regions can begin to move to Tier 2 or Tier 1 according to their metrics, I want to provide a brief reminder as to what these changes actually entail. This information, of course, can also be found online on the IDPH website at dph.illinois.gov/COVID-19. Since late November, all regions have been in Tier 3 mitigations, the most stringent of the surge mitigations, in response to exponential growth in COVID-19 infections statewide. I want to be clear that just as regions moved into mitigations with a data-driven approach, beginning again on January 15th, they can move to lower tiers of mitigations. And I'll remind you about the 3 metrics that a region needs to meet in order to loosen up to Tier 2 mitigations, although you can find metrics for each tier on the website that I mentioned earlier. Number 1, a test positivity rate below 12% for 3 consecutive days as measured by the 7-day rolling average to account for any hiccups in the data. And 2, greater than 20% available staffed ICU and general hospital beds for 3 consecutive days on a 3-day rolling average. And 3, a decline in the number of people in the hospital battling COVID-19 for 7 out of 10 days, also on a 7-day average. Remember that these metrics together give us a picture of community transmission risk and hospital availability to treat any influx of patients, which could include those in need of care because of COVID-19 or anything from car crashes to heart attacks to critical surgeries. If things continue to improve in a region, IDPH will reclassify that region according to Tier 2, Tier 1, and back to Phase 4 as they meet the necessary metrics. If we maintain adherence to mask wearing and social distancing and make sure to get vaccinated when it's your time, we will experience a robust recovery that I know we all look forward to. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our Director of the Department of Public Health, Dr. Ngozi Ezike. Doctor?
Good afternoon, everyone, and I think it's still appropriate to say Happy New Year. I'm happy to be joining you here in Springfield. It was here in Springfield almost exactly a year ago when we announced the first COVID-19 case here in Illinois, and it's been a long, challenging year, but the end is in sight. Today, 4,776 new individuals were diagnosed with COVID-19 for a total of 1,033,526 cases in Illinois. Since yesterday, we have received reports of 53 individuals who have lost their battle with COVID, and that brings our total of lives lost in Illinois to 17,627. 3,540 individuals were in the hospital overnight with COVID-19, and of those, 759 were in the intensive care unit, and 401 were on ventilators. In the last 24 hours, more than 66,000 COVID-19 test results have been reported for a total of more than 14 million tests statewide. We know that moving out of the mitigation tiers will require us to continue to wear our masks, to continue to keep our distance, and to continue to avoid large gatherings. And now we can add vaccination to the list of things we should do. While the number of vaccine doses that providers in Illinois receive each week remains quite limited, it is important for those who are eligible to receive the vaccine to avail themselves of all the information and hopefully decide to get vaccinated. Vaccination is essential to us moving forward, but it only works if we actually utilize this critical resource. I understand that people are hesitant about getting this new vaccine. They are concerned that it was developed quicker than ones we have seen in the past. However, I want to assure you that every step that is required for vaccine authorization was followed for the current COVID vaccine. The vaccines did go through rigorous clinical trials in which thousands of individuals were vaccinated and followed. No step in that process was skipped. The advancements we've made in science and technology have allowed us to reach this point, and we have safe and effective vaccines. As the vaccine becomes more widely available and the number of people who are eligible expands, I want to encourage people to share their vaccination experience by posting photos of them getting their shot and use the hashtag VaxUpIllinois. That's hashtag VaxUpIL. The more people see others getting vaccinated with the safe and effective vaccines, we hope that more people will roll up their sleeves and do the same. Again, don't forget, we want you to share that photo at hashtag VaxUpIL. So the 4 steps to beating this pandemic are still wash up, back up, 6 feet of distance, mask up, and now vax up. Thank you. Buenas tardes. Hace casi un año que estuvimos aquí en Springfield cuando anunciamos el primer caso de COVID-19, pero solo funciona si las personas se vacunan, usando el hashtag.
The members are taking their choices seriously. And with that, sorry, Shia had her hand up first. Yeah, go ahead, Shia. I promise, but she's not been in the, you've been on the online too. Yeah. Well, you know, it's the responsibility of the governor to work with the leaders, both parties and their caucuses. And so the last time I spoke with the speaker was a couple of days ago about the decoupling bill. So that's the last conversation that we had. But I'll work with whoever gets elected as speaker. And again, as I have with the minority leader in the House and the Senate president and the minority leader in the Senate. Did I ask him to step down? No, I was in a conversation about getting things done. He is still the speaker now. We're trying to get decoupling done during this lame duck. And as I've said, the members of the House of Representatives are going to be voting on who their speaker is going to be.
On the decoupling bill, why you said that in your budget that you gave tax incentives to big data centers, companies lucrative like Facebook, is good for jobs. You've made that case.
Yep.
Why is it bad for companies now to take those tax rates and put them in Congress?
Well, let's start with certain are better than others. Certain of these incentives are better than others. That's one thing to take account of. The second is that, the Republicans want to have it both ways, right? They want to, claim that, they want to demand cuts in state government, but they don't want to accept any that might affect constituencies that support them and write them checks. And so I would just say we've got to look at the entire state budget. We've got to look at expenditures for businesses, and we've got to look at expenditures for individuals. These are going to be painful cuts that get made. I am willing to talk to anybody about any of these cuts and have heard nothing from the Republicans about their ideas. But let's be clear, when they're fighting against some cut that I'm putting out there, what is their alternative? They have literally not put anything forward. Do I want to see what back on the ballot? Is that your question? That's not something I'm pushing for. Right now, we've got to balance the budgets that are ahead of us. That's not something that can happen as a result of that. Sorry, this gentleman here. Well, I have favored passage of that bill since I was a candidate, since really before I was a candidate. And so, that bill I know is coming to my desk, and I'll obviously take a serious look at it, but you know where I've stood for several years already. Bruce.
Members of the media here, Dr. COVID, are we going to be in 1B because some of us have to go out and cover demonstrations we'd rather not be out? Some of us end up in rooms closer to each other than maybe we want to be. Where are we in? Where are we?
There may be other reasons for that, Bruce. Yeah.
Where are we?
Yeah. Well, we've put out what our prioritization is for 1B. I'm sorry?
Are we ahead of inmates?
Well, as you've seen, we've got 3.2 million people in phase 1B. What I have been very focused on is two things. One is lowering the age, because as you know, the people who have died most often from COVID-19 are those who are older. And so the age bracket that I put forward, 65 and over, covers a great deal of those. The second feature of the changes that I made is really a focus on equity. Because we know that Black and brown communities have been ill affected by COVID in a way that others have not. And so by lowering the age itself, not to mention the categories of people who are covered, we are in fact effectuating equity. This gentleman back here.
Black caucus's legislation, especially criminal justice reform, there are a lot of controversial parts of it, and you voice success for support for some of it. So what's your view overall of that package, and what's your likelihood of signing it?
Well, we'll have to take a look at the final version of it. As you know, I have advocated and worked with the Black Caucus on many of the provisions. For a long time, even before there were these 4 pillars that the Black Caucus put forward in their agenda, and then as that began to take shape, we've been talking to individual members of the Black Caucus to make sure that we're helping them shape and coming up with ideas that I can favor in the process. But I am very much in favor of the process and the work that the Black Caucus has done overall. Sorry, there's somebody behind you who hasn't asked a question.
Is there anything you're working to change in the Black Caucus with any of the lawmakers? Anyone who wants to move in their criminal justice or any other bills?
There have been a lot of discussions about that, and again, I don't want to go into, as you know, those bills are quite extensive, and so I'm not going to go down every issue with you, but you know that I have favored ending cash bail, for example. That's something that I've worked with Senator Peters on, and that's just one example. There are quite a number of others. I favor the work that the Attorney General is doing on police reform. So, we're all working together, I think, to get good results here. I'll come to you.
There's an FBI bulletin that armed protests were planned at all 50 state capitals again on January 16th. We talked about what security measures they're going to put in place here. And also, as House Democrats try to figure out who their speaker will be, would you be okay if this process dragged out for days or weeks, or is it absolutely essential that there's a speaker elected on Wednesday?
Look, we've got a lot of work that we need to get done. So as to a Wednesday deadline, I'm not going to speak to that. I'm just going to speak to the fact that the General Assembly has not met for quite some time. There are quite a number of bills that need to be worked on and passed. We're here in lame duck. As you've seen, there's a plethora of legislation that is moving through, some of it at light speed, some of it slowly. I'm looking forward to working with the leaders, whoever they may be. You asked about security measures, and I know I'm not going to talk about the specific security measures, but suffice to say that the ISP is quite well aware of the challenges that may crop up. They've seen them even leading into the session days here. And they will work. We have a great security team for the state consisting of all three agency heads. That's General Neely at our National Guard, Director Kelly at the State Police, and General Tate Nadeau at our Emergency Management Agency. And we really work very cohesively, and they've done a terrific job so far. Sorry, Hannah. Look, what we want to do is restore confidence that people have in our Veterans Affairs Department, and we want to do our best to take care of our veterans. As you know, Linda Chapel-Lavia served for a number of years in the legislature. She's somebody who cares deeply about veterans. Her appointment, as all the appointments of my cabinet, come up in about a week for reappointment or not. And it was a mutual decision that she would step down.
Two more questions, and then we have to move on to the WebEx. Two more questions, and then WebEx.
Vaccines are available. When are we going to be in phase 5? And then you could address the police negotiations and collective bargaining issues. Apparently, they want to limit that. And the criminal justice police reform bill to address those issues in phase 5 and the police.
You've asked this question before, Greg, and it's the same answer that I've given before, which is that, as you know, what we have talked about in moving to phase 5 is that vaccines are widely available, and our intention in putting that out was to make sure that actually people are being vaccinated. Right now, as you know, we're not receiving enough vaccine for the state of Illinois. We don't even have 1 million doses, and there are 12.7 million people in the state of Illinois. So the question is, when are we going to get to the point where we have enough vaccine and have administered that vaccine, and to make sure that we're getting herd immunity, or at least, we're in that direction.
Is there a specific phase, like 1C or 2 or whatever it may be that
you can look at the numbers of people. The first phase has about 850,000 people. That was phase 1A. 850,000 people. Not everybody decided to take the vaccine, but many did. Phase 1B, which I just said, was 3.2 million people roughly in that phase. And so you can do your own math to determine, when we'll hit kind of a number where people can really be safe. I do want to remind everybody that even if you've been vaccinated, you should continue to wear your mask. And because the studies really aren't complete yet on whether or not somebody who's been vaccinated can carry the virus on their clothes or something else and convey it to somebody else. And I'll let Dr. Ezike give you some of the details from a medical perspective. But we just all need to be very careful and patient over the next several months.
One more question, one last question.
I apologize.
Police unions and sheriffs have warned mass resignations could happen in police forces and law enforcement across the state if you end qualified immunity and expose officers to more financial liability. Can you evaluate that warrant?
Look, I can't. What I can tell you is that there's a lot of work being done in the legislature on this issue. We'll see where it comes out and whether it lands on my desk. But suffice to say, we obviously want to attract more people to keep good police officers on duty. I am committed to important aspects of police reform. I've always been that. You've heard me say this a number of times. I talked about it on the campaign trail. I talked about it all summer as we were, protesting the murder of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. So I'm going to continue to favor much of the work that's been done out of the Black Caucus.
We have to move online. We're moving online. We have a question from Jim Haggerty, and this is for Dr. Ezike. Dr. Ezike, the number of test labs being processed has appeared slightly lower in the past couple of weeks. Is that because fewer people are being tested, or is there a backlog in reporting?
Thank you for that question. So I think with many holidays, we have seen some dips. There are some pretty characteristic patterns where a lot of people might get tested before the holiday. Maybe they're planning to do this as part of a quarantine and then a final test before they meet with family members. And then, we've had an extended holiday period of the 2 weeks. So we did see the numbers start to pick up at the end of last week. I think we had a day with 100,000. The weekend was low again. So we're continuing to follow the trends and see what's happening. I don't think I have not been made aware of a backlog. If that is the case, of course, we will let you know that, and then there will be a resultant bulge. But I have not been informed of that. We're continuing to see if this is more coming out of the holiday period.
And we have another question for you as well. This is from WBZ. Many healthcare workers are hesitant to get the vaccine, and hospitals are eager to start vaccinating some patients to slow the spread of the virus. How long will you wait for more healthcare workers to get vaccinated for COVID-19 before moving on to the 1B priority group, the elderly and certain essential workers?
Right. So the governor will announce when the 1B transition date, and that will not mean that people who are not vaccinated in 1A, who are eligible under 1A, cannot get their vaccination. We know that not everyone in 1A will be vaccinated. So some of the people who have yet to be vaccinated, some may be due to hesitancy, and some may be that they haven't had an opportunity yet. So we are continuing to work on education. What I do want to stress is that, though the vaccine is here, we also know that the UK variant, if it's not here yet, it's only a matter of time that it is. It's likely already in the state, but it's probably circulating in such low numbers right now that we have not identified it. The significance of us knowing that it's going to be here, is already here, is that with time, as it did in the UK, it will predominate and be the dominant strain. And that would only take, a few months. So potentially in March, we could have this new variant be the majority of our cases, and that means that we will have more infectious spread. So the mitigations that we are doing now or not doing will result in potentially more cases, which inevitably means more hospitalizations. So it is very important that we get as many people vaccinated. The beauty of being here at this point, knowing this information about the UK variant, unlike what the UK had, they did not know that this was brewing. We know that this is brewing, and therefore we have the opportunity to use that information and make better choices around the mitigation, around avoiding gatherings, so that we can get as many people vaccinated, stay safe before this variant inevitably takes over and causes what it wants to cause, which is more cases, and eventually that means more deaths. So I'm hoping that we will all be friendly with our masks as we wait to get vaccinated. We know that we're waiting for additional supplies. We're hoping that we'll see many, many more, and maybe even additional vaccines that will help this process. Remdesivir is still out there. There's the monoclonal antibody that's out there. I think some of the reservation is that they are, in some cases, they may be helpful, in some cases not. I think if you look at the World Health Organization, they are not giving it a veritable thumbs up. In terms of the monoclonal antibody, looking at the most recent research, the NIH is saying that they can't for sure say if it's a substantial benefit. And so I know that's why some people might have pause and not using it as much. But these are things that we have that can be maybe helpful in some cases, maybe appropriately selected. But we do have the vaccine, and we do have our mask, and we know that those work. And I'm hoping that people will continue to avail themselves of the mask for sure now, and the vaccine when it's their turn.
Dr., we have the post-holiday surge, and when is the state going to be able to increase the pace of vaccinations? Because at this point, it's going to take several years to reach the whole population.
No, as the governor mentioned, there were only 850 1,000 people in this initial swath of the population. But as he said in 1B, there are 3.2 million people. And I think everyone knows within that swath, there are lots of eager individuals that want to get the vaccination. So when we make that pivot to that, I think the product will be flying off the shelf, if you will. And so we're looking forward to that to get larger numbers of people vaccinated every day and get us closer to the end of this pandemic.
We have to return to the WebEx.
I'm sorry, excuse me 1 second. I do want to make sure and give you just an additional part of that answer, if I may, which is if you look at my remarks earlier, I actually was addressing precisely that. What you're getting is lagging data about vaccines administered, but you're getting timely data about vaccines distributed because those get announced immediately, and the administration of those vaccines have 3 days, 72 hours after they're administered to be reported. So it's a little, there's a mismatch and a time lag. We're actually at a pretty good pace administering. And then I think relative to a question that came in that's in the same vein, hospitals whose tally of vaccines that they said they would need sometimes found that fewer people got vaccinated or chose to get vaccinated than they would have wanted. And so they have excess vaccine that gets left over from that experience. And what we've said, because we don't want any vaccine sitting on a shelf anywhere, what we've said to the local health departments where those hospitals reside is, let's get those out to 1B, people who are in this next phase, even though we haven't moved everybody into the next phase. We don't want any of these vaccines sitting around. If healthcare workers in that location are not taking up that vaccine, then let's give it to people who are next in line.
Are you confident we can get the whole state vaccinated or offer everybody by the end of the year?
I am confident that everybody that wants to be vaccinated will be able to by the end of the year. I will also say that I've been on the phone constantly with federal officials, both in the administration, the current administration, the future administration, as well as with our senators about what more we will need from the federal government in order to speed up the pace, because we all want this to happen faster than it otherwise would, but we need more vaccines delivered. That's really the number one thing we need. Then we would like very much to have either the Army activated or the HHS, has its own staff that are available to activate, to send to states. We would love to get more people involved in administering vaccines and be able to set up locations. And we're doing that with our National Guard, but more is better.
We have to return to the WebEx. Excuse me, everyone. Yeah. We have to return to the questions online.
I apologize. I'll come back.
So Amy Jacobson asked this question. A lot of our friends' parents have already been vaccinated in Florida. They live on their own, not in nursing homes, and waited in line in their cars. Why aren't we doing this here in Illinois?
Well, they're depriving seniors of vaccines when people who don't belong in the category that's been approved are allowed to get vaccines. I just read a story about foreign nationals who are flying to Florida to get vaccinated ahead of people who are authorized to be vaccinated. That's improper.
We have a question from Ryan Boyles from Health News Illinois. What are your thoughts on President-elect Joe Biden's recent comments to release nearly every available dose of the COVID-19 vaccine when he takes office? What would this mean for Illinois?
Well, as you know, I wrote a letter with 8 other governors to the Vice President-elect to encourage him to do just that. And he has agreed that he will. That means that we'll get more vaccine earlier. They obviously are going to take care to make sure that we have second doses available at the right times. We've been delivering second doses, 3 weeks for one of the vaccines. You've got to wait for the second dose 3 weeks and 4 weeks for another vaccine. That's something that we're all keeping track of, and the federal government, no doubt, will hold some back, but they've been holding back enormous stores of vaccines, and we should be getting that out to people as fast as possible, especially because we're hitting record numbers of hospitalizations and cases and deaths in the United States.
This is from Kelly Bauer, Block Club. Illinois' peak came in mid-November, and things started to go down before the Tier 3 mitigations. Why do we think we hit a peak before the mitigations? And since mitigations went into effect after the peak, why do we think they played a role in decreasing spread?
Well, you may recall that we had mitigations in place before the Tier 3 mitigations were announced. We already had Tier 1 and Tier 2 mitigations that had been imposed on every region of the state of Illinois. And then we saw a continuing surge happening all across the United States and, of course, in Illinois. So we went to Tier 3 across the entire state. And look, that's helped to mitigate. Remember what happened in between the peak that she's talking about and today. We had Thanksgiving, which I think everybody in the country knew was going to create some kind of a surge. So you needed to offset the surge as best you could, as early as you could. And then, of course, very shortly after came Christmas and New Year's Eve. And that's why, you know, we're now in a position that we're in. Things are going in the right direction. January 15th, we'll be able to move regions from Tier 3 to whatever tier they're qualified for at that point.
And this will be our last question. This is from Dan Kramer. We discovered that IDES was mailing out full Social Security numbers to random strangers as a result of scammers. IDES pledged to stop mailing out full socials, period. Why don't all state agencies, including the Revenue Department, promise to do the same?
Well, I appreciate your raising the issue about all the other agencies. All I can say is that IDES, working together with the Attorney General's office, with the federal government, FBI, are attempting to deal with these scammers who've come in with hacked data, not hacked from the state of Illinois, but hacked from other sources, and then using that data in order to falsely claim unemployment. This is a federal problem. It's a federal issue. We are on the front lines trying to help deal with that. It's costly to the federal government if it goes through, but we've been able to mitigate or deal with it relatively well in the state of Illinois so that people are not experiencing losses.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're watching News Now from Fox. That was Governor Pritzker in the state of Illinois talking about those COVID-19 cases and then vaccines that are also being distributed at this point in time. Also, the governor got kind of pinned there with some of those questions from reporters talking about what his next steps are going to be. So interesting information. We've been covering a bunch of live events today, most of them revolving around the Capitol protests on January 6th, which we brought you all throughout the day on Wednesday, the protests. But some of the updates are still looming. Following that very dark day in Washington, including some of the investigations that are ongoing with the FBI, and then also resignations coming from the White House. It has been quite the last week in breaking news on News Now from Fox, and we're going to continue to bring you all of those updates. We're going to stay on more of a COVID-19 stream here for the next hour or so, as we haven't been able to touch on a lot of the states that are spiking in their pandemic right now. But this is an interesting story. We're going to step away from those traditional COVID-19 press conferences and talking about the way that Americans are shopping for cars. This is a story coming out of KTVU, who is our affiliate out there in the Bay Area. They spoke with David Shapiro, who is the CEO of Cartelligent, about the rise in online car sales during the pandemic. So this is an interesting conversation here out in California about how people are buying their cars differently with everything that's going on. So we'll play this out for you. I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we got more here on News Now from Fox. Again, I'm Daytona Everett, and it's only 5:30 in Phoenix, Arizona, so we have several more hours here of streaming on News Now.
Our children and what is in their best interest. It's now the middle of the school.
Fox 2 here in the San Francisco Bay Area. My guest is the CEO of Cartelligent, and he's here to talk about a big rise in car sales during the pandemic as everyone is going online, and a lot more on Cartelligent as well. Let's say hi to the CEO. That is David Shapiro here in the Bay Area. David, good to have you with us.
Thank you, Frank. Good to be here.
Well, let's talk out of the gate why people are going nuts over cars during the pandemic. What's the deal?
Yeah, crazy in these times. But I think one of the reasons comes up is that people are home. They're not able to do as many things as they would normally do, like make a trip or travel on a plane or maybe have a party. And, you know, they want to do things. So I think the opportunity, if you want to spend some money and do something nice for yourself, if you have the means and time, is go out and buy or lease a new car. Also, deals drive people to do that as well. So I think those are some of the reasons that it's happening.
And what about dealerships? How are they adapting to COVID? People aren't going into showrooms per se, and if they are, it's quite a bit different. How's that?
Yeah, and there's a big range of dealerships for size and brands and location and how they're dealing with it. But I would say for the most part, first of all, I think they're all doing a great job of trying to be safe for their employees that are there, for the staff that is there, and trying to be safe for customers that come in for service and customers that need to come in to pick up their car or look at a car. So I think they're adapting and staying as positive and relevant as they can be.
How about inventory? If demand is up, prices up, and how about inventory? Are there cars out there to buy?
So when this all began in March, when shelter in place started about 10 months ago, we had normal inventory. People were not sure what was going to happen. It was fine. But the factories shut down for that period of time, April, May, and people started buying and inventory got real low. And then it was slow ramp up for the factories and for the suppliers. And throughout the summer, inventory was low for a lot of models and even into the fall. Where we are now is inventory is finally back to a good place for most models. And that is good for consumers. Now, not only can they find the car they want if they happen to be in the market for a car, but it's back to a place where you can leverage a pretty good deal on almost any car.
Well, you have been the CEO of Cartelligent for the last 20 years based here in the Bay Area. Tell us how your platform helps people kind of avoid some of the hassles of buying a car.
So our whole platform, which we started, like you said, 20 years ago, was to help people have an easy, enjoyable car buying experience. And we have no inventory. We're not a dealer. We work in an office, or now most of our people actually work from home to be safe. And we'll meet car buyers where they are in the process, early on research or ready to go. And we can understand the car or cars they're looking for. We can, for a few $100s for the cost of our service, locate the exact color, options, make, model, negotiate a great price on their behalf by using our knowledge of the market and the volume of cars that we do, and wrap everything up in a concise package, whether they want to lease or finance or pay in full, including getting a great price for a trade-in if they have, make it really easy. And then all that is really done between email and phone from the comfort of someone's home or office. And then at the end of the day, delivery happens at one of our 3 convenient Bay Area delivery centers, or potentially at the person's home or office. But it's always done in a safe, touchless way and efficient way. And so when the pandemic started, fortunately, we were in a position, short of working from home instead of working from an office, to be able to continue to provide our service to people.
What is it about negotiating for a car that people just hate?
I think part of it is the situation of the seller doing better if they charge more and the buyer doing better if they pay less. And the emotion around the experience of getting the car and wanting to get it done, and is this the right time, and all that goes on. And so I think people who sell cars, and we're a part of that ecosystem, if you're a traditional car salesperson dealership, they're all very good people, but they have sometimes different objectives, and that naturally can create some friction, and that needs to be worked out.
So someone calls you or goes online. Take us through the process. How's it work?
starts with, they go online, they can check out all our information on our website, but it would really, the best thing to do is start out with a phone call and sync up and get on the same page of what the objective is, what the car buyer is looking for, what they need, provide any input or advice if it would help them. And then once we understand what they're looking for, we can go out and on their behalf, take the approach of more helping them buy the car or lease the car for less and have a great experience than they would otherwise do if they were going at it on their own. And that approach of working together and trying to help the buying experience is a little bit different than trying to sell a car that's on our lot, for example, which we don't have any cars to sell. We go get the car you want.
Would a customer ever touch the car or test drive it, or is it?
Yes. So if someone needs to test drive a car or wants to test drive a car, and most people do, if they haven't done it already, or they're not replacing a newer version of the car they have, that's something that we can arrange and set up for them and figure out the best safe way to do that. And of course, before they sign on the dotted line or buy the car, they would have a chance to see, sit in, touch drive if they wanted to, even at our delivery center.
Tell us how you're different from, say, other websites like TrueCar, that kind of thing, where you're shopping.
So online car buying, which is one of the things we're talking about. So TrueCar, and there are many websites that can follow you around online, and they provide a lot of good information. But you have to look at those. There's two different things online. There is lead generation sites, and that's what that is. TrueCar, when you provide your information in there with some pricing, it then sells that lead to dealers who are paying TrueCar to be part of their platform. And then you get connected with a dealer. So it's important to know in this whole ecosystem, the dealer is the one who is contractually selling or leasing the consumer the car. And except for Tesla, who is their own dealer, they're selling it to you, but you're always buying it from a dealer as a consumer. And so if it's a lead gen website, they're just putting you in touch with the selling dealer. If it's Cartelligent, you're dealing with an independent service that, again, is looking to get connected and aligned with you and then do the process for you to make it a better experience and save you time and money. If you go to a dealer website, you're dealing directly with the dealer, and that has the advantage of seeing a car on the website that's on their lot from the comfort of your own home and seeing their price on the website. Now, you could still negotiate with them if you're going to do this on your own compared to the price you see on their website, but you're dealing now directly with the dealer's website. And before the pandemic, some dealers were starting to have a start buying process online, and more during have adapted to that, not all. But as you move through that, you then still get to the point where you're talking to someone at the dealership to complete the sale. You're still going to connect with the finance manager and go through that whole process as part of the online buying from the dealer.
So after your initial contact with you give them the specs of what you want, you guys run with it, find the car, and do all the work.
All the legwork, yep. And keep you informed every step of the way. And we have checks and balances. And then at the end, which can be the same day, could be within a few days, you have a picture and a spec sheet of the car that you're looking for. You know what the MSRP price is, what the invoice price is, what the going market price is for that car in that range, the price we're getting you for, if you're leasing or financing, how those numbers look and line up. And all that information is there. And then upon your approval, we then work to coordinate a successful touchless delivery.
And what can you tell us about your fees? What do you charge?
So most people choose our premium service, which is $495. The basic is $295. And if someone knows exactly the car they want and they're going to be paying in full cash, we simply charge $295. Many people want to look at special low finance rates or special low release rates or compare those two. There is more work involved there, and there's actually more negotiating there because you also want to negotiate the rate, not just the car price. And so if someone's electing to do that or compare multiple models, i.e. an Audi and a BMW or a Toyota and a Honda, or the 2020 versus the 2021, then there's more work involved in that too, because it's multiple researching and resourcing. And if someone has a trade-in, we're also going to be negotiating and figuring out what the right value for that is and getting you a great offer for your trade-in. And that also takes more work. So when there's more than just a straightforward purchase, get a price, be done, we charge the $485. And that's what most people fall into, because there's more to buying a car than just the price of the car in most people's situations.
Right. And you only do this in California, right?
Yeah, correct. At this time, we are serving all of California. We also have delivery centers down in Southern California and can get cars delivered to people everywhere throughout the state.
Wow. And all it takes is a phone call or jumping online, right?
Phone call or go to cartelligent.com and start to get started with some information and go from there. And everything after that can be done, on email.
And you said it could be a day, 2 days.
We work at your pace. Most things take a few days as you uncover and do the right negotiating and get the right color and the right options. But we've absolutely delivered a car the same day someone called if that's their need. And we have people who want to special order new cars that are coming out this summer, and we get them in the queue and we manage that process so that they can get, one of the first of a new model and not have to pay any premium for that. And so sometimes it actually takes months from when you call us to delivery, if that's what someone's looking for.
Yeah. And if people want to get in touch with you, David, how do they do it?
They can go to our website, cartelligent.com, or they can call 888-427-4270 and get connected with an account executive during business hours, Monday through Friday and Saturday morning.
Sounds good. All right. He's David Shapiro. David with Cartelligent, the CEO. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you, Frank.
All right. I'm Frank Malakot. If you'd like more information, you go to NewsNowFox.com as well. Have a great day.
Great conversation there. Talking about how car sales are looking a little bit different right now than they have in the past because of the pandemic. We have some breaking news coming in for you, though. A statement from Bill Belichick is saying that he is not going to be receiving the Presidential Medal of Freedom. This is one of the most prestigious awards in the United States. I'll read off this statement that we're getting in. It says, recently I was offered the opportunity to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which I was flattered by out of respect for what the honor represents and admiration for prior recipients. Subsequently, the tragic events of last week occurred and the decision has been made not to move forward with the award. Above all, I am an American citizen with great reverence for our nation's values, freedom, and democracy. I know I also represent my family and the New England Patriots team. One of the most rewarding things in my professional career took place in 2020 when, through the great leadership within our team, conversations about social justice, equality, and human rights moved to the forefront and became actions. Continuing those efforts while remaining true to the people, team, and country I love outweigh the benefits of any individual award. So this is the latest that we're getting in now from one of the sport greats, Bill Belichick. We'll keep following this story here on News Now from Fox. I'm also hearing of a couple other things that are happening in Washington, D.C. from the White House. Again, we're not hearing that we're going to be hearing from the president here tonight, but we'll, of course, keep our eyes peeled on any developing details coming from the city of Washington, D.C., as all eyes are on not only the White House, but also the Capitol for tomorrow, as there is movement in Congress trying to remove President Trump from that seat in there in the White House. I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. We will be having a live report at the top of the hour here on News Now, because not only do we bring you all these live feeds from across the country throughout the day, but we have some really great live reports as well. So we'll see some of you in 2 minutes when you come back. The latest from New York City for a COVID-19 update.
You're going to have some times when you may have to wait. We're asking people to be patient because there's going to be an immense amount of demand. Again, we'll keep adding capacity, but recognize that the first days there's going to be a lot of demand. If you don't get through immediately, or if the wait time is longer than you feel comfortable with, keep coming back to it. We're going to keep adding capacity. Now, we already know folks have been responding immediately, even before we put the phone system up. 55,000 appointments are already booked for this week, just through Saturday. So 55,000 appointments already, and you're going to see that number move intensely in the course of this week. I want to thank everyone. A lot of folks have been working hard, building up these sites, putting all the systems together. A lot of work to do ahead, but we know that we're going to be able to reach the folks who need this vaccine, and we're going to meet these goals. Here to tell you more about how this effort is building out, our Health Commissioner, Dr. Dave Choksi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to tell you a little bit about what I saw and heard during this very special weekend. At the South Bronx Educational Campus on Saturday, I saw a motivated team of Health Department staff and Medical Reserve Corps volunteers, eager to welcome their first guests for vaccination. I met staff trained in checking appointments on tablets, saw markers laid down directing guests where to go, and observed tables stocked with PPE, alcohol wipes, and sharps containers used to discard syringes. And yesterday, thousands of our fellow New Yorkers poured through the doors at 3 high schools in the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens, and other sites across the city. These individuals saw up close what many of us will be experiencing over the coming months. They booked appointments, they presented their proof of eligibility at the door, went directly to be vaccinated, and afterwards stayed in an observation room for about 15 minutes to be monitored, as well as to book a time for their second doses. They were then issued vaccine cards like this one. I know it's a simple piece of paper, but it's one that will help us to turn the page on this pandemic. The whole process of turning a vaccine into a vaccination takes about 30 minutes. Since you need 2 doses, that means that each of us is only an hour away from doing our part to beat back this pandemic. After one vaccination at Hillcrest High School in Queens, a medical assistant named Valeria Correa Gomez told a reporter that she took the vaccine to keep her friends and family safe. It's science, she said. I trust science. I love science. Valeria, I could not agree more. At another vaccination site that I visited over the weekend, they told me they added Kleenex to the vaccination stations because some people were crying tears of joy upon getting their shot. And indeed, it's hard not to get emotional as we think about what this vaccine means for our fellow New Yorkers. Today, another 50,000 appointments went online for vaccinations starting January 16th. I have a message specifically for New Yorkers 75 and older. If you have a regular provider or a hospital that you utilize for your care, reach out to them to coordinate care and see whether they can help to connect you to a vaccination. If not, we are excited to welcome you to one of our vaccine hubs. Call us at 877-VAX4NYC. That's VAX4NYC. We do ask New Yorkers to be patient with us as this program accelerates. Appointments fill up fast and demand is high. But we promise more are coming, particularly if the federal government increases our supply of vaccine. We will do our part to open more of our doors in the days ahead. But we also need others to accelerate their programs. To that end, we implore our federal partners working with CVS and Walgreens to pick up the pace for the nursing home vaccination program. They need to be vaccinating 7 days a week, including weekends. With cases rising by the day, the urgency could not be greater. And to New Yorkers who are now eligible, including healthcare workers, people 75 and older, educators, and first responders, go to nyc.gov/vaccinefinder to make an appointment today. This safe, free, and easy vaccine is a shot in the arm for the whole city. We look forward to seeing you at one of our sites. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Dave, and I really appreciate the emotion, the energy you described from your visit. And let me tell you something, that's what I saw at the Bathgate site in the Bronx. I saw folks who were excited to be getting the vaccine, and I saw really great frontline healthcare workers there to help people make sure they got what they needed. excited to be helping so many of their New Yorkers fight back this disease once and for all. So a lot going on now. Look, we made real progress by getting the approval of Category 1B so we could reach folks over 75, frontline essential workers, first responders. That's great. Now, we need to keep going, reach people as deeply as possible. We also need to work on some folks and helping out some folks who have special needs, thinking about our homebound seniors. And we're going to have an update on that in the next few days, an update on how we're going to reach our homebound seniors. That's going to be a special effort to reach people in particular need who need the vaccine. And I want to be clear to everyone, if you are over 75, please go out and get that vaccine. Again, there's a lot of appointments available, and some people are going to be looking for the exact right appointment for them, and it may take a few days, obviously. But the fact is, this is available to everyone over 75, regardless of where you live or your income or your health condition. Everyone over 75 is welcome to get this vaccine now. And as our healthcare leaders have said repeatedly, single most vulnerable group of people, the single biggest determinant of vulnerability is that age group over 75 and over, 75 and over. So let's just get out there and get the vaccine. It's going to be a smart thing to do. When you get the vaccine, you're given immediately the date for your second dose. That reservation, that appointment is made right away. It's a very straightforward process. Again, safe, effective, fast, easy. So everyone, please, this is a great opportunity to stay safe. And for you, for your loved ones, this is something we want to make sure everyone gets who's ready. We're going to keep building this out. As I said, throughout the week, there'll be constant updates on new capacity that's being brought on. We as New Yorkers are not patient people. I only ask people to be a little patient with the fact that there's only so many slots available. That number is going to keep growing. So 175,000 doses will be given this week. And then it's going to go more the next week, more the week after that. And we know we'll be able to, over time, reach all New Yorkers. Okay, let me give you the indicators for the day. Number one, daily number of people admitted to New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19. That today's report, 247 patients. Obviously too high. Hospitalization rate, 4.62 per 100,000. So again, these numbers continue to be a lot higher than we want. And at the same time, our hospitals are doing an absolutely outstanding job handling the situation. We're watching that all the time. Again, at this moment, based on conversations with our healthcare leadership yesterday, hospital system continues to do well, thank God. Current new cases, today's number 4,904. Way too high, obviously. And then number 3, percentage New York City residents testing positive on the 7-day rolling average, 8.18%, also too high. Remember, everyone, if you can get vaccinated, get vaccinated. But in the meantime, keep practicing those smart safety rules. We want everyone to keep their masks on for months. I've said it, up till June is our minimum time frame. We're talking about keep masks on, observe social distancing, avoid indoor gatherings. All these things so we can finish this mission once and for all. Few words in Spanish. Seguimos con nuestro compromiso de vacunar 1 millón de neoyorquinos para el final de enero y lo vamos a... To our colleagues in the media, please let me know the name and outlet of each journalist.
We'll now begin our Q&A. As a reminder, we're joined today by Dr. Choksi, by Dr. Long, Dr. Katz, by DO-IT Commissioner Jesse Tisch, and by Senior Advisor Dr. Jay Varma. The first question today will go to Narmeen from Pix 11.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning to everyone on the call.
Good morning, Narmeen. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. I want to ask you first, a lot of the outreach or the way that people are going to be setting up getting vaccines is digitally. I wonder, for those who will be struggling with digital literacy here, we're talking so much about our senior population here, folks who might not be able to understand this language-wise. I know you've discussed this at length in past press conferences. But how are we addressing that today? Because we understand from some vaccination sites, even this morning, that there's been some confusion. Some folks who are just showing up without making those appointments, and it clearly shows a little bit of misunderstanding with how the process works.
Now, a very important question, Armin. So again, we want to absolutely embrace seniors or anyone who's not comfortable online and prefers to make their reservation by phone, and they can do that at 877-VAX4NYC, 877-VAX number 4NYC. And that system is up and running. But you make a really good point. There's still going to be some folks who come to a site, maybe misunderstand the day, whatever it is. We want to do our best to manage that. We want to discourage people from just showing up. We want to discourage long lines, but we want to be responsive if someone shows up and handle them the best way possible. I'm going to turn to Dr. Ted Long, because we were just discussing this issue yesterday in the Bronx. And Ted, talk about the protocol that we'll use if someone does show up. We're going to do our best to be helpful, but again, we do not want a situation where people think that the smartest thing to do is just show up. That's not going to be a great workable system. Go ahead, Dr. Long.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So if you show up to one of our sites, whether you have an appointment or not, one of the important things that we're doing is we have navigators that are going to go out there, going to talk you through whether you need an appointment or whether you have one, and they're going to help you to figure it out. That's one of the things we learned from testing. We've been able to do 100,000 tests in New York City in a given day, and that's because we know how to work the line, we know how to help people. Right now, all of our visits are appointment-based. But if you come and there is a line, you can count on a navigator helping you. And if you don't have an appointment, we'll help you to make one.
Thank you. Go ahead, Narmeen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Long. My next question is on behalf of my colleague, Kalarama, in regards to our education workers. We now know, obviously, Phase 1B includes them, but who's actually eligible in schools? We're trying to really narrow it down. There are some teachers who are saying they're remote and they don't believe that they will be prioritized as the chancellor has indicated, that the priority will be given to those in-person educators. So if you can be more specific about the education workers, the breakdown as to when they can be vaccinated within those that system in particular.
Absolutely, Narmeen. Look, we want to serve everyone. So I want to be clear to all our educators, all our school staff across the board. Our goal over time is to vaccinate everyone. But in terms of who's first priority within that group, obviously we're concerned about the folks who are in schools, working in schools. That's the first priority. Makes sense. So that's who we'll focus on. But the group that has been authorized, we want to support all educators, all school staff. It's really important, and recognizing the folks who want it. You know, some people are going to want the vaccine, other people not. We want to get to folks who want the vaccine. Go ahead.
The next is Andrew Sif from WNBC.
Mayor, good morning, and good morning to everyone on the call. My question to you is, to what degree have we learned lessons from the dispute that just concluded with the state over opening up 1B so it can be avoided for 1C? Because I'm sure that very, very soon you're going to be hearing from folks who have underlying health conditions, family members who take care of family members at home who are not in 1B, and you might get some indication soon about how much of this vaccine you're actually going to use. So how quickly could you anticipate moving to the next group of folks on this list?
It's a really good question, and I want to say I do feel for anyone who has a pre-existing condition and is under 75 years old. I'm concerned about them for sure. That said, I want to remind everyone, just New Yorkers over 75 is about 560.
All right, we're going to cut into that really quickly here, but stay on some COVID-19 news. We're going to Wilmington, Delaware, where President-elect Joe Biden received his second dose of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine today in front of cameras as a part of a campaign to reassure the public that the vaccine is safe. Fox's Ali Rafa is live now with the latest in Wilmington. Ali, how you doing?
Hey, Daytona. Well, Politico is reporting today that Biden's COVID team is concerned they won't be able to meet this goal of 100 million vaccines in their first 100 days. Biden reacting to that report, saying he's confident he can get it done.
My number one priority is getting vaccine in people's arms, like we just did today, as rapidly as we can.
President-elect Joe Biden is planning to release nearly all available COVID vaccines once he takes office to speed up delivery. A sharp break from the Trump administration's strategy of holding back vaccine supplies to make sure that there's enough for second doses. Biden has been critical of the Trump administration for falling behind its goal of vaccinating 20 million Americans by last year's end.
All righty.
Biden's transition team today releasing details on his inauguration's theme, America United. The National Guard says it will increase troops in D.C. to at least 10,000 by Saturday, and the National Park Service is shutting down national monuments in D.C. until after inauguration due to credible threats. Despite this, Biden says he's not afraid of taking the oath of office outside. Meanwhile, as calls for President Trump's impeachment grow, some lawmakers are grappling with how that could impact the first days of Biden's presidency. Biden telling reporters today he's talked with House and Senate members about a way to pursue impeachment while still getting his COVID relief plan rolling.
Can you go half day on dealing with the impeachment and half day getting my people nominated and confirmed in the Senate, as well as moving on the package? So that's my hope and expectation.
Also told reporters today he had a Zoom call with his COVID team to talk about how they can get these plans up and running. He said we can expect more details about his plan on Thursday. Daytona?
All right, Fox's Ali Rafa out there in Wilmington, Delaware. Thank you for working hard for us every single night. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
So again, Ali Rafa out there in Wilmington, Delaware. We're talking about the second dose of the Pfizer vaccine for Joe Biden, and we showed you that earlier this morning. Let's just show you it again. It's only about 5 minutes long, him actually getting vaccinated. I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we'll see this from President-elect Joe Biden, and then hit a couple other things that we haven't been able to throughout the day today here on News Now from Fox.
Will you sit? Please.
My pleasure.
Ready, set, go. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Mr. President-elect, do you still have confidence in your COVID team that they will be able to vaccinate 50 million Americans in the first 100 days?
I do. Let me make a couple brief statements. Number one, my number one priority is getting vaccine in people's arms, like we just did today, as rapidly as we can. And we're working on that program now. I'll be meeting on a Zoom call with my team a little later this afternoon. I've put together, which I'll be announcing on Thursday, laying out the plan, the cost of how I want to proceed, the cost of what we have to do to be able to get the entire COVID operation up and running. 3,000 to 4,000 people a day dying is just beyond the pale. It's just wrong, and we can do a lot to change it. Number one, it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy, but we can get it done. And secondly, wearing this mask, socially distancing, and making sure people are washing their hands on a regular basis is critically important. I was appalled when I saw, as a matter of fact, it was the distinguished congresswoman from the state of Delaware, was when they showed the folks, they were in hiding, in effect, from the mob. She was going around trying to hand out masks to everybody. And the Republican colleagues wouldn't take the mask. I think it's irresponsible. And so we all have to make sure it's not a political issue. It's an issue of public safety. And it's going to get worse before it gets better in the meantime. And so I'm confident we can get done what we have to get done. I've been speaking with some of my Republican colleagues about being able to move on a second package sooner than later. But I'll be making further presentation to you all on Thursday of exactly how much I'm looking for and the process by which we'll move.
Sir, are you at all afraid of taking your oath outside, given what happened? Hey guys, thank you. Let's go. Come on guys, back to the band. Thank you.
Because I haven't seen these guys in a long time. I'm not afraid of taking the oath outside, and we've been getting briefed, but I think it's critically important that there be a real serious focus on holding those folks who engage in sedition and threaten people's lives, deface public property, cause great damage, that they be held accountable. And I think that's a view that is held by the vast majority of Democrats and Republicans in the Congress.
Sir, are you worried that impeachment could potentially delay trying to pass the stimulus bill you're about to propose?
Well, look, my priority is to get first and foremost the stimulus bill passed, and secondly, begin to rebuild the economy in the way that I'll be laying out on Thursday. I had a discussion today with some folks in the House and the Senate, and the question is whether or not, for example, if the House moves forward, which they obviously are, with the impeachment and send it over to the Senate, whether or not we have to check on can bifurcate this. Can you go half day on dealing with the impeachment and half day getting my people nominated and confirmed in the Senate, as well as moving on the package. So that's my hope and expectation.
Do you think they will be able to do that?
I don't know. I haven't gotten an answer from the parliamentarian yet.
Great, come on guys, you guys, let's go, come on guys, let's go. Right back up at the same time we came. Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Well, that was President-elect Joe Biden receiving his second dose of the Pfizer vaccine, and ending with reporter questions right there talking about the impeachment of President Trump. So we're looking forward in the week here on NewsNOW from Fox at what's going to be happening. Today, House Democrats introduced an impeachment resolution against President Trump for incitement of an insurrection. This is just days after the Capitol riot, saying that he warrants impeachment, trial, and removal from office. Nancy Pelosi said today that the House will, quote, move forward with bringing impeachment legislation to the floor. Later, it was announced that the House would meet at 9 a.m. on Wednesday to consider the article of impeachment. Of course, here on NewsNOW from Fox, we'll bring that to you in its entirety as these articles of impeachment are introduced on the floor. And it's a story that isn't going away, and something that we intend to follow here non-biasly and in its entirety, because that's what we do. We were not able to play out that entire COVID-19 briefing with Mayor Bill de Blasio in New York City, so we'll play that out for you. Some of you will be seeing a 2-minute commercial break. We appreciate your viewership here.
You're going to have some times when you may have to wait. We're asking people to be patient because there's going to be an immense amount of demand. Again, we'll keep adding capacity, but recognize that the first days there's going to be a lot of demand. If you don't get through immediately, or if the wait time is longer than you feel comfortable with, keep coming back to it. We're going to keep adding capacity. Now, we already know folks have been responding immediately, even before we put the phone system up. 55,000 appointments are already booked for this week, just through Saturday. So 55,000 appointments already, and you're going to see that number move intensely in the course of this week. I want to thank everyone. A lot of folks have been working hard, building up these sites, putting all the systems together. A lot of work to do ahead, but we know that we're going to be able to reach the folks who need this vaccine, and we're going to meet these goals. Here to tell you more about how this effort is building out, our Health Commissioner, Dr. Dave Choksi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to tell you a little bit about what I saw and heard during this very special weekend. At the South Bronx Educational Campus on Saturday, I saw a motivated team of health department staff and Medical Reserve Corps volunteers, eager to welcome their first guests for vaccination. I met staff trained in checking appointments on tablets, saw markers laid down directing guests where to go, and observed tables stocked with PPE, alcohol wipes, and sharps containers used to discard syringes. And yesterday, thousands of our fellow New Yorkers poured through the doors at 3 high schools in the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens, and other sites across the city. These individuals saw up close what many of us will be experiencing over the coming months. They booked appointments, they presented their proof of eligibility at the door, went directly to be vaccinated, and afterwards stayed in an observation room for about 15 minutes to be monitored, as well as to book a time for their second doses. They were then issued vaccine cards like this one. I know it's a simple piece of paper, but it's one that will help us to turn the page on this pandemic. The whole process of turning a vaccine into a vaccination takes about 30 minutes. Since you need 2 doses, that means that each of us is only an hour away from doing our part to beat back this pandemic. After one vaccination at Hillcrest High School in Queens, a medical assistant named Valeria Correa Gomez told a reporter that she took the vaccine to keep her friends and family safe. "It's science," she said. "I trust science. I love science." Valeria, I could not agree more. At another vaccination site that I visited over the weekend, they told me they added Kleenex to the vaccination stations because some people were crying tears of joy upon getting their shot. And indeed, it's hard not to get emotional as we think about what this vaccine means for our fellow New Yorkers. Today, another 50,000 appointments went online for vaccinations starting January 16th. I have a message specifically for New Yorkers 75 and older. If you have a regular provider or a hospital that you utilize for your care, reach out to them to coordinate care and see whether they can help to connect you to a vaccination. If not, we are excited to welcome you to one of our vaccine hubs. Call us at 877-VAX4NYC. That's VAX4NYC. We do ask New Yorkers to be patient with us as this program accelerates. Appointments fill up fast and demand is high. But we promise more are coming, particularly if the federal government increases our supply of vaccine. We will do our part to open more of our doors in the days ahead. But we also need others to accelerate their programs. To that end, we implore our federal partners working with CVS and Walgreens to pick up the pace for the nursing home vaccination program. They need to be vaccinating 7 days a week, including weekends. With cases rising by the day, the urgency could not be greater. And to New Yorkers who are now eligible, including healthcare workers, people 75 and older, educators, and first responders, go to nyc.gov/vaccinefinder to make an appointment today. This safe, free, and easy vaccine is a shot in the arm for the whole city. We look forward to seeing you at one of our sites. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Dave, and I really appreciate the emotion, the energy you described from your visit. And let me tell you something, that's what I saw at the Bathgate site in the Bronx. I saw folks who were excited to be getting the vaccine, and I saw really great frontline healthcare workers there to help people make sure they got what they needed. Excited to be helping so many of their New Yorkers fight back this disease once and for all. So a lot going on. Now, look, we made real progress by getting the approval of Category 1B so we could reach folks over 75, frontline essential workers, first responders. That's great. Now, we need to keep going, reach people as deeply as possible. We also need to work on some folks and helping out some folks who have special needs. Thinking about our homebound seniors, and we're going to have an update on that in the next few days, an update on how we're going to reach our homebound seniors. That's going to be a special effort to reach people in particular need who need the vaccine. And I want to be clear to everyone, if you are over 75, please go out and get that vaccine. Again, there's a lot of appointments available, and some people are going to be looking for the exact right appointment for them, and it may take a few days, obviously. But the fact is, this is available to everyone over 75, regardless of where you live or your income or your health condition. Everyone over 75 is welcome to get this vaccine now. And as our healthcare leaders have said repeatedly, single most vulnerable group of people, the single biggest determinant of vulnerability is that age group over 75 and over, 75 and over. So let's just get out there and get the vaccine. It's going to be a smart thing to do. When you get the vaccine, you're given immediately the date for your second dose. That reservation, that appointment is made right away. It's a very straightforward process. Again, safe, effective, fast, easy. So everyone, please, this is a great opportunity to stay safe. And for you, for your loved ones, this is something we want to make sure everyone gets who's ready. We're going to keep building this out. As I said, throughout the week, there'll be constant updates on new capacity that's being brought on. We as New Yorkers are not patient people. I only ask people to be a little patient with the fact that there's only so many slots available. That number is going to keep growing. So 175,000 doses will be given this week. And then it's going to go more the next week, more the week after that. And we know we'll be able to, over time, reach all New Yorkers. Okay, let me give you the indicators for the day. Number one, daily number of people admitted to New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19. That today's report, 247 patients. Obviously too high. Hospitalization rate, 4.62 per 100,000. So again, these numbers continue to be a lot higher than we want. And at the same time, our hospitals are doing an absolutely outstanding job handling the situation. We're watching that all the time. Again, at this moment, based on conversations with our healthcare leadership yesterday, hospital system continues to do well, thank God. Current new cases, today's number 4,904, way too high, obviously. And then number three, percentage New York City residents testing positive on the 7-day rolling average, 8.18%, also too high. Remember, everyone, if you can get vaccinated, but in the meantime, keep practicing those smart safety rules. We want everyone to keep their masks on for months. I've said it. Up till June is our minimum time frame. We're talking about keep masks on, observe social distancing, avoid indoor gatherings, all these things so we can finish this mission once and for all. Few words in Spanish. Seguimos con nuestro compromiso de vacunar. This issue yesterday in the Bronx. And Ted, talk about the protocol that we'll use if someone does show up. We're going to do our best to be helpful, but again, we do not want a situation where people think that the smartest thing to do is just show up. That's not going to be a great workable system. Go ahead, Dr. Long.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So if you show up to one of our sites, whether you have an appointment or not, one of the important things that we're doing is we have navigators that are going to go out there, going to talk you through whether you need an appointment or whether you have one, and they're going to help you to figure it out. That's one of the things we learned from testing. We've been able to do 100,000 tests in New York City in a given day, and that's because we know how to work the line, we know how to help people. Right now, all of our visits are appointment-based. But if you come and there is a line, you can count on a navigator helping you. And if you don't have an appointment, we'll help you to make one.
Thank you. Go ahead, Narmeen.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you Dr. Long. My next question is on behalf of my colleague, Kalarama, in regards to our education workers. We now know, obviously, Phase 1B includes them, but who's actually eligible in schools? We're trying to really narrow it down. There are some teachers who are saying they're remote and they don't believe that they will be prioritized as the chancellor has indicated, that the priority will be given to those in-person educators. So if you can be more specific about the education workers, the breakdown as to when they can be vaccinated within those that system in particular.
Absolutely, Narmeen. Look, we want to serve everyone. So I want to be clear to all our educators, all our school staff across the board. Our goal over time is to vaccinate everyone. But in terms of who's first priority within that group, obviously we're concerned about the folks who are in schools, working in schools. That's the first priority. Makes sense. So that's who we'll focus on. But the group that has been authorized, we want to support all educators, all school staff. It's really important, and recognizing the folks who want it. You know, some people are going to want the vaccine, other people not. We want to get to folks who want the vaccine. Go ahead.
The next is Andrew Siff from WNBC.
Mayor, good morning, and good morning to everyone on the call. My question to you is, to what degree have we learned lessons from the dispute that just concluded with the state over opening up 1B so it can be avoided for 1C? Because I'm sure that very, very soon you're going to be hearing from folks who have underlying health conditions, family members who take care of family members at home who are not in 1B, and you might get some indication soon about how much of this vaccine you're actually going to use. So how quickly could you anticipate moving to the next group of folks on this list?
It's a really good question, and I want to say I do feel for anyone who has a pre-existing condition and is under 75 years old. I'm concerned about them for sure. That said, I want to remind everyone, just New Yorkers over 75 is about 560,000 people. Now, we can all count. We don't have the vaccine for 560,000 people in stock right now. So, and that's before you even talk about the healthcare heroes, first responders, essential workers. So the reality is we do have to recognize the reality that until we have sufficient vaccine, we're going to have to do this in stages. But I do want us to get as quickly as we can to the next group. They're very needy. We want to help them. And I think you said the key thing, Andrew. Let's see what demand levels are. I think one of my concerns in our experience in 1A was we kept saying to the state, we need this flexibility right now. We see what's happening on the ground. We know we're going to have a problem if we don't have this flexibility. Now we're going to watch how 1B plays out. We're going to watch what happens with our seniors and our essential workers and our first responders. We're going to see what level of pickup there is here. We know already in the 1A group that a lot of healthcare workers actually chose to take a pass in this first round. As we've said, that number is at least in the 30 to 40% range based on what we're seeing. Let's see over these coming days what happens with this new category. And if we see a lot of activity, then we're going to stay in 1B for a period of time. If we don't see a lot of activity, then we start the discussion on where to go next. Go ahead, Andrew.
Part of the follow-up to that is one of the criticisms of your rollout and the state's rollout was that the infrastructure wasn't up and running, even though you knew for months that the vaccine was coming. So knowing that there will be a 1C and beyond that, the general population of New York City to get the vaccine, how confident are you that the infrastructure for that will be ready the moment you need it to be?
Andrew, again, I respect questions. I respect criticisms. They help us to do our job better, but I also respect reality. The fact is, we just vaccinated 100,000 people in a week. We're going to vaccinate 175,000 this week. We're going to do 1 million doses in the month of January. The question is not capacity at this point. The question is, are we going to have enough vaccine? That's what's going to happen in the month of January. So let's be clear about the fact that all these good people putting this effort together are meeting demand. The question, I said it from the day I told you there would be 1 million doses in January, the question is whether the federal government, state government manufacturers are going to be able to keep up with the amount of capacity that we put out there. We'll keep building. That's the bottom line. So long as there are the healthcare workers that we need to do this work, we'll keep building out, building out, building out. will go to absolute maximum. Nothing's more important than getting this vaccine to people. But my great concern right now is, will the supply be there to match demand and to match our capacity?
The next is Jenna DeAngelis from WCBS.
Good morning, Mayor de Blasio.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Never a dull moment, Jenna.
Yeah, that's for sure. So we're seeing vaccine sites open and more coming as you announced, but how many people does the city actually have vaccines for, and when do you expect the next shipment to come?
Right now, I'll turn to Dr. Choksi. We have been updating folks publicly on the supply we have on hand. Now, that supply keeps being reduced, obviously, as the numbers of folks vaccinated start accelerating. So we have enough for this coming week, for sure, enough to get into the next week. But if we keep accelerating the amount of shots we're giving, there's a point where we run out unless we get a faster resupply. So we're good for this week, we're good for going into next week, but then it starts to become more of a question. Dr. Choksi.
That's exactly right, Mr. Mayor. We have approximately 230,000 doses on hand today in New York City. We expect to get an additional about 100,000 doses delivered this week. Generally, those deliveries take place on Tuesday and Wednesday, so that gives us some modest resupply. But just as the mayor said, because we are ramping up our operations so significantly, we are concerned about the numbers that will get resupplied from next week onward. And that's where we need the federal government both to be able to provide adequate supply, but also to give us those numbers far enough in advance so that we can plan it out with respect to our operations.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jenna.
And you've been talking about this throughout this news conference, but for seniors who don't have internet or technology, how will the city reach out to them so they know there's a phone number to call or that a vaccine is even available to them at this point?
Excellent question. We're doing a big outreach effort, and I would like to turn to Dr. Choksi and then Dr. Long, because this is something we recognize, Jenna, from the beginning. It's great to have all these sites, and it's great to have a phone number for people to call, but if they don't know about the phone number, it doesn't help them much. So the way to address that is to go to all of the organizations that work with seniors, to local leaders, elected officials, faith leaders, everyone who connects to seniors to get the message out. This is available. First, Dr. Choksi, then Dr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just add a few details to the approach that you've described. And really, my starting point on this is to think about the patients that I've taken care of who are older, as well as my parents, other loved ones who are older, to think about what they would need to be able to navigate to get this much needed vaccine. And so we have to use many, many different approaches because people have different ways of accessing information and different levels of being able to connect with the resources that are available. We started with the website. We announced this phone number, 877-VAX4NYC today. We'll also be doing more proactive outreach with robocalls to seniors to guide them to the places that they need to get to, including our hotline, to be able to understand how to sign up for an appointment slot. But it's really important to know that even though we will be pulling out all of the stops as a city, the places that many older New Yorkers go to are the folks whom they trust, whether it's their family doctor, whether it's the Meals on Wheels that they rely upon, whether it's friends or family members or caregivers. So equally, we are partnering with all of those people, particularly through our colleagues at the Department for the Aging, to ensure that they have the information they need to help connect seniors to resources as well. The final thing that I'll say is that we're making a concerted push with our clinical colleagues in geriatrics. These are the people who have dedicated their careers, their lives to taking care of older people, and so we're going to be leveraging that network as well.
Thank you. Dr. Long.
Yeah, I would just add one point onto what Dr. Choksi said, which is that one thing that unites all of our seniors together.
So that was a bit of an update from New York City as they tackle the COVID-19 pandemic still and vaccine distribution as they're trying to ramp things up. We've got a couple other of these updates coming up for you too here on News Now from Fox, but we have kind of a busy hour. We're going to kick it off right now with an interview with an artist. News Now spoke with artist Nicole Ray with artofdailypractice.com, and she gives us an idea of how to make 2021 a better year. And we all know we really need that. So let's figure out how to focus a little better and enjoy ourselves in the new year. And then coming up after that, we're going out to Seattle for some breaking news that happened at the Capitol. And then we have some live reports coming up as well.
We are joined today with artist Nicole Ray, the Art of Daily Practice, and she has been not only a guide for me, but she's going to be a guide for a lot of you at home watching too, because Nicole, let's first explain what the Art of Daily Practice is, how we can all kind of incorporate it into our lives.
The Art of Daily Practice is a creative healing arts practice that uses journaling and affirmations to bring inspiration, healing, and guidance into your life through a daily practice and to help you connect with yourself. So I'm your guide and I'm here to practice with you.
And I know a lot of us associate this new year with, okay, new year, it has to be a new me. There's a lot of pressure on us, but one of the things you want to touch on is we don't need to put that pressure on ourselves. We should just really take a look at what do we really want to do and how do we want to feel this next year?
Yes. We do know that New Year's do bring fresh starts and new opportunities. And we often start kind of getting those nudges of things that we want to do, begin, start. And a lot of times that can fall in those self-care practices, the eating healthy, the working out, the going to bed earlier, etc. And we're kind of told that you need to have these New Year's resolutions, the R word, which I don't use very often, already put into place as of January 1st. At the same time that these things, which I call your vision, they're coming up for a reason. They're coming up for either you need to do them or you want to do them. As they're coming up, so is the pressure and the expectations for you to have it all together, make those changes, begin on January 1st, keep going. And some of you were already only 7 days into the new year, but some of you are like, we're 7 days into the new year and you haven't started. Or you've stopped, and now you start to feel the judgments and the guilt, and then that begins to kind of weigh heavy on us and what I say kind of block your vision. So I'm here to share some practices on how we can create some space of some of this heaviness, some of these expectations, especially with, we all know we finished 2020. And there's a lot of things that are still very present in 2021, even though we all want it to go away and have a brand new beginning. So I want to help you clear some space of that. Then I want you to do a vision list with me. I want to talk to you with how you want to feel. And then I want to help you, answer the how do I do all these things? And so I want to share some of my New Year's practice with you.
Yeah, and one of the things you mentioned was that clearing the space. I think that's going to be a really important one for people to learn how to do. So it all begins with the I forgive and release. It's something we've practiced together, Nicole. I know I've written it 1,000 times. I've said it out loud in the car. So let's teach people exactly what that means.
Yes, so I forgive and release is a practice to help you create space of heavy thoughts, emotions, feelings, beliefs. We're going to use it right now to clear space around kind of this new year, but not a day goes by that I'm not using it, as you also said, Christy. So when we say I forgive and release, what we're saying is I give love or inspiration or positivity, you choose the word, away into what's heavy. Because when it's heavy, we can feel blocked, we can feel stuck, we can feel anxiety, depression, etc. So we've got to clear some space. There are 3 ways to do this practice. We're going to do one of them together right now. So we literally have to do this out loud. So here we go. Repeat after me. I forgive and release the new year.
I forgive and release the new year.
I forgive and release the expectations and pressures of the new year.
I forgive and release the expectations and pressures of the new year.
So as you start to do this, if we had more time, we would touch on more things. Also, forgive and release anything that's heavy going on right now. You can do this practice out loud. You can do this practice mindfully. So if you're at work and there's people around you and you don't want to say this affirmation out loud to clear some space, say it mindfully in your head, and then meet your journal. Use this as a prompt and spend some time just clearing some space of 2020, some of the pressures of 2021, and maybe some of the changes that you want to make, but you're not really sure how to go towards them. Forgive and release is just that. It is a practice. If you do it one of these 3 ways, you will feel a shift, and that will keep you going. If you don't do it one of those 3 ways, then it's not going to work. And it's going to feel kind of weird doing this practice, but I wouldn't be here 7 years later sharing this practice if it didn't work.
One of the things that I really like too is this really makes you kind of check in with yourself, how you're feeling, what's really, as you said, kind of weighing you down, what's been kind of toying with your mind lately.
Yes, we all have tons of thoughts. I mean, there's thousands of thoughts that are going on in our mind, and some of them are productive and some of them are not. And we all know what it's like when some of them are so heavy that they block us from our vision. And so we have a vision, we have these things that we want to do, these things that we want to begin, these things that we want to start, whether that's a workout routine, like I was saying, eating healthy, redecorating your home, buying a house, getting a puppy, you name it. And so I want to invite you to make a vision list with me. So you'll need a pen and paper after this stream. Just write the words Vision 2021. And then I want you to ask yourself, how do you want to feel? You may know already those heavy things. That's where we use I forgive and release to clear them. But how do you want to feel in 2021? I wrote down, I want to feel supported. I want to feel focused. I want to feel consistent. The way we feel is extremely important, more important than actually doing all of those things, right? And then also, what does that look like? What does it look like to feel supported? So this was a practice that I had done with my significant other, and it was a great practice for us to just get an idea of what do we want to feel for the new year. We're also all familiar with vision boards where you cut things out of magazines of things that you want to manifest into your life. So I want you to write down things like maybe you do want to start eating healthy or taking those walks or taking that trip or redecorating your home. Write those things down as well. And at the same time, ask yourself, what do I want more of? And right away, somebody's like, I want more rest. I want more connection. Because when we feel what we're lacking, it's going to show us what we want. So write that down. I want connection. Well, that might be FaceTime right now with where we're at, but write those things down and be brave to take courage of, it doesn't matter at this point how it's going to happen. I'll share with you how that will come into existence, but I want you to be brave. And the truth is that this list didn't need to be written on January 1st. It doesn't need to be written today or finished. You have the entire month of January to just start letting these desires come up. Your desires come up at a new year because vision knows it has 365 days of space for you to go towards these things. Not that you have to start them all right at a new year. So just keep that in mind. Put this list somewhere where you can see it. Share this list with some family members. Take a look at that list daily. I'm in the process of writing my vision list still.
I haven't written mine, so I'm really glad that you said that, Nicole, that we don't have to be stuck in this mode of, oh, well, it's already past the first week of January. I missed it. I don't need to set any new goals, because we can always work on that self-improvement, especially when it comes to our feelings and what we're going to need to continue to move along here in this pandemic.
Yes, very, very true. So it's important, if you feel a little bit of resistance, which is very normal when you write down a vision list, try doing I forgive and release. So I forgive and release not liking goals. I forgive and release the pressure of resolutions. I forgive and release being so kind of, we finish a holiday, and the fact that on January 1st, we're supposed to start something new, I don't know who came up with that idea, but really January 1st is truly a month to kind of land. Do those things around the house, clean out that email box, do some of those things just to get yourself ready to set forth into that vision. So when you write a vision list, you've got to remember that these things are not yet into existence. We have to be brave to hold space to see beyond our current circumstances, our current state, whether that's with your finances or with the pandemic or with your job, etc., and be willing to say, hey, I'm going to allow these desires, this vision to come up because it wants to come up for a reason. So one of the questions that my students usually ask me is, how? I don't know how to make these things happen, or I don't have the resources, or I never follow through with things. I forgive and release not following through. I forgive and release the words I don't know, because those words are a big block for many of us, because the truth is you do know it's in you, but those words I don't know are blocking you. And then this is where we can go to the foundational practice of guidance journaling. Guidance journaling is a tool to help you take what's going on in your mind and lay it down on paper. So it is a written practice where you'll write down things that are from your vision list. So I ask and need guidance on a new workout routine. I ask and need guidance on what my body wants and how to eat healthy. I ask and need guidance on homeschooling my kids still. I ask and need guidance if I should apply for that promotion at my work. We are not expected, even though we feel that, to have all the answers. And so when you start asking, when you literally do it, you'll start receiving the guidance, the clarity, the understanding, the resources. People know me as the little nudges. All of a sudden something will come into your mind and be like, oh, that's the next step. So guidance journaling is a tool, especially to do at night if you have trouble sleeping. I ask and need guidance on, write it down, forgive and release that it feels kind of unique or uncomfortable to be doing these things, and watch how these practices take place.
I know it's something that you and I actually had done together many years ago. We don't even need to be going over all of it, but again, it just kind of shows you that if you put it down, then you're open to receiving some different little, as you pointed out, nudges, or maybe someone says something and you say, hey, wait a minute, I was just talking about that topic. It just kind of makes us more aware of exactly what we're asking for. It is out there. We just kind of need to be listening a little bit better.
Yes, and these are the practice. The Art of Daily Practice is all about meeting you at the beginning. You don't need to be wearing white, arming on a yoga mat and cushion, meditating for 20 minutes every single day. These little things of using I forgive and release, these little things of taking a Post-it note and writing down, these are some of the desires, these are some of the visions I have, doing a little bit of that guidance journaling, meeting those blank journals that are literally sitting on your shelf that you're afraid to ruin. Grab one of those and say, you know what, this is enough. And if you have even a mustard seed of willingness to try any of these practices, forgive and release as you go, you're going to see how they move in you. And it's unique to each person.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things I want to just let people know too is, Nicole, you really do have a great way of making people see these different visions for themselves. It doesn't always have to be in a journal. I know before we've made a little list of items and put it on a candle. You can kind of make yourself little cards to flip through daily. So why don't you just remind people what other things you can help them with and what the Art of Daily Practice is, how they can get your help.
Yes. So in the Art of Daily Practice, you can do one-on-one virtual sessions with me, learn the Art of Daily Practice. Let me give you some tools that you can then carry with you to help navigate through anything such as anxiety, depression, etc., where you're going on your journey. I do group events virtually now, so you can gather that tribe or that team and do an event. Sometimes those do even include creative supplies, so I'll send kits and so on. I've got online courses. I now have a new monthly practice called The Collective. So if you do want more from this stream, you can participate in January's Vision and Intentions Collective edition. And then you can follow me on Instagram at Artist Nicole Ray for daily inspiration.
All right, Artist Nicole Ray with the Art of Daily Practice, helping us see our vision for 2021, get into that practice routine. Again, it doesn't have to be every day, but as long as we start to kind of take it upon ourselves to realize it's something we should always.
All right, 2021, this will be a good year, hopefully, definitely better than 2020. We're going to step into some other news today. Washington State Legislature reconvened under some tight security. I want to show you this video. We'll listen in for just a moment here.
Hey, why is he going? Let him go! Let him go!
Okay, so what you're seeing is they're back in session, and legislators and staff had to drive in to the Capitol today in Olympia, Washington. They were met by a group of roughly 2 to 3 dozen protesters who were standing at the fence there. Some were yelling at police and the press. To police, one of those protesters said, "We used to be on your side, not anymore." This is coming from reporters who were down in the field. This man right here was arrested right at the start of the legislative session for attempting to access the Capitol building in Olympia. He said, "It's starting and I have every right to witness it." He walked forward with his arms raised and, as you can see, was promptly grabbed by police. He was one of 2 arrested today. So, you know, this was a difficult day for State Patrol as they were overseeing security of the entire Capitol campus and coming after Wednesday and protests. They were on high alert. Governor Jay Inslee activated 750 National Guard members last week to help maintain orders. Officials did decline to say how many of the 750 National Guard troops were at the scene on Monday today, but they did provide several updates throughout the day. So we're going to play the most recent one for you after these arrests on what they're planning on doing moving forward and about this arrest specifically.
Right. Good afternoon, folks. Thanks for being here again. I wanted to mention that of the 2 arrests we made today, further investigation revealed that the 30-year-old male that was arrested this morning at about 11 o'clock has also been determined to be one of the people that breached the campus grounds on Wednesday, and he is going to be charged with that also. So our investigation will continue to move forward on that instance as well as others today. So with that, we'll stand for any questions. What charge is he being? He's being charged with criminal trespass. Okay. He was one of the people that entered the grounds illegally, is basically what I can divulge on that. So, and he is being charged with criminal trespass for being one of the people that passed through and breached the grounds.
Can you describe in a bit more detail the circumstance of this arrest today? I understand that he basically tried to enter at 11 a.m. He had claimed that he would, and he did, and then you could clarify the details of this arrest.
That's pretty much it. He did state that he was it was his intent to watch the legislature today, and that if they went into session without him being able to watch, he was going to cross through the line and go in there, and he knew the consequences were that he would be arrested, and he did make that line. He did cross that line, and he was arrested as a result. So, I'm sorry? Yes, his name is Thomas Hughes. Thomas Hughes, he's an Everett resident. He's 30 years old. Hughes. Okay, any other questions? The planning and resources sections are going to be evaluating the threats and then reacting accordingly. So I don't know what the demo process is going to be, and we're probably not going to reveal that kind of security level information anyways, but we'll keep the appropriate resources to make sure that the legislature is able to conduct their business and that the building stays safe, which was the mission we were charged to do, and we're happy that we've been successful throughout today. There may be some here intermittently, but I don't know what their plans are. No. Okay. Okay. And if go ahead.
So I had some information about the letter that has been widely reported that was sent to all 50 state capitals. We did receive that letter. We have an organization called the Fusion Center, which some of you have reported on in the past. It's an FBI collaboration with state, local government, also with the law enforcement in British Columbia. Our Fusion Center representatives here in the building today, he did say that we got that notice, but candidly, in this state, we were already working on a number of very specific threats, as you've seen today. So it was earth-shaking news to us when that notification came. I'm sure states where it truly was a groundbreaking and a consequence, but we're already working on very specific issues, very specific threats, and very specific intelligence. So it was simply not that large a groundbreaking information for us. I did get a number of questions and follow-up from many of you after about the number of unpermitted events and who they were and where they were. So I've done the number crunching on that. Since the election, that was what most people have asked about. Since the election and before this weekend's unique mobilization, so in that period of time, we had 28 unpermitted events on the Capitol campus involving approximately 3,000 people. There were 12 that were what we determined were right-left conflicts. We try to make a point of not using the names of these groups. For one thing, their names often include phrases and words that they may not be worthy of assignment, and there are a number of the groups that have subgroups within them, and we have just found it's problematic to name them. So we just list them as right and left. So there have been 12 of those 28 unpermitted events that were right conflicts. That involved approximately 700 people. There were 5 that were right-only demonstrations involving the majority of that 3,000, 1,850 people came for the 5 demonstrations involving the right side of the political spectrum only. There were also 5, and just the way it worked out, equally on the left side, but that only involved 300 people. So the vast majority of these were on right-leaning perspectives on the political scale. 6 were apolitical things, faith services, war remembrances, and those sorts of things that people come to the campus to commemorate, etc., which involved 150 people. Our RDF, or Rapid Deployment Force, you've seen them if you've been up on the line. Those are the guys in the men and women in the dark blue, often referred to as riot police, but they do so much more. They answer all sorts of natural resource issues across the state. Any disruption, man-made or natural, where we need to mobilize quickly and respond, our Rapid Deployment Force are the folks that do that for us. You've seen them up on the line today. In those 28 instances of unpermitted events, they were mobilized 4 times for right-left conflict, 2 times for right-centered demonstrations, and 1 time for left-centered demonstrations, for a total of 7 times total in the 28 unpermitted events on Capitol campus. So with that, we'll take any questions, and our folks from DES and the National Guard are here as well if you have any questions. We're not going to demobilize until we are sure that tonight's situations have been resolved. We do have intelligence that says there may be a group that will gather off campus but close by, and a group that in the past sometimes has traveled onto the campus, and was mentioned in some of the numbers that I gave you. So until we are sure that we have that situation contained, we're going to make sure that we have the force in place to meet any kind of problem. Anything that's happening in Olympia, the town itself, the city itself, We work with the Olympia Police Department, but again, when we've had a number of situations where these groups move back and forth, and in law enforcement, we have shared responsibilities to protect one another, protect property, protect life, obviously is the primary thing. So we very often work with them seamlessly in these things. But right now, it looks like it would be a situation that would start off campus and maybe move on to us.
There are some specific dates next week, like Inauguration Day.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something you're still looking at?
Question was, are there some specific dates coming up in the future that we are looking at and may mobilize and may have kind of a repeat of this, or there may be some subset of resources that you're saying? Absolutely. We look at this stuff on really a minute by minute. We have professionals working with the FBI, with local law enforcement, with British Columbia law enforcement, with state resources. We're really looking at this in real time. And so it is not uncommon for the intelligence that we were planning for and looking at and working on in the morning is changed by lunchtime, and then it's changed by supper time. We do that. We make the adjustments as quickly as we can. That was from Election Day until before this weekend. So we didn't count this unique mobilization because we have, I can't give you the numbers, but we have a large number of our RDF staff here and a large number of our troopers from across the state. But that was from Election Day to the weekend. And so until Sunday, until this deployment. So, yeah. So.
Can you clarify whether the group tonight was a group from the right or the left?
It's a group from the left. But that said, this is not a perfect science, and we often have people, individuals, I'm sure you've seen them today, they're individuals. It's a very volatile situation, and it only takes one person to behave badly to get a crowd, and to incite a crowd, or for people to respond to, and then you have a response to the response. You have an emotional ping pong game going on all of a sudden, and unfortunately sometimes these folks are heavily armed, sometimes they are greatly exercised in their emotions, and so we just want to make sure that emotional ping pong game doesn't turn into confrontation that could harm people. Say again, I'm sorry. First person that it's an ongoing investigation. We are reviewing all sorts of resources, and we appreciate that we have received information from the public. People have sent into our tip line. They have called, have let us know what they've seen. So we've gotten information from the public, and we have an ongoing investigation. Whether there will be more arrests or not, that like I said, I'm not in the prognostication business. I will say, though, that we've got our very best people working on it. That is the first. Anything else? Again, Sergeant Wright, our friends from DES and from the National Guard will be here to answer any individual questions. Thank you very much. It's been a long day. I am glad you are all safe. I'm glad we're all safe. I'm glad the protesters are all safe. And I'm glad all the men and women that man that barricade are safe, and our legislators. Again, as I said from the very beginning, if you come to us and say, hey, you overreacted, I will smile and go home with a smile on my face if everybody was safe. It looks like that's the way this is going to end, knock on wood. But, the two words that you can take from all we've done, tragedy and resolve. It's a tragedy that we have to do what we have done. It's a tragedy that those fences are there. It's a tragedy that we have had to call in these extra resources from across the state at extraordinary expense to them personally and, their time, but also to the taxpayers of the state of Washington. But we have the resolve. It had to be done, and we did it. If it needs to be done again, we will do it. Thank you very much. Chris Loftus, C-H-R-I-S.
Sergeant Darren, D-A-R-R-E-N. Right, W-R-I.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft, and we were just watching there that press conference out of Olympia, Washington, the state capitol in Washington State. And we've been following news around state capitals all day because, as you know, protests are planned. They could turn violent, just like they did last Wednesday in D.C. at the U.S. Capitol. And so we're going to keep it on that story right now. We're going to head out to Madison, Wisconsin, because Fox's Sam Kramer is out there. And Sam, the Wisconsin State Capitol is being boarded up at the moment as well. Isn't that right?
Yeah, hi there, Andrew. Let's give you a look at the base of the Wisconsin State Capitol here in Madison. The Department of Administration, which essentially houses the Wisconsin State Capitol Police, they had their facilities management team busy out on the grounds this morning. They've boarded out all of the windows on the Capitol's exterior ground floor. We are unaware of any specific reports of protests or planned violence, but they aren't taking this lightly. We have talked to, so many police departments, from Madison Police, the State Capitol Police, as well as the FBI. Essentially, it seems like they have learned, perhaps have the benefit of hindsight from what happened at the U.S. Capitol last week. They don't want to, just be caught unprepared for this. So, again, all of the windows are boarded up on the ground floor. It looks like the doors are open now. Of course, the Wisconsin State Legislature is meeting, so they're free to come in and out of the building. It'll be interesting to see if that changes through the rest of the week.
And Sam, I was kind of wondering, we talked to our reporter there in Detroit, and so the Michigan State Capitol voted today to ban open carry there in the halls of the state capitol. Is there anything like that being planned there in Wisconsin? Are they doing kind of any more, preventive measures than just boarding up at the point?
Well, as early as last week, even the day after the U.S. Capitol riot, they had extra police inside of the Wisconsin State Capitol, both Wisconsin State Capitol Police and Madison Police, just for the city as a whole, upping their patrols around the Capitol. Right now, it doesn't appear, at least, that they have any further ban on arms or those coming inside the Capitol. But again, one of those things to watch as we move forward here.
And going forward, like you said, the inauguration is January 20th. Are there any festivities or events planned surrounding that? Is that why this is happening, or this is just a precaution? But is there something happening on the Capitol ground to mark the inauguration in the nation's capital?
Yeah, it's tough to tell at this time. We know, just looking back to last summer, that the state capitol has been a frequently traveled position for protests. We saw some of them turn violent this summer when they were protesting racial injustice. We even had a Wisconsin State Assembly member punched, I believe it was a state senator. And so there has been a track record before. We also know that the attempts to kidnap the Michigan governor had Wisconsin ties. Some of those people were hoping to bring the governor back to Wisconsin to then kind of hold her hostage here, at least according to criminal charging documents. So right now, it doesn't appear that there is a specific event in mind. I believe it's just kind of vigilance, kind of rather be prepared versus being caught unprepared in case something is to happen here in a state that has been very politically divided within the last several presidential elections.
And Sam, just lastly for you, what's the governor saying there in the state? We know there's been, I believe, several, recall efforts for him throughout his term at the moment, but I believe he's also requested the National Guard. Is that right?
Yes, that was the big announcement today. He has mobilized the Wisconsin National Guard. Remember, they were just in Kenosha in advance there of protests expected in the charging decision, the shooting of Jacob Blake there for the Kenosha police officer. There weren't really we didn't hear of any violence. There were some arrests made down there, but now the National Guard is coming up this way. He being Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers, has had a tough time with the Republican-controlled legislature. Evers is a Democrat. So there's been a lot of battle there. I was talking with some state lawmakers today. Republicans say they wish that he would have brought up the Wisconsin National Guard quicker this summer, again, in those protests we talked about. But they're happy to see that he's taking the proactive measures now. The Wisconsin National Guard did not disclose just how many troops were involved. All they say is that they will be supporting state capitol police. So it's going to be, it's, again, one of those things, I hate to keep saying it, but it's one of those things that we're just going to have to see how it plays out moving forward here.
And we definitely will, just going into the later days of the week. Sam Kramer with Fox 6 in Milwaukee, there in Madison for us. Thank you so much. All right, and like I said, we'll be following all of this. Remember, the FBI, a memo was obtained today that said they are monitoring all of these state capitals going forward in the next couple of days. Remember, we're just 9 days out from President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration, where he'll be sworn in as the 46th president. But amidst all of that, D.C. will look a lot different. The ceremony itself will look a lot different. And after Wednesday's events, you just heard, we told you earlier today, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, Virginia Governor Ralph Northam, Maryland Governor Larry Hogan issuing that joint statement urging people, discouraging people not to come out, not to fly to D.C., not to come out in public to witness what is normally full of pomp and circumstance on any inauguration. So we're going to follow all that here on News Now from Fox, starting off this 7 o'clock hour for everyone. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank everyone for watching. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but first we just want to plug our Twitter account there. That's at NewsNowFox. Give us a follow. We appreciate that. We have a website as well, newsnowfox.com. That's where you can tell your family and friends where they can find us and watch us, all of our streaming platform partners. So we'll see you back in about 2 minutes here on News Now from Fox. All right, there's a live look at the White House. We'll be bringing you any information if we hear from the president going forward. Remember, he has been deplatformed on a number of social media outlets in the wake of the attack at the Capitol on Wednesday. There were some indications, some rumors swirling that he could speak today. That does not look like it's happening at all. So we are not expecting to see or hear from the president in front of a camera going forward tonight. If that changes, we will have it. But at this point in time, we do not expect that. So in the meantime, we do want to take it out now across the country, back over to California, where Governor Gavin Newsom gave a coronavirus update today. It's about 50 minutes. We didn't get to show you all of it, but for those watching who might be from California or traveling to California soon, they have, one of the highest case rates in the country. We want to show you that. It's about 50 minutes long. So here's that press conference today out of Sacramento.
Tests. I should note we had 473,000 tests on Saturday, about 343,000 tests yesterday. So we're seeing, after a little bit of restriction of testing during the holidays, we're starting to see those testing numbers ramp back up rather substantially. As it relates to that 14-day positivity rate, as I noted, we're seeing that fluctuation in the last week or so. But over the last 2 weeks, you can see we were from a bit over 2.5%, 2.6% positivity to that 13.7% you see today. Now, here's the two slides I wanted to update you with that are important and relevant. you'll see a 6% increase in the total number of hospitalizations over the last 14 days, patients with COVID-19. That's among the smallest increases we've seen over a 2-week period in some time. It's just a point of some optimism, a little bit of light, and I'll express why we're not overly enthusiastic about that as it relates to the reality and expectation of the reality that is manifesting and the expectations that we believe will manifest as it relates to the post-holiday bump. But the hospitalization rate, the growth, 0.3% over a 7-day period. It's almost flat new hospitalizations over the last week and 6% increase over the last 2 weeks. Substantially lower rate of growth in terms of new COVID identified positives into our hospital system. Accordingly, with ICUs, 13% over a 2-week period increase, 5% over a 7-day. So 0.3% 7-day increase in hospitalizations, 5% increase in ICUs. So both the hospitals and the ICUs experiencing a rate of increase that is more modest than what we have expressed and we have seen over the course of the last many weeks, for that matter, many months. As it relates to ICU capacity, nonetheless, and this is the point of being sober about this reality. You can look at this capacity. This, again, does not mean no one has access to ICUs. Quite the contrary. It just means we're now in the surge phase of our ICU planning. But you could see, with the exception of the greater Sacramento region, around 10%, and Northern California, which is holding steady at over 35% in this case, that Southern California, San Joaquin Valley continue to be the hot spots for the state, particularly Southern California, in the San Bernardino, Riverside, and notably LA areas. Bay Area expressing obviously deeper concern around ICU capacity. Again, with the flex plans well established, you could see those numbers beginning to decline in the Bay Area, and that likely will lead, though there's no formal adjudication of the data that's happened over the weekend, Friday being the last day in the Bay Area, the greater Bay Area region, on the stay-at-home. Those numbers are being crunched, and we should expect Dr. Galley in his update tomorrow to update that determination. But based upon ICU ICU capacity currently, unless those projections are radically different, that we can expect that stay-at-home to continue. As it relates to deaths, we continue to see a substantial number of people losing their lives to this pandemic, averaging 476 individuals over the last 7 days, 264 individuals in the last reporting period. So just a sober reminder of the deadliness of this disease, how deadly this pandemic remains. I noted a few weeks back, and it got a little bit of attention, understandably so, these mobile morgues that we sent out across the state. Some suggested perhaps that was overly indulgent, meaning a bit hyperbolic. Now it appears more prescient in the context of the reposition of these mobile morgues has been essential in particular parts of the state that are simply overwhelmed and just don't have capacity. So we continue to monitor that and continue to work with our county partners and our local partners to address those issues as well. As it relates to the issue of staffing in the state, we have roughly 1,900 state and federal staff that have been deployed. You can see the myriad of support that we're providing, the most significant now being contract staff. Our emphasis now is on contract staff. I'll talk more about that in a moment. We continue to work with the federal government, Department of Defense, and others, HHS, to request additional resources. That's a top priority and will remain over the course of the next 9-10 days with the current administration, and will be among the most essential and top priorities as it relates to the new administration coming in next week. So 1,878 state and federal staff now deployed across the state of California, disproportionate number in Southern California. As it relates to the next week or so, in fact, we expect within 7 days, more LVNs, more RNs, more respiratory specialists, about 1,000 contract staff will hit the ground. So we're already right now in the process of identifying exactly where they go, but we have 1,000 members, that team that will be deployed, supplementing the close to 2,000 that we've already deployed. So again, real emphasis, real focus on contract staff now in terms of addressing our staffing need. And I should note, and this is important, we anticipate an equivalent amount in the next few weeks as well. So this is an area where we're starting to see some availability of staff, some loosening of opportunities, again, to bring in not just RNs, but LVNs, respiratory specialists, among many other essential workers. Here's an update on those alternative care sites, 6 that we've included on this slide that are active in Sacramento, Porterville, Fairview, some that you're well familiar with in Southern California and San Diego, as well as Los Angeles. About 117 patients currently are in these, what we refer to often as decompression sites. These are the sites that we stood up. Many others are in warm status. These are the ones we've stood up that will allow us to decompress, take off a little bit of the pressure, the census, total number of people at the hospital system itself has to support. As it relates to support, well, we continue to do more to support the needs of getting these vaccines delivered not only to our partners all up and down the state of California, thousands of them, but administered into people's arms. We talk now often about the last mile and the last inch. I'll talk about both here briefly, but you could see a little over 2.4 million, just shy of 2.5 million doses we are we've received to date, and getting close to 800,000 that have been administered, 783,000 administered. This is our last reporting period, and we will be updating this as we do daily with a goal, very explicit goal that we established last week to have an additional, this is additive, this is not just getting to 1 million, this is getting well in excess of 1 million, but 1 million more vaccines. We had this 10-day goal. We announced it last week, and the goal has a deadline this weekend when dust settles and that data comes in. And there's always a day or two lag on the data, so I want folks to be aware of that. We should have all of that information in by this weekend. And the reason we set a goal of 1 million is that we are sending an urgent call across the spectrum. Our healthcare partners, our legislative partners, as well as labor and business partners up and down the state, this notion of an all hands on deck approach to accelerate the equitable and safe distribution of vaccines. Again, we're not losing sight of the issue of equity. We're not losing sight of the imperative to prioritize the most vulnerable and the most essential. So that's why we talk about our special efforts to vaccinate the vaccinators. We talk about those long-term settings and those notion of congregate focus, our focus on congregate facilities, residential assisted care facilities. But we now have created, and we've talked about this last week on multiple occasions, I'll repeat today, this expanded pool, the loosening of our tiers, or rather phases, and within those phases, the tiers to allow the administration, more smooth administration and more expedited administration of the vaccinations. We've also expanded the pool of those that can administer the vaccines. I've received a lot of calls, a lot of emails, a lot of texts with people saying, you know, you should really allow nurse midwives the ability to vaccinate. You should allow vocational nurses and psych techs. Well, the reality is we have, and I just wanted to put up here as part of our all hands on deck the slide that represents the number of categories of individuals and groups that can currently vaccinate. And you can see the myriad of different registered nurses, physician assistants, and the like. But we recognize more folks need to have that ability. And that's why you recall a week or so ago, we talked about our efforts on pharmacists and pharm techs. last week. At the end of the week, we talked about the work with CDA, our dental association, CMA, and the work we're doing there to get more and more folks, including our dentists, to be able to administer the vaccines. We have 15 National Guard strike teams all up and down the state. People said, well, what about the National Guard? Well, we have deployed the National Guard for some time now. It's just a reminder that they have now been deployed, and they're out there working with the Office of Emergency Services, working with clinics and health providers directly. We just now today more socialized. This happened over the course of the last number of days, but just socializing EMTs and paramedics. We're seeing more and more paramedics partnering with the counties. Local health officers are encouraging this, and we are very supportive in EMTs as this local option for additional vaccinators to help administer these vaccines faster, again, with an eye on equity, risk, exposure, and with age as the overlay. Using every dose, we don't want to see any dose waste, and that's wasted, and that's why we created more flexibility. If there's a dose that's sitting there and there's no one queued up that's in line based upon the existing tiers, we want to be able to move to other priority groups, other priority phases, and tiers within those phases. And so we want to make sure none of these expired, none of these doses go unused. I'll remind you that the current focus of the vaccinations is healthcare workers, those frontline essential workers. That's why we want to vaccinate the vaccinators. So many of them are in those categories of vaccinators themselves, and then those residents that are most vulnerable in these congregate facilities. We partnered not only with those you've seen up on screen as it relates to those previous slides, but CVS and Walgreens that are doing the lion's share, not in every county. LA County is a big exception, but notably and substantively in all of those other congregate care facilities. Walgreens and CVS are administering as a partner with the state and the federal government to administer the needs within those facilities. The flexibility into the different phases includes the following. And so again, this is already established. We've created these phases and these tiers within the phases, but we want folks to know that we now have flexibility where we can move into these phases and these tiers, which include people 75 and over, includes people 65 and over, if those folks are not present and available. So there's no waste, more flexibility, more capacity. So people in the education system can expect to start getting vaccinated, childcare, so it's teachers and paraprofessionals across the board, those essential workers and all the support staff, all those key members of our support staff, not just teachers that are essential as well to making sure we safely are taking care of the needs of our children. For what it's worth, we talked last week about phase 1C. This is that extended phase where many of you, including myself, this is the phase that we would be in, you might be in, and this phase is now established. It's up on our COVID19.ca.gov website, COVID19.ca.gov website. I'll just remind you that site to learn about all of these things about the availability and updates in terms of the availability of doses and the percentage doses that have been administered and what our time to goal is and the 1 million+ new doses and where you may be within these phases. And we will fill out details as we start to get more doses in. Again, just a little over 2.5 million doses. And that's just doses. We obviously are going to need substantially more doses to get into this next phase, and we hope to learn more with the new administration soon, as they intend to release a lot of the stockpile of doses, and we'll start to see a greater clarity and then meet your expectation to start to put some timelines, or at least expected timelines, so that we can deal with the anxiety that I know is palpable out there about when we have that availability, when, well, we see it. As it relates to vaccinations as well, we recognize that the current strategy is not going to get us to where we need to go as quickly as we all need to go. And so that's why we're speeding up the administration, not just for priority groups, but also now opening up large sites to do so, meaning Dodger Stadium, Padres Stadium, Cal Expo, these large mass vaccination sites. You start to see those coming up as early as this week. You'll see many, many more, but these are just 3 sites that will be coming up this week. So this is encouraging, and this is, again, part of that flywheel. I know it can't go fast enough that all of us should anticipate and expect as it relates to increasing that last mile for administration. Get it out of the freezer into people's arms, these vaccines. $372 million is the budget that we submitted to the legislature on Friday. This is $372 million for IT upgrades, and we're going to have more on that later this week. Logistics, commodities, the public education campaign, more on that in a moment. In addition to this, we mentioned on Friday, we anticipate $350 million. We're going to get the details of that and the rules attached to it from the latest stimulus. That's just on vaccines. That's not the money available, $1.7 billion for testing and for tracing and other supports related to this pandemic, but specifically for vaccines. So that money we want to move. It's building on the existing supports that the legislature has provided us. With gratitude, we extend that support as well from the federal government that was identified not only for the state, but also for counties like LA in particular with direct appropriations. Public education campaign, I mentioned just a moment ago, we're focusing on the key message of safety and efficacy. We're also focusing on this query that we get all the time, which is how much is it going to cost? It does not cost you to get this administered. Information is private, it's protected, and then this encouraging a message around the importance and the imperatives of continuing to wear a mask and wear a face covering, even after you've gotten that first dose, that first shot. And the whole predicate, the whole foundation, the value proposition we bring into the campaign is meeting people where they are, and more on that right here. We want to make sure we build on our engaged and trusted messenger strategy that is well established through previous programs, particularly around the census. So we're going to build on the past campaign. This is more you got the air campaign. This is more the bottom-up campaign. And we're partnering with 150 CBOs. These are community-based organizations, non-governmental organizations with philanthropy, 40 ethnic media outlets, 18 different languages. This gives you a sense, I hope, of how we are looking at our messaging strategies, our public outreach strategies, very comprehensively, not just top down. But with that, let me go to a PSA, 2 PSAs, actually, that highlight a little bit of some of the new messaging, build on the existing messaging package. We put out many, many different PSAs. These are just some of the PSAs related to the vaccine that you should be seeing very, very shortly.
COVID-19 vaccines have arrived. They've been recommended by California's top medical experts because they've been proven to be highly effective and will build your immunity against COVID-19. They will be available at no cost. The COVID-19 vaccine can help protect you and your family and end the pandemic. And remember, keep wearing your mask even after you've been vaccinated. To learn more, visit vaccinateall58.com.
Las vacunas de COVID-19 están aquí. Son recomendadas por expertos médicos de California porque se ha comprobado que son altamente eficaces y estarán disponibles sin costo. La vacuna de COVID-19 puede ayudar a protegerte a ti y a tu familia y acabar con la pandemia. Y recuerda, sigue usando mascarilla aún después de vacunarte. Para más detalles visita vaccinateall58.com.
So that's just an example of 2 of the new pieces that we're putting out. This will complement, again, a lot of what we've already been doing, and you'll be seeing a lot more. We hope to invest with the support of the legislature, $40 million in this campaign. In addition to that, we want to build even more investment into our partnership program with CBOs, ethnic media, and the like. So substantial and significant effort in this space. a lot of the resources that we hope to be investing over the course of the next number of months, we will look to be supported and advanced with the collaborative spirit that we've already received for well over a year with the California legislature. And in addition to that, just the ongoing support we seek from philanthropy that's been essential in terms of a lot of the creative work that's been provided and a lot of creative thinking that has also been advanced throughout this process, and a lot of the social media side, not just the more broadcast side of the equation. Speaking of something that is, well, I don't know if it's creative, but it's interesting, at least to me, and I'll tell you, it certainly was this morning with my household, my 4 kids, that, and excuse them and forgive me, seemed more intrigued by this slide that we were working on than anything else related to this pandemic, because of their love for animals. We have 2 gorillas at the San Diego Zoo that now have tested positive for COVID-19. 2 that have been tested positive. We have another that's symptomatic. We're currently confirming the source of the infection and the strain. There is some question, did it come human to animal? That's being determined, and one has to respect that process and the adjudication of the facts. But nonetheless, it's just an area that's long been of concern, human to animal transmission, but our beloved gorillas, obviously, we are concerned about, and San Diego Zoo, best of the best. They've tested now formally 2 positive, but 3 are symptomatic, and we are likely to see more information about this in real time in the next hours, not just days. But I thought I'd just bring it up because, as I say often to all of you, what tends to resonate in my house, I want to make public to you in real time, and that's the update in terms of the status of these gorillas in the San Diego Zoo. So with that, we're happy now to take any questions. And for what it's worth, I'm not only joined today by Dr. Galley, but by Yolanda Richardson, runs our GovOps, who is also key partner in our logistics and operations around the vaccinations as well. And so all 3 of us are available to answer any questions.
Stephanie Sierra, KGO. Hi, Governor. We've been in touch with the California Board of Registered Nursing, who has been in contact with the state with hopes to allow 30,000 nursing students who have just been trained and certified to administer vaccines to help aid the backlog. And I know you alluded to 1,000 other workers that will be assisting with that effort in the coming week. But I was curious if you've specifically heard about nursing students, and would you consider that?
Yeah, in fact, enthusiastically so. Our fire agencies and our nursing schools will be essential and critical, and we are engaging them in terms of the vaccination protocols moving forward. I want to just distinguish, and I'm going to turn this over to Yolanda and Dr. Galley to talk more about those efforts, and I appreciate the query. I just want to distinguish the 1,000 staff is specific to the surge in the ICUs and hospitals as it relates to the vaccinators and expanding the scope and expanding the practice of administration. That's separate in nursing schools and fire agencies, among many, many others. You saw that list are being sought to secure that last mile distribution and administration of the vaccine. Dr. Galley and Yolanda, perhaps you can amplify that a little bit more in terms of the status of our nursing school conversations in particular.
Yolanda, you may have certainly more updated information, but throughout this whole pandemic, we've looked to the potential use of our nursing students, as well as other folks, some retired nurses, others who have been out of practice for some time, but who might want to lend a hand. So that idea of using the nursing students first came up as a potential resource to support our surge efforts very, very early on. And now with vaccines, seems like a great fit. So I know we're deep into some of those conversations. Yolanda, you may want to add more, but it is certainly large resource. I know that students in healthcare are often eager and interested to give back and contribute. So this is a perfect way to match both that experience as well as a way to support the state in its fight against COVID.
Agree, Dr. Galley. Just as the governor said, in addition to nursing students, we're looking at retired providers, firefighters, just as the governor said, all hands on deck to provide as much staffing to the vaccination effort as possible.
Thank you, guys.
Catherine Renee, AP. Hi, Governor. Last week you mentioned that the state was conducting a survey of healthcare workers who were declining the vaccine to try to get a handle on how many people were doing that. So has the state completed that, and what have you learned? And then just to be clear, are we opening the vaccine to tiers 1B and 1C across the board, or at this point is that only if there are extra available doses at a risk of going to waste?
Yeah, it's the latter. It's only if, and Dr. Galley can pull that out a little bit more. So the survey was not just about people that are saying yes or no. It was more comprehensive about what are the issues in the last mile, what are the issues on that last inch as it relates to people that may refuse. I want to provide this slide. If you could take a look here. This is interesting, just some of the preliminary data that's come back to your question, and Dr. Galley can talk more about this. At UC, just at the UC system, only 2% of our healthcare workers have declined or postponed receiving a vaccine. This sort of flies in the face of some of the national data that's come out, that that's a large percentage of people declining, at least in our system, based upon this current survey, and this information updates consistently. That's the case. And just for what it's worth, CalVet, 5 out of our 8 homes, health clinics, 81% of the eligible residents have received vaccine, and over half the staff has received vaccines. That gives you a sense of the magnitude of people that are happy to accept the vaccines, and gives you a sense that perhaps we are more successful in terms of that last inch than some had feared. That said, Dr. Galley, perhaps you can fill in some blanks in terms of that survey and some of the results that have come back.
Yeah, Governor, absolutely. The survey was pretty comprehensive. It reached out to many of the counties that are doing work to not just do vaccines, but manage surge, keep up the work with testing and contact tracing. And we learned quite a bit there what the various counties need by way of support. Some of this here, what are we hearing about different individuals accepting the vaccine, declining, and deferring? We're learning that not just do people decline, but they say they want to wait a little longer. They want to see how this all comes together. So there's all of that information. Some of the top things that we heard were, additional support on staffing, the things the governor just mentioned around nursing students, EMTs, paramedics, others who can help on the vaccination front. Our various associations, California Medical Association, Dental Association, Pharmacy Association, all of these as vital resources to help meet those needs at the local level, the mass vaccine sites, to make sure that we're able to get as many people vaccinated. I think that what we knew all along was different healthcare settings, different counties were going to experience this differently, wherein the UCs might have a very low level of declining vaccine among their staff and their patients. Other communities might have higher rates of declination. So working to get that, not just in 1 or 2 spots, but throughout the state is one of the key goals, and making sure that we address that effectively, not just through additional resources to help provide the vaccine, but the messaging, the PSA campaign, you saw a little bit of it today. I think that goes hand in hand with this concept of making sure the message around safety and efficacy go hand in hand. The last thing I would say is absolutely our goal is to increase the availability of vaccine to as many Californians as possible, but while making sure that we pay attention to this primary important responsibility to make sure California's vaccinators do get vaccinated themselves, that we support the 1A priority or phase and make sure that that does get taken care of as we move forward into other populations and sectors that are equally at risk and vulnerable as well.
Jiang Park, Sacramento Bee.
Hi, Governor. Thank you for taking my question. I have one that's more the philosophical and other that's more technical, so I can ask them at once. If the state's fine-tuned approach, looking not just at age, but at occupations and other factors, does that have a hand in slowing the process down compared to what we see in other states like Florida and Texas? And one of the other technical questions that I have is some of the states have set up the appointment system for vaccinations. I'm wondering if that's something in the cards for the state going forward and when that may be.
Right. Dr. Galley, you want to take that?
Sure. So we as we've said, some last week, the idea that our tiering and phases has slowed us down. We have certainly begun to address that, working closely with our providers and our counties to make sure the message that all individuals in that tier 1A can be vaccinated immediately. There shouldn't be a difference between the first tier and the third tier in 1A, and then ensuring that counties that have successfully and health providers who have successfully made an effort and moved through their 1A are able to begin, planning and moving towards the 1B. So really trying to communicate both on the level of prioritization and then this ever important issue around enforcement. We've talked very clearly about the fact that we don't want people profiting from use of the vaccine, selling the vaccine, providing it to the highest bidder, but also that we can't afford with this scarce resource to have any waste. So really working over the last many days, weeks with our direct partners who are the vaccinators, sending the message that we need to make sure that we use what we have in our freezers, that we get them out. That's part of the reason we have the 1 million dose goal that we set last week, and making sure that we really do create an ability for a number of our vaccinators to work through that as quickly as possible. We recognize that the focus on risk and exposure is an important one. We have plenty of populations, our oldest Californians, who, by virtue of what we've seen over the past 10 months, face some of the greatest risk when they do become infected. So ensuring that we stay focused not just on those in our general population, but first and foremost on our oldest Californians in congregate care facilities, working with our pharmacy partners and a number of others to make sure that that happens. And then secondly, focusing on exposure. We've talked about from the beginning the role of the essential workers, those on the front lines of whether it's in our hospital and healthcare facilities, whether it's in our food industry or other key places that keep California going, making sure that unavoidable potential exposure is protected with some vaccines. So the goal of making sure that the state and our counties and many, many others, in fact, clear the way so that we can get vaccine out as soon as it comes into the state is a key goal. And we've made a great deal of progress on that in the last week.
And just a reminder, the third leg of that stool, risk, exposure, equity. So risk, exposure, equity with that age overlay. That's the foundation. Flexibility now within the tier that we're currently in. Just a great reminder, current focus on vaccination, healthcare workers, residents in long-term settings, but now flexibility with that that sort of prong of focus, equity, exposure, risk, and age, allowing more flexibility within phase 1B, tier 1, phase 1B, tier 2. So anyway, thank you for opportunity to clarify.
Karen Luna, LA Times. Governor, in light of the potential for armed protests at the California Capitol in the coming days, what extra security precautions have you ordered to prepare for that? And then separately, do you plan to activate the National Guard to support law enforcement?
We as needed on the latter, and the answer is pretty self-evident for anyone who's been around the Capitol, that everybody is on, I think, a high alert in terms of just making sure that everybody is safe and protected. People's free speech can be advanced, but there's no violence. And so those operational decisions are with the California Highway Patrol, and I'm happy to encourage them to talk to you a little more detailed, the extent we can socialize some of the operational plans appropriately, but I can assure you, we have heightened level of security as it relates to some concerns.
Dustin Gardner, SF Chronicle.
Thank you, Governor. Hey, Governor, this was asked the other day, and I just wanted to revisit it. What is your current stance on the call for impeachment or invocation of the 25th Amendment?
I'm all for it, but I'm really right now, so you got it. So let me just, but I'm trying to get 291 folks in the Department of Defense, trying to get more support from all levels to bring down. I'll be candid with you. I'm focused on this vaccine distribution. I'm focused on the surge. I'm trying to drive to get us through this extraordinarily challenging period. And I appreciate that focus, and I support it. Clear. But that's not my focus right now. My focus, candidly, is on you and your family and your safety as it relates to issues associated with getting us through this very challenging wave in this pandemic. And so that's where my energy flows right now.
Brody Levesque, LA Blade.
Hey, Governor. Good afternoon. Actually, my question is for Dr. Galley. Dr. Galley, in a press conference last week, your wife indicated that Los Angeles is basically at a crippled point in terms of oxygen supplies. Governor Newsom, I believe you ordered more morgue trucks in for the LA County Medical Examiner's Office. Where are we sitting in terms to address that also with the minority populations? I've been trying to get the breakdowns on the numbers to see how the Black, Asian, Latino, and even our own LGBTQ community are being impacted as all of this is going on in the background. Where are we actually at with that? Because this is getting a little scary here in Los Angeles.
Doctor, you want to take that?
Thanks, Brody. Yeah, sure. Thanks, Brody, for the question. And I'll tell you that a lot has come together in the past many days as it relates to oxygen. I mean, these are many weeks in the making, working with specific facilities, working along the region. Lots of progress in terms of addressing the specific needs of certain facilities, certain hospitals that have a need and issues with oxygen, but even more working on making sure oxygen is available to those who are maybe able to be discharged into the community and go back home with home oxygen. So at 3 levels, addressing the supply within the specific hospital systems, making sure that the county broadly has access to additional oxygen so that if a facility reaches internal disaster from the point of view of oxygen need, that we're able to circumvent that and make sure that they have enough, and then ensuring that the home oxygen delivery systems that we often rely on, often depend on to support people to go home, that isn't delayed in any way. So all 3 of those efforts are well underway. A lot of engagement with the Army Corps of Engineers, identifying specific facilities, not just in LA County, but in Southern California broadly, that could benefit from some improved upgrades to their oxygen delivery systems. So all of that is in place. And at this moment, the capability to address facility by facility those needs is real, working closely with the county and making sure that those are addressed. So I think a lot of progress in the last week. I think some encouraging news on that front, and really proud of the work that the teams at the state did with our local partners, a lot of private partners and federal partners to make this situation better.
I'll just remind folks, we created this oxygen work group many, many weeks ago to address the issue related to demand. And last week we put out a deck of slides socializing some of the improvements we've made in terms of supporting our efforts at the local level and expanding our reach nationally in terms of getting more assets, more resources. So these mobile oxygen systems have been leased. We've increased access to this home oxygen strategy, which Dr. Galley's talked about in the past. We've got these response teams, specific oxygen response teams down in the LA region, and we have these oxygen concentrators that are already deployed. So we laid out a lot more details than this slide provides, but it gives you a sense of the urgency of focus in this area. And while things are materially better, that is not shared equally, meaning there are issues, and we are acknowledging, we acknowledge that, but it's a dynamic process. And so we recognize the importance and the imperative of staying on top of this issue and continue to do what we can to be supportive of addressing the needs down there.
Patrick Healy, NBC4.
Governor, with the added capacity of these new large venues like Dodger Stadium and Padres, would you like to move into 1B and some of the lower categories more quickly before 1A is done? And for Dr. Galley, if you could comment on the decline in the increase of hospitalization, is that due to, in fact, the holiday surge not being as bad as feared, or is it more due to hospitals transferring out the less critical patients? Thank you.
It's the right question, and I'll, just because you asked the doctor, I'll let him answer. I have strong thoughts on that as well, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Galley. Just as look, as it relates to the first part of your question, equity, focus on vaccinating the vaccinators, making sure we're taking care of our most vulnerable in congregate facilities remains our top priority. We're not abandoning equity. We're not abandoning exposure. We're not abandoning the issue of risk. We're not abandoning the issue of age. So no is the answer. But we can do both. It's an and, not an or. As we get more vaccines, meaning we get more doses, and we anticipate many more doses, that will allow us, with the flexibility of the rules that we put forward, the ability to provide the resources and support at these mass vaccination centers that still allow us to maintain that thrust of focus. Dr. Galley, perhaps you can build on that first and then answer more specifically on the second part of that question.
Yeah, and Governor, you hit it right. The focus on equity, the ability to use these mass vaccination sites as additional touch points where people can get vaccinated in these early groups is going to allow us to reach that goal. We want to get out vaccine as quickly as we can in California, starting with those who are going to be in charge of vaccinating the rest of us, making sure that they're protected and safe on the front lines of the surge, on the front lines of the vaccine sites, on the front lines of the testing centers, but then also that key focus on, really driven by equity. We know who's sort of shouldered the brunt of this pandemic. We've been tracking that in our data for many, many months, sharing it with you and making sure that we don't overlook them and do all that we can to engage them in our vaccine efforts, while keeping an eye on the ability to move forward into those other phases and those other tiers so that more Californians can get that reach. So not just really focusing on these phases and tiers, but setting up a number of vaccination sites under the excellent, amazing leadership of Secretary Richardson, working with our local partners to get that set up. I think that's going to deliver on this risk, exposure, and equity framework that the governor laid out a moment ago. As it relates to the hospital numbers, we did know and expected that if the regional stay-at-home order, certain aspects of our own behaviors, some of the communication about the severity of the situation, that if people made some different decisions in the last half of December, that we would begin to see some flattening of those hospital numbers. First, it comes with a slight dip and plateau in the case numbers, and then you'll see the hospital numbers followed later with the ICU numbers begin to plateau. That said, we are still concerned that over the last week, we've seen some high case numbers, and those will end up in our hospital, 5-10 days from now. So I don't want to think that we're out of the woods in any measure. We are still focused on the middle of this month, the end of this month, as really peak times for our hospital numbers. But we are grateful and expected, given the choices we made, the policy decisions, that we would see a slight flattening now, buy a little breathing room, get into this period when registry staff are more available, that we're able to bring them into the California healthcare delivery system to meet the needs of patients. And we're beginning to see some of that right now.
So Dr. Galley, and perhaps let me sort of expand on the question and just offer you a chance to illuminate us further in the conversations we have almost hourly as it relates to the fundamental question of, are we experiencing that holiday surge that so many of us feared? Now, you had Christmas, Hanukkah Christmas, 25th Christmas. Now we're getting in the second week of January. You should start experiencing some of that signs. You've got obviously New Year's. Where are you? What's your sense of, when should we really start to see or not see that surge in terms of just days and the upcoming weeks?
Yeah. So if you look at where California was on January 5th, which would be sort of right in the middle where you'd expect those admissions coming in from maybe Christmas gatherings or late Hanukkah gatherings, we saw a pretty high number of day-over-day net increase in hospital numbers of about 3,500 total admissions. Over the last day or two, we've seen that number come down, 2,500 admissions yesterday. That's a significant difference. Now, I share that trend in part to say, yes, we're hopeful that we're seeing the surge now, and it isn't as significant as we'd anticipated. But we still have a few more days before we can confidently say that it isn't as high as we had feared. But we're hopeful that that will be the case, even though I'll just emphasize that we do see some numbers in cases over the last few days that we expect will continue to impact our hospitals. And that's why, as the governor put out, we continue to reach out to get additional staff for the hospitals. We're continuing to assess the oxygen situation, making sure that the 911 systems are robust and able to go to the places with capacity. That really hand-to-hand work with our counties and our hospitals at the local level is going to carry us through the next couple of weeks. But absolutely, I think we're in the early parts of that holiday surge. It looks encouraging at the moment, and we'll keep watching the numbers over the next many days.
The moment, emphasis at the moment, but this week in so many ways will be determinative, and we look forward to those updates. But I appreciate that additional clarification, Doctor. And again, just I don't want folks to run with anything until we really have the benefit of all this data. But I'll remind people, just in sort of closing out this question, that the Monday data, we always, we really want to see. That's why Dr. Galley updates you on Tuesday. We'll know a little bit more as dust settles over the weekend data and the reporting lags we often receive. As I said, this week will be profoundly significant in terms of being able to definitively answer that question.
Final question, Vicky Gonzalez, KCRA. Governor, when it comes to the educational approach to businesses, yes, some are just not heeding that. Some counties that I've spoken to have received an increase in complaints of businesses operating when they shouldn't be operating. Are you seeing this statewide? And I would imagine, is it concerning? And realistically, how can you respond to individual businesses that are continuing to operate?
The vast majority of businesses are doing the right thing. We had updated you and others a week ago. I'll provide you additional information. Make sure you receive it. You should be receiving it momentarily, about the enforcement that we've done over the course of the last number of months, and the fact that through those enforcement check-ins, the Alcohol Beverage Control, Board of Cosmetology, and others, the overwhelming majority of businesses are doing the right thing and are holding strong against all of the headwinds in terms of their own economic reality and vulnerabilities. And so we're seeing more and more people doing the right thing than we are people that are simply thumbing their nose. We also seen that also in terms of local enforcement and the partnerships in counties, large and small, and working with sheriffs up and down the state of California. But there are areas where there's stubborn pushback, and as those things are called out, we are doing direct contacts, and we are enforcing those rules and regulations, not just in terms of retail operations, sort of units, but also larger manufacturers up and down the state. And so we will provide you that enforcement information as we put out last week. We'll have an update for you as well on the basis of what's occurred over this last reporting period, give you a sense of all the warnings we put out, the compliance that was immediate after those warnings, and in those few cases where we unfortunately had to move forward with more aggressive enforcement action. There are outliers, unquestionably, and working with our local partners as the tip of the spear in terms of that enforcement. We try to do our best to address those head on. As it relates to your questions, thank you, all of you, for the opportunity to give this update and to answer those questions. We'll provide that information that we promised to a number of you that asked for it, or at least provide you more detail and information. We look forward to tomorrow's update from Dr. Galley, and we look forward to updating you in real time over the course of this week as it relates to resources, as it relates to the surge, as it relates to our vaccination efforts, and of course, all of our efforts to work through this very challenging economic period, particularly for our small businesses up and down the state. With that, look forward to reconvening very, very shortly.
Okay, that was Governor Gavin Newsom there of the state of California as he was telling Californians what's happening in his state regarding the coronavirus and the number of cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. So, and as well, the vaccine progress in the rollout there as well. So, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We know we just showed you that for about an hour, and we're going to go out now afterward to Houston, Texas, where Mayor Turner gave an update as well on the situation on the coronavirus there in Houston. So we'll see you back here in 2 minutes. It's a little after 8 o'clock here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for watching.
Gave vaccination shots to 3,852 people. So I certainly want to thank Director Williams and his entire staff for their efficient operation at Minute Maid Park, and heard from a number of people who found the process to be quite highly efficient, and that the people out there were very, very nice and accommodating. I also want to thank Houston Fire EMS personnel, Chief Pena. Thank all of your personnel for the work that they did out there at Minute Maid. The Houston Police and the Rodeo Houston volunteers, who also worked together to get people through the process, from parking, getting inside the ball stadium, making sure paperwork was completed, to getting the vaccine. And last Friday, the state sent the city of Houston 8,000 doses of the Moderna vaccine. If you can recall, when we met on Thursday, we said that we did not know whether did not know whether or not we were going to get a shipment for Saturday, but on Friday morning that shipment came in, 8,000 doses, and on Saturday we used some of that allotment to increase the number of people who could get vaccinated at Minute Maid Park, and we were able to go up to 3,852. In fact, once we opened the registration line, 1,000 people, for example, signed up in less than a half hour. So in a few minutes, Houston Health Director Stephen Williams will discuss more of our plans for a future COVID-19 vaccination program. It's our hope to continue what we did last week, last Saturday, and then depending on the availability of the vaccines, to even open up a north site. That's my hope, that we could do both a north and a south site but that will depend on the availability of the vaccine. So for example, if that 8,000 shipment that we received on Friday was the advance for this week, then it's kind of going to put us behind the ball. So, and that's what we're seeking clarification, whether or not the 8,000 we got on Friday was the advance of shipment for this week. If that's the case, then we'll use some of that shipment for last Saturday, because we don't want these vaccines sitting on the shelf. So it's my hope that there's another shipment that's coming, and if that's the case, then there can be a north and a south site. We'll plan accordingly, and then we will see what happens. The reality is that there's a huge demand, and we just need everyone to work with a greater sense of urgency. So we certainly want to work with our federal and our state partners. I know we all want to get it out. Today, and let me tell you why. Today, the Houston Health Department is reporting 1,460 cases of COVID-19, bringing the total case count for the city of Houston to 131,035. So in the past week, we've seen how the numbers have been above 1,000. I suspect, and Dr. Peirce can speak more to this, that we're pretty much we're in the middle of the storm, and right now. And I suspect that the next 2 weeks for the city of Houston will be very, very important, because now we're getting the cases coming in from the holidays and the aftermath of the holidays. So again, I'm asking people to be very mindful of their behavior. That it's very important now to get tested. Okay, it's important now to get tested to know whether or not you have the virus and carrying the virus, especially if you are asymptomatic, because you don't want to spread it to other family members and friends and employees. So please get tested. Please get tested. And then keep these masks on and wash your hands and engage in the social distancing, because, you know, we're right in the middle of the storm right now. And I suspect we'll be in the middle of this storm for the next 2 weeks. So the next 2 weeks will be very telling, because what we're needing now is to flatten out and then start bringing these numbers down. In terms of the hospitalization, there are more than 2,100 people in our hospitals. And as you know, at the peak of the storm during the summer, it was a little bit more than 2,400. So now we're a little bit more than 2,100. We're moving closer to that where we were during the summer. So again, please check your behavior and help us to flatten this curve. The total number of COVID-19 related deaths in Houston increased by 3 to 1,600. So that's, you know, what I'm finding interesting is that the death number is still modest. And again, I'll defer to Dr. Peirce on that, but the number is increasing by 3. That brings us to 1,600. The rolling average positivity rate is 17.4%, which is up from last year. So that's a significant number. 17.4 is the positivity rate. So that number is moving in the wrong direction. The number of hospital admissions moving in the wrong direction, and we need to be very mindful of our behavior. Today I received word that another City of Houston employee has died from COVID-19 complications. Jose Rubio was a 27-year employee of Public Works. He had been battling the virus since mid-December, and I want to send my condolences to his loved ones and to other families across Houston whose lives have been changed as a result of the virus. So let me ask you to remember the family. Jose Rubio, keep them in your prayers. Jose Rubio, a 27-year employee of Public Works with the City of Houston, and we appreciate his service and we'll be praying for his family. Sadly, too many lives have been lost and too many people have fallen ill. We know a lot of this is preventable if people would continue to wear their masks, avoid large crowds, and practice social distancing, wash their hands frequently, and get tested. And then let me say something else. When people are going out to lunch or dinner or breakfast, restaurants, let me remind people that it's important for you to put on your mask. Keep those masks on except when you're eating, or drinking. But once you have, before you eat, before the meal comes, keep the mask on. When the meal does come, of course, you got to take your mask off to eat. But after you finish your entree, while you're still sitting around and talking, put those masks back on, okay? So it's just important that we adhere to all of the health protocols that we talked about in 2020. Now let me pause first. Let me bring up Director Williams first, so he can talk about these North and South locations, or at least the hope of them, assuming that we get necessary allotment. I do want to thank him as I bring him up. I want to thank Director Williams for his outstanding service and his health department employees, because they have done just a terrific job under some very stressful circumstances. And I really want to thank them because on Saturday, I don't think anybody in the country in one single day even came close to 3,852 vaccinations in a single day. So let me thank him so very much. And I know he's working going without, to try to make Saturday even bigger than this previous Saturday. Director Stephen Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. As all of you are noting, I get my directions very publicly, usually at this dais, but I'm taking those in. The doses that we've received to date is 22,150. We've administered 14,297. We've also transferred 1,900 doses to individuals to ensure, to other providers, ensuring that there was adequate access at various locations throughout. I want to let everybody know that in addition to the Minute Maid locations that we had this weekend, we've also been administering vaccine at the Bayou Event Center, our Northside Health Clinic, La Nueva Casa de Amigos Health Clinic, which is in near Northside Sharpstown Health Center, and also Sunnyside Health Centers. We're not making additional appointments at this time, but as slots become available, similar to what we did this Saturday, we will open it up. We know that once those appointments are opened up, that they will go very quickly. As the mayor indicated, we opened up 1,000 slots on Saturday, and in less than 15 minutes, those 1,000 slots were in fact filled. This is very consistent with what the Texas Department of State Health Services is wanting. They have designated us as a vaccine hub, which indicates that their expectation is that we administer a large quantity of vaccines. As supplies are received, our plan is to, in fact, Mayor, have a north and south locations where we can actually convert those to mega locations on the weekend, in addition to our 4 health clinics. Shortly before coming here, I was talking to our staff, and as vaccine become available, we also want to ensure that we locate providers that in communities that are socioeconomically challenged and actually ensure that those providers have vaccine. It is important, yes, to get out vaccine, but it's important for us to look at equity as a value as a city. And so therefore, we will be operating sites that are mega sites, our clinic operations, and strategic sites that are in communities where we know that there are high positivity rates and other challenges. Also, we also expect to have additional vaccines coming in. I'm hoping by the end of the week, and with those vaccines, we'll be able to meet the mayor's current challenge, whether that be operating another mega site at Minute Maid or being able to bring out 2 sites, 1 north and 1 south. But that's dependent on locating the sites and also having the vaccine available. I want to also express my gratitude to our staff who, within less than 24 hours, contacted 3,400 individuals, ensured that they brought those folks in on Saturday, in addition to opening up our scheduling system to another 1,000 people. It's not every day that you get a staff that's able to pivot that quickly. And at 10:30 Saturday night, they were still working. So to me, that is the essence of public service. And so I want to express my gratitude to them and all of the staff and the fire department and the police department that were very instrumental in administering vaccines and working out logistics from the police department standpoint. There was even a point at which the police department came inside and helped us with the logistics that were going on. What we saw was people that were extremely grateful. We see that a number of folks want this vaccine, and so we want to make sure that we provide them access.
Thanks, and again, I also want to acknowledge the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo volunteers who also stepped in by the hundreds to help us out quite a bit. Let me just say this is day 7 since I took that vaccine, and I'm still fine, still good. So again, let me encourage people, when you get the opportunity to take it, please do that. Now let me bring up Dr. First.
Thank you, Mayor. And so Stephen gave you the good news. Now I get to be Dr. Downer and give you some of the bad news. So I want to put this a little bit of context and bring people's attention. The slide you see in front of you is a slide representing the hospitalizations of people. Now this slide is for hospitals which are in Harris County only. And you will see that peak on the left center of the screen is back in July. To the far right is our current situation, and you can see that the numbers have risen dramatically, and we are just about at the levels that we were in July. Now, in July, we crested the peak. At this point, because our positivity rate is so high, that predicts what's going to happen in the future. So unfortunately, I'm afraid I don't think that we're ready to crest. As you said, you said you're in the center of the storm, and being from Texas, that makes me think there might be an eye of the storm with some calm. I don't think the storm has an eye to it, unfortunately. So at this point, we have to expect that the situation will unfortunately worsen within the hospitals, and that's important because right now, when we talk to our partners at the Texas Medical Center, at least 1/3 of the patients in the intensive care units are COVID diagnosed, or patients dealing with the complications of COVID, and they are beyond their capacity for their phase 1, their standard ICU capacity, and they are into their surge already, and a fairly good percentage of that as well. So I don't say this to scare people. I say this in order that we pay close attention. Now, Mayor, you did point out something, and I want to draw it. It shows here on the graph that the rate of people who are getting ill and getting hospitalized is rising at a greater rate than those that are in the ICU. And that's really due to the credit of the hospital folks. They are learning how to better manage folks, and there's a smaller percentage of them which are winding up in the intensive care unit. And we're seeing a smaller apparent, now there's a huge lag with death reporting, but I'm hoping that we'll see a little bit of a decreased death rate as well. But I don't want that to detract from the fact that if you're sick enough to require hospitalization in a hospital system which is beyond capacity, you are mighty sick, right? So the hospitals are sending people home with home health care adjuncts like home oxygen, home health nurses that are going that they wouldn't normally do. So hospitals are really at a very strained position right now. And we need to thank the doctors and nurses, respiratory therapists, x-ray technicians, all the folks in the hospital, because they're, once again, doing a tremendous amount of work. And also, I just want to, one quick thing is that with the Houston Rodeo volunteers, many of those folks are medically trained. They are the doctors and nurses that work in the hospital. And on their precious off time, they are stepping up to help their community too. So just want to point that out and say thank you to them.
Thank you, Dr. Furs and Chief Pena.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first express my condolences to the Rubio family, worker for Public Works who tragically lost his life to this virus. Our condolences go out to them, their family, and certainly the Houston Public Works family. Mayor, I want to thank all the staff that's up here, really, and your team for the incredible work that we've been doing and they've been doing in getting these vaccines and getting the word out and doing our part to ensure that our community is vaccinated. Our firefighters, 226 today, are in quarantine. We surpassed the last week's record of positive coronavirus firefighters with 60 this week. So it's incredibly important to understand that the virus is endemic in our community. It's present, and we need to do our part to ensure that we're doing everything to slow the spread. I want to re-emphasize what the mayor has said up here earlier. Get tested. Get tested, get tested. It's incredibly important that we get tested and we know who's infected and take the proper precautions. It takes about, even if you just visited with your family members during the holidays, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks to start seeing the symptoms. It's incredibly important for us to get tested at this point and to do our part. Wash your hands, keep your distance, get tested, and when able, get the vaccine. Right now we're vaccinating the most, I guess the people that are most at risk, and it's going to take some time to get the rest of the community vaccinated, but in the meantime there's things that we can do, and we're again going to re-emphasize what we've been saying all along. Proper distancing, wear your mask, proper hygiene, getting tested. That's going to help us stem and flatten the spread. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Chief. Chief Acevedo's not here, but let me just say as of this afternoon, HPD has 298 officers out due to COVID with positive tests or in quarantine, and another 39 of HPD civilian employees are out for a total of 337 HPD employees away from the workplace. And then just a quick update on the direct assistance that the City of Houston gave. You know, we were giving out checks to 1,200, checks in the amount of 1,200 to people who qualified in direct assistance. All of those dollars have now been issued. Those checks have been issued. A total of 16,922 checks in the amount of $1,200 went out to different individuals. That's 16,922 checks went out for a total amount of $20,366,400. So we'll do that. And then lastly, I think we just want to make, some people have asked, when it comes to that second dose, that second vaccine, do they have to contact HPD and the Houston Health Department? And the answer is no. The Houston Health Department will be contacting them. Is that yes? So you don't have to contact the Houston Health Department for that second dose. The Houston Health Department will automatically be contacting you and giving you those instructions. Having said that, we'll stop and we're open to questions to any of us that's up here.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon.
The governor announced 28 vaccine hubs statewide, 3 of the largest here in the Houston area. Will residents of surrounding counties be eligible to get vaccinated at those sites? Yeah,
we look. I can remember during the days after Harvey, we pulled on resources from inside the city of Houston and outside the city of Houston. The same thing will be applying to the sites here.
Will there be plans to make the process a little bit more smoother or to educate the public? I know a lot of people in the community don't know if they should wait on their provider, their hospital, or go to one of these sites. And so maybe that's stopping and preventing a lot of people from getting the vaccine sooner.
If you want to take that.
Yes, there is some confusion, and I think it's related to the vaccine availability. Because the reality is that pharmacies, doctors' offices, multiple practices, hospitals, health departments, all will be a part of a system that will be eventually vaccinating folks. But because of the lack of availability of vaccine and the need to prioritize, initially hospitals got it, then they expanded that provider group a little bit, and that was really determined by what individuals, providers put on those applications. And so I believe that it will smooth out and that vaccine will eventually be available literally at your corner pharmacy or in your community health clinic or federally qualified health center.
Is there a timeline on that?
The timeline is related to the vaccine availability. I think everybody's really frustrated with it. We really want it to happen now, but remember the vaccines just came out, a few weeks ago, and they have a production schedule, and we're having to really respond to that production schedule.
I have a question from Fox. DHS allocated 8,000 vaccines to the Houston Health Department this week for what they call a vaccine hub. How do you plan to disperse these, and how do you make sure that all of the vaccines are used?
Most of them are already gone. All of our appointments for next week are already filled, which means that the vaccine will be gone before our next supply. We actually got the vaccine a lot sooner than we expected it. We expected it today. That's why we, in a very hurried fashion, put together that mega site at Minute Maid Park, where we gave out a little under 4,000 vaccines.
Question from, I'm sorry.
Let me elaborate on that even more so it would become clear. Because, you know, the state health department, they're reporting that they, for example, 8,000 to the city of Houston, 8,000 to Harris County, I think 11,000 to Methodist. That 8,000 we received on Friday morning. And we used some of that 8,000 at our mega site on Saturday. Because we're not, I mean, as soon as we get it, the goal is to put those shots in people's arms. So some of that 8,000 we've already used. We need, quite frankly, we need another 8,000 this week. And that's why we're being a little bit hesitant on even announcing, for example, 2 mega sites for this coming weekend, because we don't know whether or not we're going to get another shipment this week, or whether or not that 8,000 that they sent to us on Friday was intended for this entire week. If that's the case, we're going to run out. So, you know, our goal is to set up 2 mega sites, for example, on Saturday. We'll make the plans for it, but whether or not they will be activated depends on whether or not we get additional shipments. Because from that 8,000 on Friday, we used some on Saturday, and then, of course, you know, we'll continue to provide shots Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So.
Question from KHRU. Given the large number of vaccine appointments already booked through January, how many doses do you need from the state to feel comfortable opening another mega site?
Oh, as many as they can send us.
It's hard for me to answer that question because my boss is here. But the reality is that after our conversation today, I'm sure that we can look at, you know, 16 or more thousand vaccines given the model, but that requires, you know, staffing. Part of our plan actually involves subcontracting out the staffing for some of the sites, which will give us expanded capacity. And so given the model I was looking at before I came here, we can almost quadruple what we're doing now.
And let me just say, you know, Dr. Peter Hartez has said that in order for us to get to where we need to be vaccinating 10 to 15,000 a day. 10 to 15,000 a day. So we simply want to make sure on our end that we are ramping up to put the infrastructure in place, and then the more we can get, the more we can distribute.
I have another question from Fox. Houston Methodist received the most vaccines this week, roughly 11,000. Will the city be working with them in dispersing these?
No, and the reason is because Methodist has been very aggressive in getting out the vaccine. The reason that they were named as a mega site, in addition to the 2 health departments, is because of, number one, how they filled out their provider form, which meant that they were willing to go outside of their system to vaccinate other folks. For example, they vaccinated some of the folks, EMS personnel within the fire department, some of the people that were within their system, as well as their 1B patients.
So again, Methodist is doing 11,000, and they've got a particular clientele that they will be addressing. Harris County got 8,000. City of Houston got 8,000. We got ours on Friday morning. So, and other providers, other hospitals are wanting more. You know, we would love to have more. So, however many of the feds in the state can provide us, we can utilize. That's a huge demand in the city of Houston for this virus. I mean, for this vaccine right now.
Another question from KHRU. Can you walk us through the process for patients at these future super sites? for example, parking, wait times, observations after getting the shot, kind of what they can expect when they go to one of these sites?
I can tell you, based on what took place on Saturday, the wait time was not very long at all. We were able to get through and vaccinate over 3,800 people on Saturday alone. And so they were already pre-registered, they came in. There were 3 different pods set up. We used over 60 nurses and EMS workers. We had hundreds of volunteers from the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. I think if you talk to the overwhelming percentage of people who went through that system, they would tell you it didn't take long at all, highly efficient. People were very nice. We've gotten a number of emails and a number of responses from people on social media and others who said it just wasn't long at all. But people who were disabled or who were, had problems walking around, for example, they were on the first level. We made it very easy for them. Even with the cold weather on Saturday, the Astros put up, these portable heaters to make it as comfortable for them. And then on the second level, there were 2 additional identical pods set up, so 3 different stations, and literally over 60 different nurses that were providing the shots. Highly, highly efficient.
The mayor's talking about early on. It did get longer later on in the day. What we have worked out is a more efficient system now. There was an extended wait time later on in the day.
Director Stephen, while you are still on the podium, before we get 100 questions from Fox, Director Stephen, let me ask my question to you.
Director, since the health department is going to be a hub, can you talk about if there will be any physical changes to accommodate for this?
If we went back to Minute Maid, basically the layout would be similar to what the mayor described. There are some efficiencies that we believe that we can implement in order to make that process go smoother. I think if you looked at the layout that was at the Bayou Center, just because it was one way in and one way out, it was smoother. Although the capacity there was a lot was smaller.
Director Stephen, while you're still on the podium, you and the mayor have talked about the consignment that you got, and that you keep having this subtle statement of we have given some. We will need to know who is taking that sum and why we have that outlet for that sum going to where it's going. And the follow-up question is this issue of people making this vaccination programming as if it's mysterious. Now we have 8,000 that was sent to Houston. Houston is part of Harris County. Is Houston going to get part of the 8,000 that have been sent to Harris County, different from the 8,000 sent to Houston? Houston has about 2.5 million people. What is 8,000 vials of vaccine in a week? And why do we keep having this confusion of, is it what the mayor said today, the governor said today that came in, or some vaccine that was sent in last week? Can we get this clarification on why there is this confusion all over the place?
Well, all of this really points back to a vaccine shortage. You're right. 8,000 vaccines in a population of 2.5 million people is not a whole lot, but it's what we have. I was on a call today, and one of the statements that I made is that we need to kind of work to quiet the noise. Everybody knew that the vaccine was going to be rolled out very slowly initially, just because of manufacturing and distribution. We in Texas did something different than other parts of the country. We decided to open up that second tier, that 1B, to 8 million people. In other parts of the country, they decided to pick sectors that they were going to vaccinate. Our committee decided to go that way because we wanted to hit the individuals that were most vulnerable. And as I said to the committee, we have to embrace some of the confusion because we made the decision although I support it because if you know that 70% of the individuals that die from COVID are over 65 years old, then you want to prevent death. And so that was the decision that we made. I embrace that, but it is confusing in terms of getting it out just because of vaccine supply. And to your point about the city and the county, they get 8,000, we get 8,000. But what we did early on is work with the county to really kind of divide up the work, which we have been doing with testing also. So that part is not confusing. You know, we operate some programs that are the same, but the jurisdiction is very much different, and that's how we divided up the workload for vaccine administration.
I said Houston is part of Harris County. Are we expecting to get for Houston some of the 8,000 that was sent to Harris County?
No, I want them to do their own work. We can't do it all as a city. So we divided up the work.
They should do their own work, but we are part of the Harris County. If every city, if every little village that is part of Harris County takes this approach that the local government of Houston is taking, then there is just going to be confusion over the place. That's why we keep asking this question.
Well, I think it's divided. It's kind of divided up. In Houston, there are 2.3 million Houstonians. And then if you factor in all of Harris County, you're talking about another 4 million people. So that's why, you know, you got Houston, which is a part of Harris County. So we're going to take the 8,000 that we receive and provide it to, well, quite frankly, it's not just Houstonians. We kind of open it up to anybody. And the same thing with Harris County. So, and Houston and Harris County, we work collaboratively because we want to move this vaccine out as quickly as possible. I know that, look, I wish we had 1 million doses that we could provide because the demand is so huge. There is some confusion when you talk about these hubs and the amounts that are being given because the dates don't necessarily align with the press statements. And I want to be very clear on that. And so when the press statements coming from the state says 8,000 to Houston, 8,000 Harris County, 11,000 to Methodist, bear in mind that when you get your 8,000, like last week on Friday, it doesn't quite align, so it becomes confusing. We wish that that was this seamless, integrated system, for example, where somebody could go online and look at the closest provider to you, any place in Houston, Harris County, and you could go to that particular location for your vaccine. The system is not that sophisticated, and so it does become a little frustrating when there's a huge demand and a very limited supply. But we're going to work through it. We're going to work through it, and it's going to require all of the different partners, state, federal, local, to be working together to make it happen. Any additional questions? Yes, sir.
Mayor, I was hoping you could talk a little bit about the success you had with the mega site at Mid-May this weekend. Talk about sort of where that fits in with the vision you have about vaccine distribution in the city. Sort of, did that give you sort of a window as to how successful you think that effort can be, and what do you think are going to be the big? I don't know if there's something else besides vaccine allotment amounts as far as what are the biggest obstacles to achieving that?
Yeah, and a good question. What we witnessed on Saturday does indicate that we can do mass distribution in a very efficient way. So for Saturday, for the City of Houston's Health Department, for example, to have vaccinated 3,852 at one mega site, okay, does indicate what can take place, for example, if there are multiple mega sites. And if we, for example, if there was one on the north side, one on the south side, and people didn't have to drive nearly as far, let's say let's say 3,000 could have been issued at one, 3,000 could have been issued at another, and you could easily have done 6,000 or more. So it does say if we have the supply, and if we have the supply early enough where we can really ramp up based on that supply, then I think easily in a single day in the city of Houston, you could take that 3,800 and multiply it by 2 if there was more than one site. But it does require us to know with some degree of certainty when that shipment will come in and how much we will be receiving That way we'll know how to properly plan. Because it's not just the nurses and the EMS workers who are providing the vaccine. We need to know ahead of time on volunteers. Okay, because volunteers represent a critical component, HPD, staffing, traffic management. All of those entities need to be alerted ahead of time so that they can properly schedule as well. But there is no question, for example, if we knew today that another 8,000 were going to be coming in before the end of the week, then we could properly plan for multiple mega sites for this coming Saturday. Okay. Anything else? Okay, thank you all so very, very much, and we'll talk soon.
All right, and that was one of the coronavirus updates, but we wanted to show you, we didn't get to earlier, out of Houston, Texas, with Mayor Sylvester Turner there. So we hope you found that informative. If you're watching and you're from Houston or traveling to the Houston area anytime soon, I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank everyone for watching News Now from Fox. You know, it's been a couple of busy weeks here. We hope we've brought you these stories in full, candor and with all the facts and accuracy, and we continue to do so because that's important here for us at News Now from Fox, where everything is live, raw, and unfiltered. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, then we're going to head out to West Virginia, where Governor Jim Justice, the Republican there, gave another update as well on the coronavirus situation there in West Virginia. So don't go anywhere. Stick right here. We're going to be back in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox.
All these folks. Our 1,591st death is an 85-year-old female from Fayette County. Our 1,592nd death is an 87-year-old male from Lewis County. Our 1,593rd death is a 60-year-old male from Cabell County. And our 1,594th death in West Virginia is a 57-year-old male from Wood County. Oh, mate, a lot of names, lots of great people, lots and lots of great people, lots of wisdom. We started Operation Save Our Wisdom, did we not? In trying to absolutely vaccinate our elderly. They are our wisdom. Please keep them in your prayers. Please, please do that. Yesterday in the state of West Virginia, we reached 100,000 total COVID cases from the very beginning. 100,000 from the very beginning. We had new positive cases yesterday of 1,070. Our cumulative rate is at 5.38. Our positive rate is at 8.77. We have active cases in the state of West Virginia of 29,257. We have recovered cases in the state of West Virginia of 71,431 people. 755 are hospitalized and 212 are in the ICU units. This weekend, we tested 25,104 West Virginians, and today, our RT number has moved down in West Virginia to 0.96, and we're the third best in the entire nation today. And you know how that bounces around, so let's just don't get a false sense of security. 53 of our counties are in the red and the orange. I remind you over and over and over, if you're 65 years of age and you get the least bit sick, please go get a test. Please, please, please go get a test. And if you'll do that, and we can catch this thing early enough, if you are positive, we'll get you the antibodies, and the antibodies will shut this thing down. At least we think they will. If you mess around with it and you're 7 to 10 days into it, when you really realize you really got to go get a test at that time, the antibodies really aren't much help. Over and over and over, it's easy as mud to see, you know, that all the names you read, predominantly the overwhelming majority of the names that we read are 70-year-olds plus. You know, this morning I appeared on CNBC's Squawk Box, or Squawk on the Street, and they did a nice thing, I think, in regard to our vaccinations and how we're getting stuff out in West Virginia. I think you'd be really proud to see this, and we're going to show it to you right now.
Obviously, a lot to talk about this morning with West Virginia Governor Jim Justice, the vaccine rollout, the transition, the attack on the Capitol, and more. Governor, it's good to have you back. Good morning.
Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate you.
I want to start with the vaccine because a lot's being written this morning about West Virginia. If I'm not mistaken, all of your first doses.
Republican governor, you are a supporter.
From the standpoint of New York has just come up with a novel idea that, hey, we better, you know, turn our emphasis a little bit towards our seniors. I mean, are you give me a break, please? I mean, all of everything has been telling us age, and age. But really, special thanks. I mean, really and truly, we can come up with the ideas, but the people that are on the front lines, that are out there, whether they be all of our health community, you know, all the first responders, all the different people from everywhere that are helping in every way, especially our National Guard, you know, I love you to death, and I thank you for all you're doing for a lot of great people. But West Virginia, understand just how important these things are to our state. You know, as the world sees West Virginia leading, it drives people to us. It makes people want to come to us. It changes our image, and it does a lot of good for us. But to say that while the rest of the nation is just stumbling around in every way and trying to figure out what to do, and absolutely by the number of vaccines that have been pumped out, imagine this, our nation as a whole is struggling. Around 30% of those vaccines are in people's arms. Well, in West Virginia, every last one of them is either in an arm or has a name tagged to it that says this person, John Doe, is going to get this shot either today or tomorrow or the next day, you know. But this week, those shots will all be in somebody's arm. And right now, while the nation's numbers are bouncing in somewhere around 30%, I think in the state of West Virginia, in arms are above 85% right now. We have 93,000 of the vaccines that we have received in this state that are in somebody's arm. Now, in addition to that, we're making phenomenal progress in regard to, in the next couple of weeks, we ought to be ending up all of the people that are in our nursing homes that now have gotten the first vaccination, and they'll have the second vaccination. You know, it is really, it is amazing stuff, and it's good stuff. And the number one thing that it will do more than anything in the world, and nobody can argue this with me, it's saving lives right now, right this minute. Good old West Virginia that knew how to move without a playbook, knew how to move to get something done. You've done really good stuff. And I really appreciate all those that are making this happen. You know, there's a couple other articles, you know, just came out about West Virginia and everything, NPR, and believe it or not, a guy in Canada wrote. Now think about this. And right here is the article, but he titles the article, How West Virginia, one of America's poorest and most rural states, became a leader in rolling out the COVID-19 vaccine. Well, I can tell you how. I can tell you, it was easy for me. You know, West Virginia abounds with smart people. And West Virginia abounds with practical thinking, good, hard-working people. That's how. That's how. Nobody expected it. Nobody has expected this all along. But West Virginians, you've done really good, and I couldn't possibly be more prouder of you than I am right now. You know, there's no point in me going through all this stuff, you know, about what's going on with our nation, but I'll jump all the way over here, and I want to read this to you. Our COVID-19 vaccine info line, and it's this: the COVID vaccine or COVID-19 vaccine info line will operate, this is new, will operate Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturdays from 9 to 5. The number is up on your screen, 1-833-734-0965. It will serve as a point of reference for West Virginians seeking information on the COVID-19 vaccines, vaccination timelines, and any other questions about the vaccines. And, you know, we've also have a lot of information on our coronavirus website. You know, just a vaccine reminder, take the vaccine. Come on, everybody. I mean, what in the world? What in the world are you afraid of? I mean, really, are you afraid of growing a third arm or whatever, or growing antlers? And I'm only being facetious to make my point. You know, so many people have already been vaccinated all across this land. Where have you heard? Where have you heard of bad things happening? You know, so go get your vaccines, please, when they're available to you. Now, the other thing is just this. You know, I tell you over and over, if we can catch this early enough, the antibodies will do you incredible good. Now, wait, they're telling me I've skipped something, so let me go back here just one second. It says I skipped the vaccine clinics that are on the new dashboard. Now, these, I mean, hold on just one second. Let me go back. Just bear with me. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Let me make sure I got this. I've got all this, but there's going to be 12 regional community vaccination clinics statewide this coming week. And we will announce the details tomorrow when we have all the details, but this is the National Guard putting together those clinics, you know, at the National Guard armories or at the clinics, you know, throughout different parts of the state. But if you just stay tuned to that, and as we continue to get additional shipments in and all those things, we'll just get more and more people that are vaccinated. And this is up on the new dashboard. Is that what you're saying? Okay, well, forgive me, I'm stumbling here, but we have a new dashboard, and it'll be up on that. Okay. In regard to the school executive orders, as we continue to plan to go back to school on January the 19th, I am signing an executive order to officially allow counties to return to an in-person learning. Additional guidance will be published by the State Board of Education later this week. They have a board meeting on Wednesday, and they'll give us additional information after that. Again, I am allowing schools to return to in-person learning for 8th grade and below. Grades 9 through 12 will not be in school in the red, and this will be the same for private and Christian schools also. Now, I want to qualify one thing. Our medical experts are going to advise me on expanding the orange zone. And so we may very well, we'll give you information on that on Wednesday, but we may very well be expanding the orange zone which will allow us a little bit of additional freedoms and everything in regard to our ability to go to school in orange and not be as restrictive as we have been. To be perfectly honest, at 25, to go red is a very low number as compared to other states throughout our nation. And so I'm going to get additional information from them. We will look, as I've said in the past, at expanding that orange level, but in orange, we will go back to school. You know, our medical experts believe with all in them that the exposure for going back to school is extremely minimal. And from the standpoint of our 8th grade on down, it is very, very, very minimal. And so they believe that it is absolutely safe. Now, in regard to sports, we've been in communication with the WVSSAC a whole bunch. We have talked with our education community. We're going to allow games to begin. If we're in school, we're going to allow games to begin for winter sports on March the 3rd. Practices will begin, if we're in school, on February the 14th. And this gives, you've got now, when you go back, you have to have 14 practices. 14 practices before you can play. This gives us, I think, 16 days that we can practice and get our 14 practices in. Now, you got to understand, too, if you're in the red and not in school, or you're in remote and not in school, we can't play. We cannot play. Okay? I tell you over and over to get tested. All the free testing map and everything is up there. The drive-through pharmacy, thank you for all those great people. The school outbreaks are next to nothing. Of course, we're not in school. There was 111 outbreaks in our long-term care facilities. There's 14 outbreaks in our churches in 9 counties. Harrison, Jackson, Marion, McDowell, Mingo, Monongahela, Nicholas, Summers, and Upshur counties. Look, let me just say this. Be really careful going to church, and be really careful wherever you go, and wear this mask and everything. We're getting close. West Virginia, you're doing really good, and we're getting close. We're getting close to really making some real headway with this terrible killer. Just continue to help me in every way. Wear your mask. Be super careful about church. Maybe if you're 65 or older and everything, think about just skipping church and everything, for just a little bit longer. This isn't going to last forever. This isn't our way of life forever. This will pass, and it is going to pass soon if we can just stay ahead of the curve. If you get the least bit sick and you're 65 or older and everything, go get a test. Just help. Help in every way. And first and foremost, help yourself and help your loved ones and everything, because this is a tragic way of death, too. Can you just imagine? And it's happened to 1,594 West Virginians. Can you imagine being in the hospital or wherever you may be, maybe really having a really difficult time to breathe, really struggling breathing? Your loved ones can't even be with you, and they're not anywhere around. And there you are with maybe a friendly nurse or maybe a friendly doc, but they could very well be complete strangers to you. Absolutely, this is not a kind death. Absolutely, you can help yourselves a bunch. And West Virginia, you're close. You're close. Just stay with me, and we're going to get there. The corrections update real quick. We have 404 inmate cases now, 57 staff cases. We have 290 inmate cases at Tigard Valley and 80 at St. Mary's. I remind you again about wearing your mask and taking the flu shot and giving blood. Giving blood. If you've been blessed with recovery and everything, you can give blood that will save a life and everything. Just think about it. I have issued a proclamation ordering that all United States and West Virginia flags on all state-owned facilities be displayed at half-staff until sunset Wednesday, January the 13th. This is in honor of a life and service of United States Capitol Police officers Brian D. Sicknick and Howard Liebengood. And we are doing this in accordance with President Donald J. Trump's proclamation. Like I said, West Virginia, you're leading the way. You're doing really good in lots of ways. But to these names of the 40 that we read today, to the 1,594 that have already passed, we absolutely know just how tragic this is. Please remember them in your prayers. Your prayers are being heard, West Virginia. But my prayer now to you is just this also. And that is just that if you will just hang in there, and you will wear your mask, and you will get tested, and you will be proactive in that if you have a symptom, treat it like a heart attack or a stroke and go get tested. And absolutely, we are running to you with all the resources that we have available to get you vaccinated. We're absolutely moving proactively to be able to get ourselves back in school, and we're absolutely going overboard in trying in every way we possibly can to vaccinate our teachers, and we're doing it 50 and above first because of our limited number of resources. But as soon as we get that done, we'll double back and we'll get them all. And the same for our service personnel as well. That's all I've got. Just keep it up, West Virginia.
All right, thanks, Governor. Let's now go to Dr. Clay Marsh, our coronavirus czar.
Well, good afternoon, and I want to follow up with what the governor said, but also I do want to recognize not only our great teams that are leading the way and folks on the front line, but also thank the governor for his leadership in this way. You know, there's no mistake that he has really been the beacon for us to target the level of productivity and efficiency we've been able to accomplish. And I'd just like to make a couple of comments about how well we're doing. And that is not to self-congratulate anybody in particular, but really to recognize the work that each person in West Virginia has been doing to serve each other and to help our state move forward. We are 9th, as I understand it, per capita in testing. We are first in the number of vaccinations that we've been able to give. By the COVID tracking project, we're the first state to break 5 immunizations per 100 people. As the governor's pointed out, we're the first to put first vaccines in the arms of our most vulnerable, our nursing home population. And remember, 50% of the deaths that we've seen in West Virginia are from the nursing home population, and 77.5% of our deaths are from people over 70 years old. So absolutely, getting vaccines in arms of this population absolutely saves lives. And remember from the CDC, if you're 75 to 85, you have a 220 times risk of dying and an 8 times risk of hospitalization versus people that are 18 to 29 years old. And if you're over 85, you have a 630 times risk of dying and a 13 times risk of hospitalization. So as we're looking to save lives and continue to maintain hospital functioning capacity, we know, as the governor said, age, targeting this group of people is so important. But also what's important is that we're not also forgetting the people in our other priority groups that we've outlined. And so we're doing our vaccination strategy in an overlapping, not sequential way. But because we're worried about this surge coming from the December holidays. And we've seen perhaps the sort of the peak of the surge from the Thanksgiving holidays. But in the next 2 to 4 weeks, we're very concerned that the hospitalizations and the deaths may continue to rise in West Virginia. So every vaccine we get into these folks who are in our most vulnerable categories, the more we are going to save lives, as the governor has asked us to do, instructed us to do. So I wanted to point out some changes, and Jordan, if you could put the new dashboard up. So we want to reflect the data for the citizens of our state to be able to see exactly what we're doing. And I'm going to make a few initial comments. I'm going to invite Secretary Crouch to add his comments in. So we really want to look at how many doses that we have received from Operation Warp Speed. And on the left side of the new dashboard will be the number of first doses received from Operation Warp Speed. And then it will be how many of those doses are allocated to a person in the community. And then it will be how many of those doses have been administered, a shot in an arm. And then we want to look at that percentage. And West Virginia is doing so amazingly well. Over 80% is really quite unbelievable. And to the right side, when we look at the 16,575 here, that is the number of second doses we've received, then the number of second doses that have been allocated, then the number of second doses that have been put in somebody's arm, and then the percent of that. And over 80% is really a benchmark that I don't believe anybody else can meet at this point. And we're so proud because of the great leadership, as the governor said, of our National Guard, retired General Hoyer, retired Colonel Joe Peel, and all of our joint interagency task force members. Really, really important. And then we start looking at the vaccines given by date, and then looking at the vaccines per age group. We look at the cumulative number of vaccines, and then the distribution around men and women. The governor also pointed out that we will look for testing places, and we certainly want to make sure that we are opening up more testing locations for people. All of us have received a second dose, and I have to say I've had no real effects at all of that, other than I'm grateful to that we have the vaccine to be able to vaccinate our vulnerable people and our prioritized people. And we would really hope that people choose, if opportunity presents itself, that you're in that priority group, to please choose to take the vaccine. It is so important as a parameter, again, of protecting yourself and protecting each other. Now, many people are very worried about the issue and fearful about the issue of not being perhaps prioritized yet for vaccination. And the thing that we've reminded you over and over is that we already have the equivalent of a vaccine, and that is a mask. And we know in India, where people can't physically distance very well, that masks are protective like a vaccine if over 90% of people wear it. And in India, it's 95%. And they've been able to drop their rate of spread by 75% by just wearing masks effectively. And so as we look at this time rolling up with the potential for a surge coming, please, please, please wear your mask and please choose to get the vaccine. So I'm going to turn over to Secretary Crouch here just for a second to make other comments, Secretary, on this new part of the dashboard or other elements that are so important for people in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Clay. Good afternoon, everyone. This dashboard went up right at the beginning of the press briefing. So those of you who have not had an opportunity to look at the changes, please pull that up and look and see what we've done. We really looked at what we were being asked in terms of information and in terms of social media and what people wanted to see. So we've tried to modify this dashboard to provide information with regard to the vaccine itself, as well as all of the other issues we have on the dashboard. Again, we're very thankful to our folks in MIS and DHHR that have put this together. We have some very talented folks that keep this thing moving and updated at all times. On the first tab, on the overview tab, I'm not sure anyone mentioned, we're really refocusing just slightly on people fully vaccinated. That's where we're going to be here as we move forward in West Virginia and across the country. We're looking at getting people vaccinated as quickly as possible and as many people as possible. We want to vaccinate everyone. We ask people to please be patient. It is a process that takes cooperation. I want to thank the governor and the leadership team he's put together here. The reason West Virginia is successful is that leadership and setting challenges for us that at times we think may be impossible or very difficult, but we've met those challenges that the governor's put before us. We have an unbelievable team that's very cooperative, and I want to thank all of them. So, but again, thank our DHHR folks for the dashboard here. Thank you.
All right, thank you both, Dr. Marsh and Secretary Crouch. We'll now go to Dr. Ayn Amjad, our State Health Officer.
Good afternoon. I just want to mention that we did surpass 100,000 cases over the weekend of COVID cases in the state. So this is just a reminder for everyone that we still need to, as Clay mentioned, to wear our masks and stay vigilant over the next couple of months. As the vaccine rollout does take place, we do want to remind everyone to be patient. There is several methods that we are rolling out to have the vaccine available to people as much as possible. So please be patient with us, use our hotline number, and we are trying our best to have the vaccine available as time is allowing us to do so. So please stay safe out there, wear your masks, stay socially distant, and we will try to get this done as quickly as possible for everyone in West Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amjad. Retired Major General Jim Hoyer, the director of the Joint Interagency Task Force, had a prior engagement today, and he will join us again on Wednesday. We'll now go to questions from members of the media. The first today from Paul Mullen with WCBC.
Good afternoon, Governor. Good afternoon, panel. As you said, Governor, there has not been a playbook for this, but there's been a lot of darned if you do, darned if you don't decisions. In the past 9 months, what has been the toughest decision for you to make?
Oh, Paul, it's always really tough, I guess, when you're deciding, that you've got to, go to school, don't go to school, play sports, don't play sports. Those are tough decisions, but really and truly, the toughest always involves, shutting things down from the standpoint of our livelihoods and how we function as individuals, and knowing just all the different people that are captured in the spin cycle that don't have a job and don't know what to do. Christmas was right upon us, and you've got families that you know as well as I'm sitting here that whether it be a mother or father that had maybe a job or maybe only one of them had a job, and they're really struggling with is there going to be a stimulus check come? Can we buy presents? How are we going to pay the power bill? All those different things. Life's been tough for a lot of West Virginians, really, really tough. But Paul, ultimately, while go to school, don't go to school, play ball, don't play ball is tough, really tough about closing, things down and everything that we had to do at one point in time. But really, when it really just boils right down to it, I really believe, and I do, and I don't really care who buys it and who doesn't, but I really believe that the good Lord is absolutely in charge of everything. And I believe without any question, he's telling me the things to do and not do. Just the other day, and I sat with, and I could never in the world be more blessed than I am to have had General Hoyer and Clay Marsh and Secretary Crouch and Dr. Amjad. Think about the job that these people are doing and all the other people that are all around them. Just imagine the work that they have put out and the decisions they've made, plus all the people that are around me in my office. But now just be real and just be thinking about this just 1 second. Just the other day, we were all together And it just hit me like a ton of bricks. I said, you know, the thing that we're all going to get caught in, and we're going to get caught in it, and we're absolutely we're in it right now. And that is just one thing and one thing alone. Instead of being concerned about all the things we're concerned with, the thing that to be concerned with right at this moment is we're caught because we truly, as bizarre as it may sound, and this is going to be confusing to some, but we truly didn't have anywhere to really start putting shots in arms like crazy. And all of a sudden we thought, well, okay, we're going to absolutely at this point in time make a decision to vaccinate our teachers and our service personnel. And it was a way to go with more shots. And with all that, the really decision that was a golden decision is just this, is all those people that were elderly are sitting at home scared to death because Jim Justice is telling them every day, if they get this, there's a high likelihood they could die. Now, and Jim Justice is telling them to go get the antibodies and get tested and on and on and on. And they're scared to death because absolutely at the same time, we're all telling them, you're not going to get a shot until late spring or early summer. And they're sitting here thinking, gosh, there's 80 that's died today and 70 that's died yesterday. And, you know, a bunch of us aren't going to make it. And when we pivoted right at that moment and we said, we're going to go and we're going to test them. I mean, we're going to vaccinate them and we're going to move and we're going to move right now. It was a golden moment. And I'd love to say, well, it was all my idea, but I am telling you right now, you got all those people around me, and you got more than anything, you got the good Lord blessing me with decisions and ideas, and absolutely without any question, you know, Paul, this road's been really tough, and there's been a lot of sleepless nights and really hard decisions, but we've made some good ones, and West Virginia's doing good. But we still got to know that we've still lost 1,594 people, and we're a long ways from being out of this.
All right, thank you, Paul. Next to Kenny Bass with WCHS and Fox 11. Kenny, you may be muted. We can't hear you. All right, let's try that one more time. Sorry about that.
Hello.
We got you now.
Hello. Thank you. I have a question. Thank you for taking the question. I have one for Dr. Marsh. Dr. Marsh, given the fact that WVU is playing basketball, Marshall is playing basketball, of course, with the exception if they have a specific COVID positive test, that colleges throughout West Virginia are playing sports, that Ohio and Kentucky are all engaged in high school sports. Can you give me the medical reasoning to keep players, athletes, and coaches from practicing and playing right now, as opposed to waiting until the middle of February and the beginning of March for winter sports to start? Given the fact that there would be no, under the supposition, of course, there are no fans in the stands. So medically, what concerns do you have, and what have you communicated to the governor? Thank you.
Clay, before you go, I'll tell you, Kenny, they're not in school. That's all there is to it. School should be absolutely way more important than our sports. But Dr. Marsh, go ahead. You can do this.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, Governor. So Kenny, we know that as students become adult size and have gone through puberty, their risk of spreading COVID-19 becomes like an adult. We've talked a lot about younger students, 15 and under, and particularly pre-pubertal students tend to have a much lower risk of catching COVID-19 and spreading it. One of the ideas that's been circulated for the lack of the ability to spread COVID-19 is that their airways are smaller and not as powerful when they cough, so they don't generate the droplets and aerosols like adult-sized people do. We know from our own epidemiology studies that we have certainly seen outbreaks and transmission between people on sports teams, particularly high school level sports teams, and have seen very little spread, as the governor has said repeatedly, and so have I and others, in the classroom. And when you can wear masks all the time and stay somewhat distanced, but as we said, the data from India would really say that masks are really the important single parameter, then we don't see transmission. And so I think in addition to what the governor said, that we certainly want to prioritize school. We believe that's very important for all of our students and that we can get in the classroom. And certainly I know many teachers want to make sure it's safe and with the mask and certainly as we are moving toward vaccination of those teachers in our prioritized category, then we hope that the teachers do feel safer there. But ultimately, the sports teams are areas of not only outbreak, but also transmission. And so I think that at this point, the medical data would say that older students, adult-sized students, and particularly adult-sized students on sports teams are a risk to spread COVID-19.
Me just 1 second too. And Kenny, you know, first and foremost, I love you like a brother, but I want to tell you this too, that the one thing Dr. Marsh wouldn't know, I have had multiple recommendations from our education community, our board of education, our state superintendent, you know, county superintendents have come to me and said, Governor, with what we are going through with volleyball, what we were going through with volleyball and football and people traveling around our state, it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. Can you please do something about these winter sports, because it's going to make it even more and more difficult for us to go to school. So there's a lot of people that are out there, you know, weighing in on these decisions and as we go forward.
All right, thank you, Kenny. Next, we'll go to Mark Curtis with Nexstar Media.
Good afternoon, Governor and cabinet members. Governor, you talked about the reopening of schools on March 19th and that the medical professionals concur with you. I would like to hear from both Dr. Amjad and Dr. Marsh, medically speaking, scientifically speaking, what tells you, what informs you to make that recommendation to the governor that schools are safe to reopen that day from a medical and scientific standpoint?
Okay, before Dr. Amjad, I want to correct this. You know, Mark, I think you said school's going to be reopening on March the 19th. That's January the 19th. I know that was just a, oversight and everything, or just a mistake, but nevertheless, Dr. Amjad, go, please. But we are opening on January 19th.
Sure, Governor. Mark, January 19th was actually picked by the Department of Education as the start date, and that date was also discussed with us and the governor as a date to pick, but the Department of Education selected that date. I believe they spoke to their county superintendents as a date, and we also, starting with the vaccination rollout, suggested that date as well, but the Department of Education selected that date with their county superintendents after several meetings, but we also started vaccination last week with several counties. That gives them at least a 10 to 14-day window for the first vaccinations to take effect as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mark. Next to Brad McElhenney with West Virginia Metro News.
Hi, Governor. Hi, everyone. Remaining with the coronavirus, but more broadly about current events. It's a week from Inauguration Day in West Virginia. Given the continued need for social distancing, are there any changes for how that will take place? And with what happened last week at the U.S. Capitol, along with continued unrest, are there heightened security precautions at the state capitol over the next week or so? The FBI just today reported a bulletin that armed protests are being planned in all 50 capitals from January 16th to January 20th. Thank you.
Well, Brad, I don't really know all the details and everything. I guess we'll get them out, on I'll be sworn in again, on I guess Sunday night, midnight, Monday, January the 19th or 18th rather, and then we're planning to have our inauguration ceremony outside on the following Friday. People are working on it now, how we can keep all the social distancing, and we can do all that from the standpoint of and do it properly. From the standpoint of security risk or whatever, we all need to always be aware, to be vigilant, in the way we handle and go through our lives now. I hope and pray that West Virginians, have good judgment in what they do. Let's go back to this. There was a time not long ago when cities were burning down and there was all kinds of violent type protests that were going on. Not protests, they were violent type protests. But what did we do in West Virginia? We did good stuff, didn't we? Didn't our people do good then? And they'll do good now. We got to watch and we got to be on guard. And I'm sure there'll be heightened alert and all that, but our people are good.
All right, thank you, Brad. Next, we'll go to Matthew Young with the West Virginia Daily News.
Good afternoon, Matthew Young with the West Virginia Daily News. My question is for Dr. Amjad, and I believe this has been covered before, so I apologize for repeating the question. But with regard to the vaccine, if someone receives the first dose, but then unfortunately they test positive for the virus before receiving the second dose, what is the protocol in that situation? I assume they would need to wait until they ultimately test negative and the virus runs its course. But when they do test negative, would they pick up where they left off in receiving the second dose, or would they have to start from the beginning again and receive both injections? Thank you.
Dr. Amjad, that's you.
Matthew, no, you would just take the second dose. You do not pick up from the second dose, what you're saying. So you would just wait till you're not infectious anymore from COVID-19. So if someone receives the first dose of the COVID-19 vaccine and they unfortunately have COVID in between that series, you would wait till you're not infectious so that the person that has to vaccinate you obviously does not become infected with COVID-19, but you will simply pick up from the next series and get your second dose. You do not have to go ahead and get another first dose again, if that answers your question.
All right, thank you, Matthew. Next to Emily Allen with West Virginia Public Broadcasting.
Hi there. Just first off, thank you for the vaccine info on the dashboard. That's really helpful. I have two questions on the dashboard. First, I'm just wondering, is the state going to include like racial information, kind of like it did for testing with the vaccine? I see age and sex, but I don't see that. And then secondly, I know hospitalizations aren't record high right now, but our number of people in ICU units and ICU or on vents, they've been kind of consistently around the same area or the same level for the last so many weeks. So can we just get a reminder on how we are with capacity there and what hospitals are doing or being asked to do to make sure we keep that space there and that availability? Thank you.
Secretary Krause, maybe you could take the first part. Maybe Clay, you can take the second part.
Yes, Governor, thank you. We are looking at additional information to put on the dashboard, Emily. That's a good question. We struggle a little bit trying to get good information throughout the state, and that's just a problem when you have a lot of data coming in. But we do want to provide more information along the lines of race and other areas. So just stay tuned on that. It's a good question. Thank you. And it's an important question. So we'll be looking at that going forward. Thank you. Clay?
Yeah, thank you. Emily, could you just repeat the second part of the question? Was it about hospital capacity?
Yeah, but it was more so about ICU and vent space. I know hospitalizations were not as bad right now, but those seem to be pretty consistently high.
Sure. Well, we know that certainly as we are anticipating, again, a surge from the December and New Year's holidays, then we are very, very carefully watching with our hospital leadership and our hospital association leadership. And so we have the data every day about ICU capacity, ventilator capacity, and also, we have talked about surge planning. We know that making more beds is certainly something that hospitals can do using post-acute care units that are usually used post-operatively. But we also are cognizant that having enough people, qualified staff to work there is important. I think it's also important for people to know, though, that the treatment of people with COVID-19 has changed quite a bit from the time that we first started treating. And we are now really trying to keep from putting people on mechanical ventilators and using other interventions much more commonly and aggressively, like very high flow oxygen or a face mask, special kind of face mask called BiPAP, which is positive airway pressure that varies between the inspiration and expiration. And those two interventions have really reduced the call for mechanical ventilators, but we still feel that we have sufficient supplies of beds and staff and ventilators and other things that we need right now, but we're watching very, very carefully.
All right, thank you, Emily. Next to Steve Adams with Ogden Newspapers.
Yeah, this is Steve Adams of Ogden Newspapers. With the RT number back in the green for the moment, I know that fluctuates, and with second dose of the 2 COVID-19 vaccines getting put in the arms and hospitalizations taking at least a little bit of a dip, are we through the possible holiday surge from Christmas and New Year's? And are we seeing the beginnings of the vaccines affecting our COVID-19 numbers, or is it too soon to tell? Thank you.
Dr. Marsh, you got to do this one, please, sir. Thank you, Stephen.
Thanks, Stephen. I think that we have not yet seen the real impact of the December holiday, New Year's, what we perceive to be a transmission of set of events in different states. And we know that places like Los Angeles and Arizona and Rhode Island and several other states are really starting to see a real push on the capacity they have in their hospitals and their ICUs, as was asked previously. We have seen a bit of a cresting that we are perceiving is really related to the surge that we saw from the Thanksgiving holiday. So we are quite aware of the concern because for the December New Year's holiday, because it takes about 2 to 4 weeks after these events to really see the maximal impact. The incoming director of the Centers for Disease Control, who has led infectious disease at Massachusetts General Hospital, one of the Harvard hospitals, has stated that she believes that January 21st will be the worst day of the pandemic because that's about 3 weeks away from the end of that transmission event, which was the New Year's holiday. And we saw more people travel by TSA, and we saw more cell phone mobility during that time. So we're very worried about that. That's why it's so important for each West Virginian to choose to get the vaccine when it's their turn, but also please wear your mask and be really, really careful as the governor's instructed, particularly during this next month or so.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Next to David Beard with the Dominion Post.
Hi, I think my question is probably supply dependent, but do you have any sense at the moment when you'll start wrapping 70-year-olds into the Operation SOW? And as you bring in their various younger groups, 70, 60, will that be announced here on the briefings, and will that information be available on the vaccine hotline? Thanks.
David, we'll announce it, and we'll do it on the briefing and everything, and it'll be also available on the hotline and in every way, and as quickly as we possibly can. The great news is, we're the only state screaming for additional vaccines right now, and if we keep yelling loud enough and performing the way we're performing, maybe we'll get some more. And so the faster we can get them, the faster we'll get them out there. And I'll promise you that we'll give you all the notice and everything, and we'll we'll be moving to the 70s, 60s, and right on down, and until we get every stone turned.
All right, thank you, David. Next to Kimberly Keggy with WSAZ.
Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. Governor Justice, this is a question for you. You had mentioned the executive order regarding the return to in-person learning for school districts. So I wanted to follow up and ask you, will this remove the local control as it for, say, per county for them to decide whether they can return to in-person learning? And what will that in-person learning look like? Will it be a 5-day schedule or a hybrid model? Thank you.
Okay, well, here's what I know. Okay, as far as going back to school and everything, I think that's a call from the Department of Ed and everything. From my standpoint, we want the locals to have, input and decision making in their process. As far as going back to or going to a situation to where if parents choose to not bring their kids or don't want their kids to come to school, and will they have a remote learning component and everything? Absolutely. From the standpoint of schools just deciding that we're not going to open the school and we're going to stay out of school and be 100% remote, I don't think that that's going to be a possibility. However, that will be a decision of the Department of Ed, and that's not my call on that. So I hope that answered all your questions.
All right, thanks, Kimberly. Next to Charles Young with WV News.
Hi, this is Charles Young with WV News. I was wondering if there are going to be any opportunities or any plans to offer any opportunities to our nursing home folks, the staff members who may have passed up getting the shot when it was first given to them. I know those numbers were, lower than we expected. Are there any plans to double back and get that number up where we need it? Thank you.
Well, I think we're already doing that, Charles, and you're exactly right. What happened was, we naturally, people were fearful and everything, and so therefore the percentage of people that wanted to take the shot was, 80 or 85% in the nursing homes. It was pretty daggum high. But now, we've had as many as I think about 1,500 maybe statewide. I don't know that that's exactly right, but I think I'm close. The people saying now, oh no, I want to take it now and everything. Absolutely. We're going to get right back through and we'll get them their shots and everything, get them vaccinated.
All right, thanks, Charles. Next, we'll go to WVVA in Bluefield. Not sure who we have on, but go ahead.
Hi, Hannah Howard here with WVVA. We have here in Mercer County, 2 of our long-term care facilities are seeing rather severe COVID outbreaks with a handful of deaths. Just kind of what is the state able to provide any assistance or maybe aside from the vaccine or any suggestions for those facilities when they're seeing outbreaks and deaths like that? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I could not understand anything there, but I think, if the question were, I've been told maybe the question was about outbreaks in Mercer County nursing homes, but Dr. Amjad, maybe that was one of the first things you did was run to the fire in Mercer County. So, when you took the job, but nevertheless, Dr. Amjad, maybe you can answer it.
Sure. I'm aware of one particular one in Mercer County that I've been talking to the director of nursing down there. And we basically speak with them daily, if not every other day, and also offer them assistance with infection control policies and other strike team recommendations. And they also, I know the one in Mercer County have completed 2 rounds of their vaccines already down there, but we continue to engage with them, offer any assistance that they may need. If we have to, we visit them as well. But as any of the outbreaks, a lot of them involve community spread, but we still do the twice a week testing of the staff as well. But a lot of it is community spread. But other than those engagements that we offer, we continue to monitor them. They are using the monoclonal antibody treatments, I know, of the one in Mercer County, Mercer Continuous Care. So we speak with them daily. We offer them assistance. We hope to see those numbers decrease as the days go by with all the efforts that we've been having throughout the state. But if there's anything specific, you're welcome to email me if there's specific questions about the ones in Mercer County. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Hannah. Next to Phil Kabler with the Charleston Gazette-Mail.
Hello, everyone. We've been told that legislators are receiving the COVID-19 vaccine. And when I made inquiries of legislative leadership regarding this, I was told this is a directive of the governor's office and to refer my inquiries in that direction. So what can you tell me about the program for vaccinating legislators, and where do they fall on the priority list?
Phil, it's not been a directive, from the governor's office, but and we don't have General Hoyer on here, but it is just offered as part of the plan of continuity, of government and everything. We've got to have our legislatures and everything, to continue to move forward in all the different things we're doing, and we have to maintain our government services. If we don't, we're going to get in bad shape. So we got to have our legislatures, and that's all there's to it.
All right, thanks, Phil. Governor, I'll turn it back to you.
Well, we covered a lot of stuff, and I appreciate everyone. I really got to go back and just say this, just how much. I watched Dr. Amjad, and I just think, what an incredible hire that was, and I see the dedication and commitment to Clay Marsh and all the greatness that he's done, and Secretary Krause just keeps, just head down and keeps on going and everything, and then you think about General Hoyer, and he wasn't with us today, and but all the people at the Guard and all the great stuff they've done, and then it falls back on all the absolute terrific work of all the, the health departments and everybody across the state. It's not been anything but anything perfect. It'll never be that. But just like today, at one time, I think we showed on the dashboard at 92,070, 92,070 as far as people that had received shots. And before we came on here, my chief of staff showed me that the National Guard just notified him and everything. We were above 93,000. And so just in a matter of a very, very short period of time, we almost went up another 1,000 as far as people that had it in their arms. And so a lot of good work by a lot of people, and we just got to keep it up. We just got to all run through the finish line together. There's no point in hacking up and beating on each other. That drives me crazy. But nevertheless, the only other thing I'd say is just this, and I know that it's with anything and everything. With this stuff, there's no playbook, and there's no perfect answer. But the reality is really simple. Our kids are becoming devastated by not being in school, and we all know it. We know it just as well as we know our name. And we know the science around every single one of us believes with all in us that, 8th graders down, we can be in school today. But to be even more sure, we're taking extra precaution as far as vaccinating our teachers, our service personnel, or doing whatever cleaning or whatever that we need to do. But with all in us, we don't have the perfect answer, do we? But we know this. We know there's kids that are being abused and neglected. There's kids that are failing classes over and over and over because this remote stuff just doesn't work, especially if you don't have a mom or dad that are right with you that are trying to help you. We do know we've gotten in $300 million additional dollars to try to do stuff within our schools and everything to make them safer and better. We absolutely know all the needs of our special needs kids, don't we? Now, we're all trying to make the very safest and best decisions that we can possibly make. And so, with all in us, we need to be back in school. And we need to be continuing to lead the nation like this great state has done over and over and over. We need to get through this, and we will. West Virginians, just hang tough. Wear your mask. Take your vaccines. Absolutely know the warning signs. And if you have some kind of something that shows that you should go get a test, go get a test right then, please. Give us a chance to get to antibodies. But with all in me, I absolutely mean this when I tell you I love you. And every last one that has helped me with all these decisions and everything, I thank them. And because they have been superstars, to say the least. Nevertheless, that's all I've got. God bless each and every one of you.
All right, that was Governor Jim Justice there in the state of West Virginia with the update on everything happening in that state. With the vaccine rollout, he said that schools will be having in-person classes starting up again soon. So hope you found that informative. If you might have lived in West Virginia or are traveling to West Virginia soon, we know it was a long press conference, but we wanted to get it out in its entirety here on News Now from Fox. It's almost 10 p.m. here Mountain Time, almost midnight there on the East Coast. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank everyone for watching. We do have a lot more content to get to just about in the next half hour or so, when we'll be ending our coverage for the night on this Monday. We hope you had a great weekend. We know it's been a very emotional, stressful, and chaotic week, especially with the fallout of everything that happened at the U.S. Capitol on Wednesday. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, and then, we're based here in Phoenix, Arizona. And so we're going to hear from Governor Doug Ducey, the Republican of Arizona, and he gave his State of the State address today earlier. So in case you missed that and you're from Arizona, or you want to hear what the governor has to say, we got you covered. But first, that commercial break, and we'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
Meeting with all 4 legislative leaders, Democrats and Republicans. I want to thank Speaker Rusty Bowers, President Karen Fann, and leaders Reginald Boulding and Rebecca Rios for a serious and cordial exchange. Our meeting was in stark contrast to the violent and destructive rioting at our nation's capital just 2 days prior. It was a sickening day in Washington, D.C., that no American will ever forget. In the United States of America, violence and vandalism have no place in the people's house. Perpetrators should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Let us condemn it and resolve that it never happens again. With that in mind, let us treat each other this year as one of our nation's greatest presidents, Abraham Lincoln, suggested. With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right. Let us strive on to finish the work we are in. And Arizona will do its part to bind up the nation's wounds. Here we will conduct ourselves with integrity and respect for each other and for the United States Constitution. As for our work here, all agree the pandemic remains the most significant threat we face, and it will require vigilant attention for months to come. The risk is still serious, and so is the pressure on our hospitals and medical personnel. Even so, we should take encouragement where we find it, starting with the breakthrough that will change everything. If last year was a virus, this year will be the year of the vaccine. 2020 threw a lot at us. It was a time we'll all remember, but not very fondly. Yet in a time of trial, loss, worry, and disruption, we kept our bearings and never lost heart. It's been one of those turns in life when perseverance makes all the difference, when we had to show just how resilient we are. We've also had reminders, as if any were needed, of why medicine and nursing are so respected among life's great callings. I think of Edmund Baker, a doctor and Army veteran, who for years has cared for patients in the medically underserved parts of Arizona. Like so many other doctors, he stayed on call and has never relented, so that no matter who you are or where you live, you can get the care you need. Then there's Regina Villa, a nurse at Valley Wise Health Medical Center. The mission, says Nurse Villa, is truly to care for all people. It doesn't matter who you are. It's been a time when COVID patients can't even see their families, and nurses can feel like the only friend at their side. Nurse Villa is one of the thousands who have met this crisis with courage, grace, and kindness. And we can never overlook the incredible service of the Arizona National Guard. Consider just the single example of Will Smith, a medic who in 2019 came home from deployment in Iraq. With the pandemic, Will found himself back in a Black Hawk helicopter, delivering COVID testing kits to tribal nations. That was Will's idea of a break from his regular job at Scottsdale Osborne Medical Center. In so many ways, an extremely tough year brought out the best in us. And yet sometimes, despite all, our best wasn't enough. It's a vicious virus, taking some 10,000 lives in our state alone, and has left nothing but grief in its path. With the vaccine, however, we aim to cut off that path as quickly as possible. We started with vaccinations of medical personnel, since they're the ones we count on to deliver it far and wide. The logistics of putting the vaccine within reach of everyone is complex and demanding, but Arizona is going to do it fast. We are going to do it right, and I assure you that we'll do it with a real sense of urgency and purpose. Today, our state's largest county begins vaccinating teachers and cops. And while local public health officials are working hard, we need to work faster. So now, even more resources will be brought to the fore. At my direction, the state has launched a 24/7 vaccination site Why not more aggressive lockdowns? Schools, businesses, parks, weddings, funerals, church services. Why not ban all gatherings and just lock everything down? It's a question that only makes sense if you forget about everything else. All the other troubles that lockdowns set in actions that we're doing too much or not enough. The critics can say what they want, but the path I've outlined is the right path for Arizona. Here's the short of it. Arizona has taken the measured course, and all the same strengths that carried us through our worst days will carry us forward. All 50 states are focused now on saving lives, distributing the vaccine, and adding jobs. And in meeting these challenges, no state is better prepared than Arizona. In this new session, the legislature and I have some big pieces of business to complete, and I'll soon be sending the details of my proposals for 2021. But today, I know that many Arizonans are especially concerned about their kids and about their jobs. So let me begin there. It's been a small mercy of this pandemic that the virus is least likely to harm our children, although there are exceptions. Of course, their teachers are a different matter, and that's why we're making sure that teachers receive the vaccine as quickly as possible. Across our state, students have been kept although there are exceptions. Of course, their teachers are a different matter, and that's why we're making sure that teachers receive the vaccine as quickly as possible. Across our state, students have been kept out of their classrooms for long enough. They've lost out on childhood experiences that can't be duplicated on a computer screen. In strange, difficult circumstances, parents and teachers have done their resourceful best. But it's time to get our students back where they belong. With every public health professional, from Dr. Fauci and the CDC on down, saying that the safest place for kids to be is in school, we will not be funding empty seats or allowing schools to remain in a perpetual state of closure. Children still need to learn, even in a pandemic. By necessity, during this emergency, many parents have been more engaged than ever in the daily education of their children. Quite a few have found temporary educational options they want to make permanent. It's their right. Public policy should keep pace and empower them to make that choice. But still, other kids have fallen behind. There's been severe learning loss. Kids have missed out on so much. So let's put our resources on getting them caught up. Before COVID, we had an achievement gap in our schools, and it's only gotten worse. It's a problem detailed in a report just last week from one of the state's leading business organizations, with data showing the gap in student achievement often falling squarely down economic and racial lines. Distance learning has not been good for these students, who often don't have Wi-Fi or a laptop available. So starting now, let's direct resources to helping these children catch up. Summer school, longer school days, one-on-one targeted instruction, tutoring. It should be our goal that every student graduates high school on time and at grade level. This is consistent with the education innovation for which Arizona is known. At the heart of that movement is the idea that every child, regardless of background, is entitled to a great education and all the opportunities that come with it. Our independent spirit, after all, is one reason why so many people feel drawn to Arizona. They see that spirit as well in our respect for hardworking taxpayers and for Americans tired of living in states with high taxes, heavy regulation, low growth, and fading opportunity. Arizona has become the destination. And they're still coming to Arizona in 2021 because during the pandemic, we never took our small businesses or their workers for granted. As bad as things got, we're recovering fast. New businesses and residents have been added by the thousands. At this time last year, we were ahead of 45 other states in job creation and personal income growth. Today, we're still top 5, but some Arizonans are struggling, and it's got to be our priority to help them with a growing economy and more jobs. Every year I've been governor, we've improved income taxes in the taxpayer's favor. We've simplified the code, lowered all rates, protected them against inflation, and eliminated an entire tax bracket. In all of this, we've proven that our government can fulfill every obligation and answer the unexpected needs of a growing state without raising taxes. My goal has been to make Arizona the best place in America to live, work, and do business by letting Arizonans keep more of their hard-earned money. And having come this far, as other states chase away opportunity with their new taxes, why on earth would we ever want to follow their failed and depressing example? So I propose in this session, we work together to reform and lower taxes and preserve Arizona's good name as a responsible, competitive state. On tax reform, let's think big. In the coming weeks, legislators and I will have a lot more to talk over. There's general agreement, for instance, on COVID liability protection, so that a statewide emergency doesn't line the pockets of trial attorneys with frivolous lawsuits. There's also an opportunity for a modernized gaming compact that will bring in more revenue for our tribal nations and our state budget. Among other items requiring our attention, let's work on broadband expansion, greater access to telemedicine, better roads and bridges, continuing to be a global leader on water innovation, better equipment and training for law enforcement, criminal justice reform, and guarding against wildfires so we stay on top of that ever-present risk. With remote learning by many state employees, we also have the chance to further limit the size, cost, and footprint of government. Let's truly shrink government by eliminating unnecessary state buildings and saving taxpayer dollars so we can prioritize areas of need, taking care of our sick, and keeping our neighborhoods safe. We can complete all this and more in 2021, and I am ready. Our whole state is ready to get back on a rising path. Through the trials of 2020, we've kept our balance. We met every test. And even in an election year, we showed the best of our state's bipartisan tradition. If Arizonans are looking to this year with a feeling of accomplishment and optimism, it is because they've witnessed the strength of their fellow citizens. Despite everything, 2020 threw at us in the face of a global pandemic, every day Arizonans have demonstrated the true state of our state. From our frontline medical workers, teachers, moms and dads, public safety and first responders, small business people, election day workers, grocery store employees, and National Guard, we've seen heroism, sacrifice, service, and acts of kindness, large and small. The state of our state is not only strong, it's resilient. So let us act in that spirit. We must be hopeful for the future, but we cannot forget the challenges we face in the immediate. The nurses and doctors, tired and exhausted as they work overtime to save lives. The Arizonans who are grieving loved ones lost. We must all do our part by doing what we know works, following public health, wearing a mask, and practicing personal responsibility. With resilience and compassion, we move forward, allowing nothing to get in our way and showing, in the end, the best kind of unity there is, the unity of caring about one another. Thanks for listening, and God bless.